Chapter 401. After a long rest, my eyes finally open. The white void of the isolation pod that surrounds me fills my vision, and I take in a deep breath of mana-infused air. I am unsure how much time exactly has passed, but I do know there can't be more than 24 hours remaining. Based on how my joints, muscles, and bones feel, I assume I just slept for roughly 10 to 12 hours. With the massive influx of mana, it is almost like I've used my hibernation skill to heal all my fatigue and injuries. I take off the remains of my salamander's cloak and sigh, placing it into my item storage and freeing up a new slot in my gear possibilities, considering the fact that I usually only use one weapon per F-ite, and I hold my wind daggers and midnight dagger on me as backup to switch out. I could technically add on gear in these areas too, so I could add 2 new items, possibly just leaving one slot open in case I want to wield 2 blades at once. I take out my sword and examine my armor as well, making sure my blood-bonded weapons have all properly healed, and let out a sigh of relief once they do. I murmur under my breath, looks like I just need a new cloak, and maybe something to protect my hands. I don't want to go through that horrific pain again. I need to get stronger gear to prepare for a fight with a being with those heightened soul energy capabilities. Most importantly, I need to raise my chi capacity, and fast. With a sigh, I sit down in the lotus position inside the pod and begin to tap into the same feeling Monk showed me when I practiced chi gathering in the monastery. There is far less chi in the air here, but I can still sense an unusually high amount. It is actually much more than the open air outside. And, as my mind slips away to a calm state of being, my subconscious gets to work. I took a chi pill before entering the pod, and a rush of energy filled my core to the brim. All of the excess energy slowly seeped out of my body because I can't hold anything above my natural saturation point. However, this is a closed-door pod, almost like a miniature pocket world. I can faintly sense traces of chi leaving through the borders of the containment casing, but a majority of it is staying inside. It circulates around the small white room and continuously lands on the outer layer of my body. I am only capable of naturally gathering chi so fast. The absorption rate is more instinctual, like breathing, rather than an active action. While my eyes are closed, and I concentrate on the circulation of chi throughout my body, the chi in the atmosphere naturally gravitates toward me at a faster rate. The difference between sitting and cultivating and walking through an area high in chi density is not astronomical, but it is noticeable. My only drawback is time. After another few hours of gentle gathering and relaxation pass, my mind gradually falls back into the confusing spiral of replaying the fight with the Wraith over and over in my head. I need a major power-up, and I need it now. I fall in and out of a restless chi-gathering cycle for the remainder of the time in this pod, but for some reason, everything clicks the moment the metal door of the pod opens on its own in front of me. Mana and chi are released from the small containment pod, and I whisper under my breath, I need to go back to the Titan's domain. Feeling like I just had an epiphany, I step out of the pod and look around like this is a whole new world. I always kept the thought at the back of my mind that the Titan's domain could be used to train my mana control up in an emergency situation. But ever since Ember's warning about scaring them away in their decreasing numbers the last time I used them to train and defeat the behemoth on the 20th floor of the labyrinth, I've been hesitant to go back. On top of all of that, the act of sitting in a blank white room for days and weeks on end is a mind-numbing experience. Last time I left that white-walled prison, I was not the same since. I let out a long sigh, pacing back and forth in the small room for a few minutes, thinking about preparing better. If I buy enough food, water, comfort items, and entertainment, I could stay in there much longer with less of a problem. I have 10 chi pills left in my silver case. If I were to use all of them, flooding the Titan's domain with chi just like I did an isolation pod, I wonder how well it would act as an insulator, and how fast I could grow without the burden of a time constraint. These isolation pods slow down time, but as far as I know, the Titan's domain brings time to a halt, or at least the dilation is so large. It seems that way. The grin across my face widens as a plan begins to come together. But my train of thought is momentarily broken when the blue light above the other pod at the back of the room opens, and Lith walks out with his hands clasped and a very relaxed look on his face. I turn to see him, and his gaze becomes sharper, and his relaxed face turns to a thin smile. Fancy seeing you here so bright and early? His eyes shift to the other pod on the side of the room that is still open, slowly leaking some mana from my session. Looks like you had a nice session as well. I nod, facing him with a more professional look, trying my best to keep my excitement of my recent potential discovery under control. He continues, walking over to the back of the room, nearing the elevator. Well, I do have a meeting to attend to, but I have come up with a reasonable counteroffer to your demands last night if you'd like to hear. He turns to face me, and I give him a motion to carry on. Sure, lay it on me, he smiles. Well, I think giving you authority to fire or hire new craftsmen from the team I provide is reasonable. If by chance you have the connections to form your own team capable of doing the volume necessary, that is fine by me. I cross my arms and grin back slightly as he carries on. The guards, on the other hand, I'll have to push back on this point. I'd like some of my men stationed in Sector 2 permanently. I run a business of trade and information. It is in my best interest to know what is going on everywhere at all times. My expression changes to one of distaste, but Lith explains further. We're still waiting on the details of the current Sector 2, but if you end up forming a place of operations there, I will promise to give you full privacy for you and your teammates. My men won't go near it, just like this tower is in Valor City, a safe and private state of operations. I nod and relax more as he goes on. Then lastly, the trade profits. Although it is a bit of a stretch, me giving you so much help to establish this business, and you taking all the profits in return, I'll accept this portion of your initial ask. My eyebrow raises, as this was one of the points I was sure I'd get kickback from. But in return, I'd like to place orders for Sector 1, and only pay the amount that it costs for you to farm the materials and pay your workers. Every other deal you manage to land, you'll get to keep 100% of the profits. I pause and think about it for a moment, but I am unsure how to counter everything he has said in a quick manner. He is respecting my privacy, promising full autonomy and no prying eyes, but wants rights to place guards and eyes around the territory itself. On top of that, he is willing to give up a % of global trade profits in order to get his own products at a highly reduced cost. Interesting. I'll have to think on that too. I think we're getting much closer to a middle ground. Lith smiles again and turns to open the elevator door. I think you are right. We are. Take your time. We still need intel from Fisher and Lydia before we can fully consolidate a deal anyway. I'll be back in the tower in a few hours. Just ask my lobby men to ring me if you'd like to continue negotiations. Sounds good. He leaves through the white doors, and I am left in silence as more mana pours out from the isolation pod I left open. I walk over and close it with a click, and the sound brings me right back to the state of mind I had before my surprise interaction with Lith. Even better, I'll have more time than I know what to do with to think about his offer later. For now, I have some tests to run. I enter the elevator, put on my ring of concealment, and activate my skill, then use the Red Ogre dungeon access to teleport myself back to Vice City. I walk out in full disguise and make my way to the commerce section of the city. It is barely 6 in the morning, and the sun isn't even fully up yet. So not many merchants are active at this time of the day. All of the outside shops are closed up, waiting for the morning rush of trains full of hunters to come in. But there are a few large shopping marts with tired-looking workers manning the registers. I walk through a couple, stocking up on gallons of water and piles of food. Most of the night shift workers give me side eyes and odd looks, but none of them say a word as I leave them a full gold coin as payment and leave with 4 shopping carts full of food and water, only to place them all into my item storage the moment I leave the store and get out of their sight. Next, I go to another 24-hour store filled with miscellaneous items. I manage to pick up a few sleeping bags, a blow-up mattress, pillows, some casual changes of clothes, and a few editions of the newest comics and novels I've yet to catch up on while traveling around the Dark Continent. Lastly, I find a camping section of the store with a portable bathroom and shower set. My eyes light up at the sight of these, and don't even mind the 2 gold price tag. Again, when leaving this store, I get a few odd looks. And I even buy a premium C-grade item box from their magic items section to allow me to take the large overweight items with me. I doubt any of them would overthink it much if I just left without one, but it doesn't hurt to be extra careful once finally leaving the store. I just place the entire item box full of materials into my storage system for convenience. As the sun begins to come up, I activate my stealth skill and walk right past the E-Class guards in the dungeon hub. I enter one of the low-grade dungeons moments later and dungeon walk directly to the Great Plains. Chapter 402, Activating my enemy detection skill. I scan the entire dungeon in search of the odd readings Titans give off. With my more recent mana control and skill upgrades, my skills nearly spread across the entire dungeon as I teleport around from all the old points I used to hunt here. Finally, a familiar 500-meter radius blank blotch of high-density mana comes into my mind's eye. There are only 2 of these blotches in the entire dungeon. Fewer than I hoped for, but one more than I need. Even with my legendary skill upgrade, for some reason, it still doesn't show me a clear image of these creatures. However, I teleport to the closest one nearby, and the sight of a 30-meter tall black outline of a Titan comes into view. They look exactly how I remember. A jet-black void of darkness with no defining features in the form of a massive, long-limbed human. They walk slowly around these great plains, looking for weaker beings to suck into their domains and steal their mana. Even portions of the dungeon landscape are sucked away. Staring up at it now, hearing the ominous buzz of mana, and watching it take slow footsteps toward me is not nearly as frightening as they used to be. It approaches me from across the rolling hills of a grassland plain, and I wait for a few seconds inspecting and appraising it, but gather no new insight. It really is just a massive blob of walking mana. Well, it is now or never. I run forward and air step closer to the creature. Without a hint of hesitation, I plunge headfirst into the dark void, and the familiar sensation of falling takes over. I manage to bring myself upright and activate my wind magic before hitting the white floor of the rectangular white-walled trap set beneath me. Its ceiling closes the moment my feet touch the floor, and the low buzz of natural mana shielding fills my ears as I find myself back in the Titan's domain. It is a fairly large rectangle, big enough for me to run back and forth in like a small sports field. The ceiling is high enough to jump around a bit, and the 4 walls are far enough apart. It isn't too cramped, but it is definitely a tight fit in here, especially if I am going to be doing primarily training. I let out a sigh with my hands on my waist, then get to work. I have 3 major goals for this session. The first and most important one is increasing my chi capacity. Even now, I can sense very small trace amounts of chi in the air. Even in this very unique space, there is about 1/10 of the natural chi in the air that there is in the outside world. It makes me really wonder where chi comes from. It seems to be everywhere in trace amounts, no matter where I am, but doesn't interact with anything unless a user can guide it. This energy is very different than mana or demonic energy. The second thing on my list to do is raising my mana control. While I am here, I'll have an unlimited amount of mana to plunder and train with. Focusing on my chi comes first, but I believe I can do both at once. Then lastly, the third goal for this training session is figuring out how to get out of the Titan's domain without the help of Ember's mythic grade plunderer skill. I can always ask him for help, but I want this to be a replicable process that I can do in front of my teammates without revealing my last and most important secret. I smile, reaching into my storage and pulling out my sword, getting ready to face the back wall of the domain. All right, this is a trial run. Let's see how much I have to grow before I can get out of here by myself. I charge up my blade to maximum strength, activate my buffs, get in a sturdy stance, and swing my blade with all my power to release a dense black wave of flames at the white wall. Unlike the times I previously tried cutting this wall down, my attack doesn't make much sound or give any reaction at all. It just slices through like butter. A massive gaping hole in the shielding before me is ripped open, and the black void is visible to all my senses. My attack makes it out the other side of the nearly endless void, and I watch an explosion of light as it bursts back into the outside world. It doesn't even seem that far. If my energy attack can burst through like that, why wouldn't I just be able to make it out if I tried? The thought of activating my extreme speed buff along with a few gusts of wind magic behind me to try following the path of my attack outside into the void crosses my mind. But I decide not to test this plan. I can think of more ways than one that theory would not work out well. Though, I do have one way back that is easier than all the rest. I pull out a transport crystal from my item storage and hold it in my open palm. If this works, I can bring Maria and Abby here right away, and we can all start training. I concentrate and destroy the glistening stone in my left hand. The fragments of crystal rock fall to the white domain's floor, and I don't budge. Teleport magic activates, covering my full body, but as soon as the flash of light covers my vision, it dissipates just as quickly. I am still standing in the Titan's domain with shattered crystal by my feet. Interesting. I remember my dungeon walker skill not working correctly in here either the last time I was trapped, and now this teleport crystal too. Well, the easy way out isn't going to work. I'll focus on goals 1 and 2 for now, pulling everything non-perishable out of my item storage. I set up a nice living area on one side of the room and decide to do all of my training on the other. The slice in the walls mends itself in a matter of minutes while I sort through my gear. In my miscellaneous items pile with my comics and clothes, I bought a mana-imbued digital clock. 6:21. I take a look at it before I focus on my chi control. This time around in the Titan's domain, I am going to keep close track of the time that goes by. Sitting at the far side of the room in the lotus position on a red-colored blanket, with nothing but water bottles and a clock by my side, I take out one chi pill and swallow it whole, oversaturating my body's already full core. Closing my eyes and focusing only on the energy circulating through me, I constantly push waves of energy in a calming motion through my arms, legs, and torso. The excess chi from the pills leaks out and begins to fill the room. In just a few hours, I've completely expelled the excess chi and come back to my natural maximum saturation point. The excess energy in the air slowly flows around the contained room and starts to gather on my body at a much faster rate than it does outside. However, this is not enough. I swallow another pill and wait a few hours for its energy to flow through me fully too. The excess chi fills the room, making the air much denser with energy. Then, again, after the third pill, I look at the clock, and over 8 hours have passed. However, the entire room is filled with a much denser mist of chi. Every time the waves of it pass through me, more and more sticks to my skin in trace amounts and is absorbed into my capacity. The density of chi in the domain is nearing what it feels like to gather energy inside Monk's Monastery. I continue to take the pills, oversaturating my core for 20 more hours straight, until the room is completely full and I am entirely out of pills. The amount of chi that escapes through the micro tears in the walls is so minuscule, I can't even sense any leaving. By the time I am finished, the density in here is almost 3 times as much as it is in the monastery, and I can feel my rate of absorption increase just slightly as the density in the room increases. It is not exactly 3 times as fast, but the difference is noticeable. Now that everything is contained inside, I won't be attempting to break through the walls again anytime soon for fear that the energy may seep out. However, I do test plundering mana from the floor below me and activating all my buffs to burn through MP while simultaneously cultivating chi. It doesn't affect the absorption rate at all and allows me to comfortably burn through 5,000 to 6,000 MP per M inute at a fairly constant rate. I could do more, but this is the perfect rate to use my self-regeneration ability to heal my fatigue just as fast as it naturally builds up. I let my mind wander and enjoy the peace and quiet. Chapter 403. I don't get hungry or tired for another full day. Not doing overly strenuous activity along with my increased mana control base has made it much easier to go long stretches without these necessities. Other than a few small breaks to get up and stretch or drink water, I gather chi and train my mana control for an additional 24 hours. Over 15 million MP is absorbed over the 2 total days, and a good amount of chi has entered my core, raising my capacity. It is not visibly noticeable, but I feel as if I am filled with slightly more energy. It may be just a placebo effect for the time being, but I am excited to push the limits. With my stomach rumbling and a few yawns coming out of my mouth, I walk over to the opposite side of the domain and take a nice hot shower in the portable camper set using ice and fire magic summoning as to not waste too many resources. Once changed into a fresh pair of clothes, I reach into my storage to make myself a large meal. On top of that, I crack open a new edition of one of my favorite comics and sit back on an air mattress covered in blankets and pillows up against the mana shielding's white wall. I fall asleep and have a long and rejuvenating rest. Then relax in the morning for a few hours as well before venturing back over to my cultivation area. Just existing in the dense, energy-filled environment naturally gathers chi. But when I sit down and concentrate, the absorption rate increases much faster. I get in the cycle of training, 2 days on, 1 day off. The relaxation state of chi gathering puts me in a flow state, making time feel as though it doesn't go by. All I have to do is focus on naturally moving my chi around in a constant pattern around my body, while letting my perception and stat-boosting skills activate at a low rate, while my plunderer skill replenishes my MP. I get into the rhythm of a zombie-like trance where the only time I need to stop is for water breaks. And, of course, food and sleep once roughly 48 hours is up. On my 24-hour off cycles, I read, sleep, and journal. Using a few notepads, I meticulously write down what I was doing last in the world outside over and over. I repeat a few conversations and actions that have occurred over the last few weeks in a notebook, just to make sure the memory of these events doesn't slip too far into the back of my mind. This is the error I made last time I used this domain to train. I didn't take into account that reality has come to a halt outside and wasn't well prepared to re-enter society. This time around, I am covering all my bases. My schedule is very relaxed, and I grow more every day, making a tally on another separate page every time the clock hits 0 o'clock, signifying another day has passed. 10 cycles go by, meaning a full month passes, and a few huge changes start to occur. The chi in the air noticeably lessens, not because it is leaving the walls at a rapid rate, but because it is staying contained in my body. Before, I thought it might just be my mind playing tricks, but now, I am certain that I feel at least a 10% increase in my chi capacity. My mana control increase is much more trackable. I've processed over 150 million MP, and I am practically glowing with extra power. It is not as fast as just killing high-level monsters and using my MCP absorption skill on them for maximum percent gains, but it is fairly efficient, and my control is raising without having to level up. As another 2 months pass, I get in the routine of doing push-ups, sprints, squats, and pull-ups with heavy stone-manifested weights and equipment. I'd like to keep my body in the state of being active, even if I don't technically need it. This doesn't cut into much of my gathering time. I just added into a few hours of my 24 hours off-time routine. More and more of the chi in the air begins to fade away during this time too. It is about half as dense in the air as when I started. My base raises from what I can tell, another 25% or so, making an educated assumption that I've gained over 1 divided by 3 of my initial base since I entered. My mana control, on the other hand, has raised by an even higher amount, roughly 500 million MP. The rate at which I am fatigued lessens, and the efficiency that I can heal my fatigue increases. Since entering this session, my mana control has raised over double what it was when I began. I continue to train. All the stress and worry that has built up over the last few weeks and months in the outside world starts to dissipate too. The stronger I get, and the more time I have to formulate a plan for when I get out, the more relaxed, calm, and calculated my overall demeanor and outlook on my situation comes to be. Another 3 months in the domain pass before the chi circulating in the air has either been fully absorbed by me, or it seeps out through the walls of the domain very slowly. I gain roughly another 1, divided by 3 of my initial base. If the chi in the air stayed as dense as it did at the start, I would have been able to most likely absorb more in the time I was sitting in here. However, my mana control only continues to rise at a slow and steady exponential rate. I managed to burn through nearly 1 billion more MP. This over doubles my mana control base again, bringing me to a much higher level than when I entered, almost a 2.5x increase. Although I am brimming with power, I haven't gotten to truly test things out. I stopped gathering chi in the middle of my session today and stand to my feet. The chi around me is less dense than the natural air in the outside world. I've hit the limit. It is time to break out of this place. I put the comics and novels I completed into my storage and let out a sigh looking at the ones I still have yet to catch up on. Most of the good food and miscellaneous items stay in my storage, but I decide to leave all the dirty laundry and used camping gear sets behind. It'll be easier to just buy these again rather than try to salvage them of any usable materials. Once holding everything I care to keep with me, I reach into my item storage and pull out my sword. Let's see how much I've grown. I charge up my blade with as much mana as possible, activate my skills, and get into the same powerful stance I did before entering this domain. Then, let a wave of dense black flames erupt from my sword. It is impressively larger, hotter, and denser than last time, tearing an enormous hole in the shielding wall that wraps upward to break part of the ceiling and downward, breaking the floor in sections too. It hits the back of the void in mere seconds, and a huge flash of white light shows that it has made it to the outside world. The rectangular room I stand in shakes, and my theory that chi would escape through the open hole comes true as I watch some denser pockets drift out into the less dense atmosphere in the void. Chapter 404. Even with this powerful attack, in a matter of minutes, the massive tear in the shielded walls heals back to as good as new. I try using the same attack a few more times, tearing massive cracks in the rectangular prison that open the floor and sealing up to the black void surrounding me. Each time it soars through the darkness and makes it out, but nothing changes. The walls continuously heal on their own, and I am left alone in the blank white room. Letting out a sigh, I whisper to myself, well, there is still one thing I can try. Facing the back wall of the room, I charge up my sword with mana and fire magic just like before. But before releasing the attack, I activate my Red Hydra's buff. A dense crimson aura forms around my mana blade, and once I release my attack from my sword, the impact makes the entire structure of the room I am in shake multiple times more violently than before. It slices through, and the red aura that remains begins to eat away at the mana-imbued wall that it comes in contact with very quickly, burning it away like tissue paper to a hot flame. A flash of light tells me the brunt of the attack has hit the outside world through the void. But what fascinates me even more is the sight of the entire back wall of the room being completely destroyed. The red aura exhausts itself eventually, but it does some serious damage. I can't even see the corners of the room. It looks as if it was sliced off completely with a jagged blade. However, soon enough, the white mana-shielded wall begins to heal itself up. I let out a sigh, realizing the more I throw attacks at that wall, the more useless things may become. The only thing it will do is increase my fatigue from using the buff over and over, and possibly just destroy the entire room I am standing in and leave me floating in the dark black void of energy all around me. I open my item storage and let Ember come out. If anyone has insight on my situation, it'd be him. As he flaps his wings once, then lands on the ground with a thud, he almost instantly curls into a comfortable-looking ball and looks at me with interested eyes. So you took my advice? I can tell you are a lot stronger. He looks around, pausing his gaze on the open wall that is slowly closing up still, then back to me holding a flaming sword. You need help getting out of here, don't you? He starts to chuckle as I nod and reply, well, yes, but I'd rather find a way to get out of here myself. I'd like to train with my teammates here, but don't want to expose you to any prying eyes. I have a feeling that would be problematic. Ember nods, returning his gaze to the wall as it fully heals up. Yes, anyone that has knowledge of the last war knowing of my existence may bring more problems than good for you if they knew of me. Even if you trust your teammates, I advise you to follow your gut and not tell a soul until you are much stronger. I raise an eyebrow at his mention of a war, but reply with a much more important series of questions. So, Is there any way for me to break out of this domain myself? My attacks are much stronger than before, and my Hydra's buff increases that attack power by a considerable amount too. But that doesn't account for the void around us. It doesn't seem to have any effect on it, and I am hesitant to dive into it without knowing the dangers. Ember smiles. Well, to put it bluntly, you are too weak. The Titan's domain is a pocket world formed by magic far greater than your own. It is supposed to be a trap impossible to escape. The only reason we can is because of my skill that retained its mythic grade status. Time-dilated pockets of space can only exist when immensely high-density amounts of mana are stored in a small place. I nod, crossing my arms trying to follow along as Ember continues. We're just packets of information stored inside a small domain deep within a Titan. Think of this domain as its own dungeon. Can you throw energy attacks at a dungeon floor enough times and break out? Number? A Titan's domain acts no different. It is just a much smaller version, with more mana. This leads to very odd space and time-bending properties. The only way to weaken its defenses is to turn off its energy sources entirely. It is similar to collapsing a dungeon and forcing a dungeon break. However, we're the only monsters inside this pocket world trying to get out. I respond in a disappointed tone. So there is no other ways to get out. What about jumping in the void? My energy attacks can make their way through. Why can't I? Ember replies. Are you sure they leave the void? My theory is energy distorts more and more the closer it gets to the outer edge. The flashes of light and disappearance may just be the attack dispersing into the darkness. Then he sighs. Though I could be wrong. I haven't studied these domains very much. The Void Creeper's rifts are rare to come by, even more so than demonic ones in recent times, I reply. So it is just not worth the risk. What if I increase my mana control high enough to the point where my legendary Plunderer skill has enough power? Or maybe if I just upgrade. The idea comes to mind, and I immediately open my status with my all-seeing eye activated to check how many PP it would take to upgrade my skill further. I had planned to save up all of these points to use on absorption. But if this is an easy fix to my issue, it would be worth a shot. My eyes widen at the sight of glowing blue text before me displaying the details of my Plunderer skill. Below it is a grayed-out text box showing how much an upgrade would be. Upgrade, legendary grade, mythic grade, 1000 PP yes. No, even at the increased rate I am gaining PP with the help of my absorption skill. This option is far out of my grasp. I look back to Ember with a hopeful gaze. What about Chi? My red Hydra's buff did a lot more damage than my base-level mana attacks. What if I just continue to raise my Chi capacity and tear it open with pure power? Ember thinks for a moment, then responds again. It is possible, but highly unlikely. You'd need to awaken a very specific soul energy designed to drain energy. On top of that, you would need to be much stronger as well. My soul energy with the unique trait to cleanse may be able to deteriorate this realm if I tried, but it may be detrimental to my growth if I used that much of my inherited power from a past life in this weak of a form. Plundering the mana is our safest bet. I think to myself for a few seconds too, but Ember interjects again before I think of a response. Speaking of soul energy, how far have you come along? I can tell you've improved a lot. Are you able to manifest Chi outside your body yet? I turn to Ember with wide eyes. Number? I don't think so. Well, I haven't tried. Chapter 405. Well then, try it. Let's see. You might as well give it a test run in here while I start the collapse and get us out. I look down at my sword, then back up to Ember. How? The dragon starts to pulse red, signifying the mythic grade Plunderer skill is activating. But he responds. You either know how to do it, or you need to continue working on raising your capacity. There is no special technique or secret. It just takes time to build upon your base. If you don't have control, you won't be able to manifest it outside your body. Ember closes his eyes, and his body becomes completely engulfed in the red aura of his mythic grade Plunderer skill. His words echo through my mind before he closes his eyes and begins. Try it with your sword. It should feel like you are throwing a punch, but allowing the Chi to flow out similar to how you release mana from your weapon. I've gotten a lot stronger since our last time collapsing a domain like this. It shouldn't take more than a few hours. So practice all you want. I am sure that will be enough time to understand your natural limit. The floor beneath Ember begins to rattle slightly, and a deep red-colored aura seeps out of him at a fairly quick rate. Looks like you really have gotten a lot stronger. I give a light smile, then turn to walk over to the opposite side of the room holding my sword. While Ember starts to take in all of the mana in the atmosphere, I concentrate hard on only my chi and let it flow through my sword, just like I would in a normal fight. I haven't tried this in quite a while, and the nearly 70% increase in my capacity and the constant state of control I've been practicing while meditating over the last few months, it comes as second nature. Saturating my blade with chi up to its optimized potential is as easy as raising a hand to get ready to punch. I swing it through the air a few times, activating my swordsmanship skill to help practice a few foot movement patterns I learned from Monk, then stop with my blade pointed at the wall. I do feel quicker, and this is all much more crisp and natural, but manifesting chi outside my body. Where do I even start? I close my eyes and try to focus on the waves of white-hot energy circulating through the blood-bonded sword in my hands. In the same moment, I repeat the swings and foot patterns I used before, and increase the rate at which chi flows from my core into my sword. The speed and force of the flow begins to create a strong sensation, like an ocean wave's current coming from deep within my body. The waves of chi clash against the outer edges of the blade. As I continue to practice the movements and become more in touch with this increased power. As the crashing waves collide with the edges of my blade, particles splash out into the open room, and every strike slices through the air with increased vigor. My attacks seem more deadly than ever, but I can't seem to get more than just a few microscopic particles of chi to drip out like condensation on a glass. It is progress, but I still need something to test it on to know what its true capabilities are. My eyes open, and I see Ember's cloud of red aura has expanded even further, and the portal of domain he sits on is beginning to fall away already. I don't have much time. I smile, and my focus shifts to the nearest white wall to my left side. Using the same technique as my test run, I begin slicing through the mana-shielded wall as if it is made of styrofoam. I am not using any mana at all in my strikes. The only thing I am doing is oversaturating my sword and allowing chi particles to be released at an even more rapid rate on impact. For the next hour or so, I slice holes in the back wall of the domain over and over, getting better and better at releasing trace amounts of chi through the edge of my blade. The hundreds of cuts in the wall heal up almost as fast as I make them, and the small amounts of chi that escape from my blade float off into the endless void around me. Once the red aura from Ember's skill fills the entire room, I simultaneously come to a halt in my training. Ember was right. There is a limit for the first few dozen strikes on a real target. It felt as if I was improving each time, releasing more and more chi in each attack. However, once I got used to the feeling, and even releasing energy became almost second nature, the natural limit to my attack is met. What started as just a few tiny particles is now a faint mist. After all of this, about 30% of my chi base has been depleted. A single chi pill will bring me back to full without a problem. The depletion rate is slightly faster than normal training with my fists. It is still sustainable for long battles, but I can tell if I raise my capacity and control, I'll have the ability to release attacks that use up higher percentages of my entire base. While pondering this, content with my progress so far, I let all the chi in my body and sword trickle back into my core and prepare to meet the outside world again. Ember's mythic grade plunderer skill begins to take up more and more of the area, and the white-walled structure around us begins to crumble. It is just like the time before. Once it starts, the reaction won't stop. And I let out a wave of fire magic nearing the end of his plunder to help break down the dwindling outer edges of the domain. A multicolored flare of light leaves us both on the grassy dungeon floor of the Great Plains moments later. Ember wakes up from his slumber-like state, and I point to the sky. Want to stretch your wings before I get back to work. I air step onto Ember's back while he flaps his wings and flies high up into the sky into the artificial dungeon clouds and away from anyone's sight. As we soar through the air, I fill him in on the progress of my chi, and he explains that this is a very good start. The gathering and meditative state has brought my control up considerably, so practicing more won't do much more to raise my ability. More time and more chi will. Aside from that, as I look out at the open dungeon, my mind feels crystal clear. I read through my journal to make sure I know exactly what I have to do next. Abby and Maria are still in their training session high up in the Vice City labyrinth. This was all 6 months ago in my time, but merely 4 hours ago in the real world before I entered the isolation pod. In the Galeheart Tower, after their farming is done, I have to meet with Monk for a training session. I am going to make sure to load up on chi pills when I do. Then lastly, I have a counteroffer for Lith that I am sure he won't refuse. With sharp eyes and a barely visible grin creeping across my lips, I speak out into the open air. I have some work to do. This will be quite fun. Usually, after a great awakening or rise in power, I see the world in a whole new light. The sun looks brighter, the trees look greener, people's smiles even seem wider, and it feels as though whispers of the universe have entered my mind. This time, it feels different. The world around me has not changed at all. It feels as if I am looking out at a puzzle that is already solved. My mindset is exactly the same as it was when I entered the Titan's domain. The only difference is I know exactly what I have to do next. The situations I put myself in are very complicated. However, now that I've had enough time to think things through, it has all become very simple. Chapter 406. After about 30 minutes of soaring through the sky, we finally decide to come to the ground. I activate my enemy detection skill to scope out the dungeon, and thankfully pick up on the other Titans reading at the far back point of the Great Plains. I think to myself it would probably be best not to mess with it. Destroying the one I just left is enough to frighten them already. I dungeon walk to a lower level E-class dungeon and use the exit portal while putting my ring of concealment on and activating my own conceal skill. I step out and make my way through the underground dungeon, hubs pathways before making my way to the surface, and taking in a few deep breaths of fresh air, along with letting the morning sun hit my skin. However, the sun is higher up from the horizon than I remember leaving it. I specifically wrote down in a journal that the starting time of my training session was 6:11. As I walk by a clock on a nearby shop, I see 7:17 in bold black digital lettering. I am positive I spent no more than half an hour in the sky with Ember and hardly wasted any time getting up to the surface. If my guess is correct, it seems another 30 minutes went by in the world outside. Time doesn't come to a full halt. It is just incredibly slow. I nod, coming to terms with it, and ducking into an alley before activating stealth, and walk even further away before crushing one of the transport crystals in my hand. Once I make it to the Galeheart Tower, a glint of fear shows in the two lobbymen's eyes as I appear. But thanks to my new increase in mana control, it has become even easier to suppress my intimidation skill's passive trait. The veil of mana shielding I keep around my body at all times is thinner and denser than the one I used before, allowing even level 1 hunters to walk by me as if I am a normal person. This comes as natural to me as walking, and is just a perk I picked up while using my buffs at a constant rate for so long. I walk up to the two men with a smile. I'll be out for a while. If the two women I usually come with teleport in before I leave, could you please tell them I'll meet them at our usual training spot? I have a few errands to run. They both nod willingly, and I waste no time in using the teleport platform to take the usual route back to town to re-enter the city walls like a normal citizen would. Once I re-enter, I load up my wristband with 40 platinum bars. This leaves 350 remaining in my item storage. Even this early in the morning, there are some wandering eyes, and even the two guards outside are pretty surprised at such a high balance for a random visitor they have never seen before. But they don't bother to ask questions. This is one of my favorite things about Valor City. Once I make it inside, I immediately make my way to the Gold District and start window shopping. With golden entrances to dozens of shops, all sporting high ceilings and display cases full of glimmering gems and hunter's gear, this portion of the city certainly knows how to put on a show. Every wall is decked with paintings and hand-sculpted artwork, setting the tone for a specific type of customer. The top items on the main display cases were far too pricey when I first entered this city, but now seem like they're almost free with the budget I am working with. However, I am not here to clear out every store. The real reason I am shopping right now is to buy 2 items good enough to fill up my free slots. Along with that, any stones or gear that look like interesting crafting materials will be perfect. I walk around for about 3 hours ducking in and out of shops. The streets aren't too crowded to begin with, but by the time the sun comes fully up overhead and the time passes about 11 a.m., the shops become overly crowded with people. However, I get exactly what I need from 2 of the highest-end shops in the city. Cloak of Total Darkness, 120% mental strength, 105% agility, 50% perception. Enchanted Lightweight Gauntlets, 125% defense, defense in 90% strength. I put both items on immediately, and their effects take place instantly. I even take off my ring of concealment to see how they both look in a mirror on a shop's wall. However, I still keep my face disguised. The cloak was 3 platinum after haggling down the shopkeeper because it was their most expensive item in the shop. Along with it, I spent an extra 1.5 platinum on dozens of stones, gems, and miscellaneous items, with buffs ranging from 30 to 80% in all categories. Nothing stood out extraordinarily, but there'll be interesting things I can test out using my crafting skill in the future. The cloak makes me feel lighter on my feet and more nimble, and its jet black sleekness matches my other gear very well. The perception increase is a very interesting unique stat boost. It feels similar to adding an additional Greater Demon's Core to just my perception. Or, in simpler terms, activating my all-seeing eye at a very low frequency at all times without using any excess mana. I purchased the gauntlets. From another shop, they were just under 2 platinum in total, and have pretty basic high-level defense and strength-boosting stats. But they are made of a lightweight shiny silver metal that fits over my hands and forearms, so smoothly it feels like I am wearing silk gloves. It even has a form-fitting hidden ability that avoids my rings and allows the gauntlets to fit skin tight, making the jewelry sit outside of the shimmering metal. The urge to blood bond and craft unique attributes into these 2 extremely unique high-grade items is very strong. But if the last 6 months taught me anything, patience is key. I smile at the final shopkeeper after cleaning out his entire miscellaneous section of gems and interesting-looking crafting materials for another 2 full platinum before walking out the door. Buying some of the highest-grade items in the city available for public purchase was actually much easier and far cheaper than I imagined they'd be. I am sure if I used Lith's name or visited the auction at the right time, I could find different items at better prices to suit my taste. But for what I am looking for right now, I got exactly what I needed. I leave the Gold District and make my way into the Platinum Walls. In a matter of minutes, I made my way through the towering skyscrapers and finally find myself near the Black Stone Pyramid. With a smile, I enter, walking past the 2 robed men in the dark entrance hallway without them even batting an eye. Surprisingly, Monk didn't immediately come out to greet me this time. However, he did say to come by the monastery anytime I'd like. I place my hand on the back wall and channel a small amount of chi into my palm without thinking much of it. The door glows much brighter white than it ever did previously, but opens in the same manner. I walk through and make my way down the spiral steps to the main dining hall. Chapter 407. Once I make my way down the steps of the monastery into the main hall, it seems very quiet and much more empty than usual. There are a few people dressed in the familiar orange robes walking around, and some eating meals at the tables, but very few. I make my way toward the usual training room and press my hand on the door to open it. To my surprise, I see Monk with both of his hands raised in the center of the room as I enter. The chi within his body is glowing hotter and flowing faster than I've ever seen it before. Small particles even drip out like a light mist from his fists and create a visible white glow around his forearms and fingers. The moment our eyes make contact, however, the glow ceases and he drops his battle stance while greeting me with a sigh of relief. I didn't recognize your aura. You've changed a lot. As the door closes behind me, I cross my arms and walk over to the table at the back of the room. I reply in a nonchalant manner, "Well, nice to see you too. I tried out some unorthodox training methods." While taking off my useless gear in this mana-negating room, Monk continues to stare at me and responds, "How You raised your cultivation base this drastically in just 24 hours. I turn, once taking off the final gauntlet, facing him in just my casual workout wear. If you have more of those chi pills I can use, I may be able to tell you. I need to do some tests. Until they're done, unfortunately, I need to keep my method a secret. He walks over to the opposite side of the table at the back of the room, then turns and starts sifting through one of the crates with gear in it before taking out a small black box. Once opened up, the bright glow of chi pours out, and he tosses me another pill. That is fine. I'll fund your research if you really believe my disciples and I can replicate it too. Let's spar and see what you can do before I give you any more of these. We may have a lot stocked up, but it is still a finite resource. I catch it and swallow it instantly, bringing my base back up to full, and Monk's eyes widen even more when he sees my true capacity. I respond while raising my hands and channeling chi into them. Sure, let's spar. For the next few minutes, Monk and I increase our ability level bit by bit as we normally do in sparring sessions. Starting off slow, then continuously testing each other's strengths, my movements flow much quicker, and I am more graceful on my feet, having to use less chi to get the same effect as our previous sessions. My eyes are more focused on his footwork and chi flow rather than just blocking punches and sending my own back. I match Monk's speed and power to perfection the faster paced the mock battle becomes. Eventually, we surpass the skill level point at which our last spar took place, but neither of us slows down at all. Our punches become more full with chi, and it even gets to the point where on impact, small particles come flowing out, creating the sensation of two tsunamis crashing against each other and spraying hot energy around the room. Loud cracks echo through the training room, and I even begin to see sweat droplets form on Monk's forehead. Another 15 minutes pass as I begin to near my full strength, and by the looks of it, Monk is nearing his too. Both of our breathing begins to get heavier, and we both become covered in sweat. We both burn through over 10% of our energy stores in just a half-hour session. Excess chi fills the room, much denser than it was when we started, and Monk's usual serious straight face shows signs of a joyful smile. Eventually, we stop and step back from each other, and Monk is the first to bow. I return the gesture out of respect as he begins to speak. You've really managed to start summoning visual chi in just a few days. I thought at your growth rate, it'd still take at least a year, or maybe a few months if you spent some time in our most chi-dense gathering room, but he pauses and looks at me again with a curious gaze. Somehow you've managed to defeat the most powerful opponent in the world, time. At the same moment, the door at the side of the room glows white and opens as Abby and Maria walk in with smiles wide as can be. As I turn my head, Abby is the first to speak up. You missed out on one of the best farming sessions ever. We got all the materials we needed, and even some extras on a higher floor. They both chuckle and begin to take off their gear on the table next to mine, and Maria speaks next. But it is okay that you didn't come along. It seems like your rest healed you up more than fine. They both walk over in more casual clothing, and Abby questions, me with a tighter gaze than usual. Now that I have a better view, you look a little different than before. Stronger, I reply, choosing my words carefully and remembering what I wrote down in my journal about where my conversation with Abby and Maria left off last 6 months ago in my perception of time. Yes, that matchup in the 8th stage gave me some new insight into how strong we're going to need to be. Let's just say I've begun experimenting. Maria jumps in. Oh yeah, you said you'd explain what happened in your match? Let's hear it. With everyone's interest in the room piqued, I shift the conversation toward the matchup last night in the real world's time and recount the events as best I can, from the force field-like energy balls to the flesh-melting soul energy of the Wraith, and some energy from the Red Hydra's buff permanently disintegrating from my stores. I tell them everything. The shocked look on all their faces only grows once I describe the encounter with the Royal Guards, and the fact that the Dark One knows exactly what is going on and doesn't even care. After these bombshells are out of the way, I mention the fact that I am working on a new training method to increase our chi capacities, but still need a bit of time to perfect it. With their attention so focused on the mind-blowing story of the 8th stage, this unfinished method of chi gathering isn't the main attraction. Less questions the better. But I still need support from Monk, so my plan to bring it up again interlocked with a more serious matter worked out very well. To process this information, we all begin sparring again. Maria and Abby start off facing Monk, then both of them face me as well. I keep my chi control much lower, and now I can really understand how much I progressed. What felt like actual dangerous punches from Maria and Crafty, moves from Abby last time, now seem like slow-moving objects, and not even a real threat if I were to be hit. I allow some punches and kicks to get through my defenses to simulate a very close battle, making their training to seem more realistic. But the full-powered attacks that hit me don't hurt at all. They're easily negated by increasing the density and rate of chi naturally flowing through my body in the areas of impact. After this light session, Maria and Abby spar with each other, and Monk and I have another session of very intense fighting on the opposite side of the training room. We all get a very good workout in for the next 4 hours or so, draining our chi stores to low and showering before making our way up to the dining hall to eat and refresh our energy bases. Monk raises the question across from me at the table once we all sit down. So, how many pills are you going to need for your next trial of testing? I reply after taking a bite of food. Well, how many do you have to offer? Chapter 408. Considering we're in the 10-week training season of the year, the monastery allows each individual a maximum of 3 chi pills per week. There are over 30 members just working here, helping with cooking, cleaning, and maintenance, consuming an average of 1 pill every 2 weeks. On top of that, roughly 20 of us do extensive training. Using the full 3-pill max, we run through about 75 pills a week in total. However, in the off-season, we consume little to none, only taking in chi from the gathering rooms. I respond with an eyebrow raised. Oh, so you go through hundreds without much issue on draining your supply? Yes and no. This is only in response to the Dark One's recent changes to the city. There are some exceptions like me. I bring in most of our income, so I am allowed to restore my chi before tournament battles. Plus, some of us sent out on missions away from the city take larger portions of pills along. And, of course, I've made an exception for you 3. Monk bows his head at each of us before continuing. We would be rationing our supply much more heavily if there was no immediate threat. There is only so much stored up in the supply chamber, and we run through them faster than they can be created. We have to think of our future at all times. I nod slowly. But if I helped rid you of this impending threat, cutting into a chunk of your supply wouldn't be the end of the world? Let me do a test with a 2-week supply, 150 pills. It won't go to waste. Staring forward with a confident expression, I eagerly await Monk's response. Considering his explanation of their pill usage, this whole monastery uses up 750 total pills in their training season, and most likely not much more than 1,000 in a given year. I know 150 may be a lot to gift to a random person who showed up this week, but going back into that Titan's domain just to raise my base by 10 pills worth of chi doesn't seem worth another 6 months of perceived time. Monk responds with little to no hesitation in his voice. This is fine. It seems like a good investment. I'll retrieve them after our meal. Then, he takes another bite as I grin. Excellent. That was easy. Our meal finishes, and the conversation is mostly a few questions about what my chi gathering technique is. But I deflect it multiple times to say, it is a work in progress before the topic switches to the items Maria and Abby farmed, and both of their advancements to level 645. Once Monk gets up to retrieve the pills, Maria turns to me and speaks in a low tone so no one can hear. We should stop by the restaurant in the Gold District before we go to the fighting ring tonight. I want to craft some new items with our loot. I agree to the idea, but break the news that I'd like to go experiment more with chi gathering while they fight in the arena. Monk overhears the end of our conversation as he returns with a large metallic rectangular box in hand. Well, we have about an hour and a half until the matches begin. If you don't show tonight, it may build your fighter hype even further. Just leaving without a word of goodbye after a record-breaking match like that is a good marketing stunt. Higher-ups in the Platinum District will surely be curious where you've gone, and many fans will be waiting for your return. I shrug. I'll be back to give them a real show once I am ready. After I accept the large metallic box and place it under my robe, Maria, Abby, and I head out of the monastery as Monk waves us goodbye. Update me on your process as soon as possible. I'd like to see those pills go to good use. He turns to the girls, and I'll see you in the ring tonight. In full disguise, we walk through the Platinum District together and into the Gold to greet Ellen in the empty restaurant. The young white-haired woman greets us with a smile. A fully sealed room for just an hour. Right this way. We have the same one from last time ready for you. After transferring 5 gold credits through my wristband, we're brought upstairs and down the hall to walk through 2 heavy-duty mana-shielded doors before all sprawling out on the large, comfortable couch in the middle of the suite. We all take off our concealment items and disguises. Then Abby is the first to speak. So I was thinking a new pair of boots, a dagger set, and maybe a ring too. I am looking to upgrade my speed and agility stats even further. Over a dozen crimson speed crystals come pouring out of her item box as her eyes sparkle with possibilities. I activate my Rising Emperor's domain to share my craftsmanship skill with both my teammates, while Maria reaches into her item box too. Once she opens the concealment case, the gems that glow bright before my eyes aren't exactly what I was expecting. There are 10 royal blue ice stones pouring light white and blue mist from them, but next to these, I see 4 clear-colored stones that push wisps of air in miniature tornadoes. Wind stones, too? Is this what you meant by the extra item drops on the 29th floor? They both let out a chuckle, while Maria responds, confirming my suspicions. Yeah, these are for you. I know your dagger set could use them. There are these giant white bird creatures with intense wind magic on the 29th floor. They're really strong, but Abby and I managed to kill a few. Their element stone drop rate is very high, close to 20%. My eyes widen as I accept the 4 stones. Then heard the leftover ice stones in my item storage I was holding prior and think of the possibilities of a drop rate that high with these new wind stones. While I do, each of their blue status windows pop up as they scroll through the crafting options on their new borrowed mythic grade skill. I begin taking out some of the items from my storage and look at what new upgrades I can do to my gear too. I tell Abby and Maria to feel free to use any of the miscellaneous items I purchased from the shops if it helps with their crafts. We get to work. I merge 3 of the element stones into my dagger set, and their buffs raised drastically. Underscore, 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 score, underscore the Wind Tyrant's dagger set Wind Aspect, 137% strength, 120% agility, 118% mental strength Septi, the Wind Tyrant's dagger set Advanced Wind, as Pect, 159% strength, 141% agility, 140% mental strength, 120% speed, 120% defense ins underscore, 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 way. Underscore, 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 seeing the new advanced wind aspect perk on my set makes my anticipation to check out this 29th floor for myself grow. I'll finally be able to upgrade my own wind summoning skill. After admiring my dagger set for a moment, I move on and begin to upgrade some of my lower-rated gear items. Their stats can easily rival my newer gear by imbuing them with the buffing stones I bought in the market. Earlier, along with attempting to imbue skills into gear too, I imbue a few defense items into the Behemoth's Platinum Amulet, as well as my Berserker skill, underscore, 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 under Score underscore 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 the behemoth's platinum amulet. 11% defense. The behemoth's platinum amulet. New 141% defense. 125% strength. 125% mental strength. Underscore underscore under. Hat. Way. Hat. Core underscore 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 core underscore 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 I imbue a few defense items into the platinum ring of the Blue Ogre King, as well as my bloodlust skill. Underscore 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 under score underscore 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 platinum ring of the Blue Ogre King 100% mental strength 2B platinum ring of the Blue Ogre King 131% mental strength 125% speed 125% agility I 110% defenses underscore 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 score underscore 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 next. I turn to my new pair of gauntlets and decide not to imbue any items into them just yet. However, I do imbue my body hardening skill into them, and there is a drastic change. They become much shinier and harder to the touch. Some stats boost as well. Underscore, 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 under. Score underscore 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 enchanted lightweight gauntlets. And 125% defense. And 90% strengths. Enchanted lightweight gauntlets. And 65% defense. And 120% strength hardening attribute. Underscore. Under. Underscore. Underscore. Underscore 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 under score underscore 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 underscore. Then lastly, I look down at my cloak and take out the item I've been most curious about since I got it. Wraith's Essence Stone, 155% mental strength hidden passive ability. I merge this clear marble with swirling black energy inside it with Cloak of Total Darkness, 120% mental strengths, 105% agility, 50% perception. Then, imbue my conceal skill. The result looks and feels eerily familiar to the veil of manifested darkness that was around the wraith I fought in my 8th stage match. However, I am in full control, and it feels like pure power is swirling around me. My cloak is made of dark black, dense energy that flutters in the wind, but there isn't even a breeze in the room. Underscore 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 under score underscore 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 cloak of total darkness. 1979% mental strength, 1955% agility, 75% perception, hidden passive ability concealment attribute, underscore, 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 under. Score underscore 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 score underscore underscore at just the thought of it. I activate the concealment attribute, and the cloak shifts into the form it was before I merged it with the Wraith's Essence Stone. Then I think of a different outfit, and it switches instantly, looking just like the red cloak that burned up in my match. Finally, my cloak engulfs my whole body and shapeshifts into the suit and business wear that my concealment ring used to create. I release the skill and let it fall back to its original dark black flowing form and can't help but grin. Now that is a serious piece of gear. Abby and Maria stopped what they were doing moments ago and already watched my entire shape-shifting performance. But I was too mesmerized in my crafts to care that they were watching. Maria walks over with a bright blue armor set in hand, also gripping a glistening white sword, and some blood dripping from her hands showing that she must have made some blood bonds with her gear. All set. My ice magic is going to be unstoppable with gear like this. I nod with a smile, seeing stats on some of her gear surpass plus 150% buffs. Very nice. Abby has 2 black blood-bonded daggers of her own. In her hands, imbued with her own earth magic skill, the boots she was already wearing now are maxed out with crimson speed crystal imbuement. And sitting on a nearby table there are 3 horsepower potions that glow much brighter green than anything I've ever seen before. While using my appraisal skill, I see what they say, but do a double take to make sure. Full restore potion, full restore potion, full restore potion. She speaks up when she sees me looking at her creations. Oh yeah, I made those out of curiosity. I just imbued my restore skill into a normal HP potion. I am not sure how well they actually work or how potent they are, but I can only assume it is nothing like normal healing potions. I nod while walking closer, attempting to examine the items with my all-seeing eye. However, nothing other than the restore skill will be activated on the user if this potion is consumed, shows up. Abby gives me 2 to test out in training, then hands the other to Maria to keep on hand in case of an emergency. I thank her, placing it in my storage, very eager to try it out too. But see a portion of my crafting skills description, while my all-seeing eye is still activated and can't help but continue to read it. Underscore, 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 underscore. The 4th tier of craftsmanship, mythic grade, allows the crafter to mend, adjust, and create magic items with additional stat points in all categories. It also grants the caster the ability to convert these stat point categories into percentage-based buffs. The caster is capable of bonding element stones to items making unique growth-type weapons to be solely paired with the user, in addition to outside materials. The caster is able to imbue copies of any skills or properties they own or make contact with. Underscore, 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 underscore. I read the last 3 words of this description over and over to make sure I am seeing things correctly. The potential to use another mythic grade skill in a very creative way crosses my mind. Underscore, 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 post chapter note, underscore, 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 underscore 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 updated inventory underscore 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 re underscore 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 items 12 slots avenue Available post. Rank up current items equipped. Platinum Amulet of Frost. 137% mental strength. C90% ice magic strength. The Behemoth's Platinum Amulet. 141% defense. Defense 125% strength. 125% mental strength. Enchanted Boots of Extreme Speed. 152% speed. Enchanted Ice Serpent's Pendant. 110% agility. ET 75% magic resistance. EC 95% ice magic resistance. Platinum Ring of the Blue Ogre King. Ay, wait. 131% mental strength. 125% speed. 125% agility. 110% defense. The Flame Emperor's Sword Advanced Fire Aspect. 205% strength. 166% mental strength. 109% defense. 109% defense, 10% speed, 111% agility berserker, King's Armor Set, Blood Bonded, 148% defense, Cloak of Total Darkness, 179% mental strength, 155% agility, 75% perception, hidden passive ability. Con, Sealment Attribute, Enchanted Lightweight Gauntlets, 100% D5% defense, 120% Strength Hardening Attribute, Greater Demon's Core, 50% All Stats Archdemon's Core, 100% All Stats Final Slot, 12 T8s. I Ting Chang Wanj. Interchangeable. The Wind Tyrant's Dagger Set, Advanced Wind Aspect, 159% Strength, 141% Agility, 140% Mental Strength, 120% Speed, 120% Speed. 120% defense. Midnight Dagger underscore underscore. Re underscore 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 underscore. Chapter 409. I turn to Abby. Hey, can I try something? I want to test one of the perks of my craftsmanship skill. She nods as I reach into my item storage and pull out an old C-grade HP potion of my own. I take off my gauntlets, then place a hand on her shoulder. I scroll through my list of skills available to imbue into the HP potion with my mind. But nothing new shows up. With a look of dissatisfaction on my face, I move my hand down and eventually hit her smooth skin right below her shirt line. The moment a warm sensation hits my fingertips, a new blue text box fills my vision. Restore Legendary Grade. I immediately choose it and a white light flashes in my opposite hand, transforming the HP potion into the same full restore potion that Abby made moments ago. I release contact and hold the glass bottle glowing with bright green liquid in both hands. My appraisal skill proves it worked. Full restore potion. Now I am onto something. I toss the glass bottle up and down in my hand a few times before Abby replies. So it worked? I nod in response. Yeah, looks like it worked. I'll try out these potions if I get the chance. I am curious what they can do too. We relax and chill around the hotel suite for another 15 minutes or so. Abby and Maria upgrade and imbue some of their other gear and armor with my stat-enhancing buffs like Extreme Speed, Bloodlust, and Berserker. Then, we all continue tinkering with the magic items remaining from my haul at the market today. and clear out all the complimentary foods and drinks in the hotel room before finally leaving because it is getting late. Maria and Abby head off to the fight arena, while I leave town cashing out my remaining 31 platinum balance and some change before using the transport crystal to find myself back in the Galehart Tower lobby. As I make my way to the elevator, one of the lobby men speaks up. "Sir, you just missed Mr. Galehart on his way out. He should be back in by late tonight if you are available. We just got news that 2 of your teammates got back from Sector 2 with information on its general state and functions." I turn my head with both eyebrows raised at this news. They made it back. "Can I see them?" The lobby man points to the elevator with a nod. "They got in just about an hour ago, breathing heavy, and both of them were covered in dirt and grime from head to toe. It looked like they hadn't slept in days and just left a long battle." He pauses for a second, and I look at him with a confused gaze before he continues. "Last I heard, they went to clean up in the lounge area and use the isolation pods. I am not sure how long they went in for. However, I do know Mr. Galehart wanted them to attend whatever meeting you are having with him tonight." I nod, thanking the man and pondering all the possibilities of what could really be in Sector 2, and how this could derail the conditions I already planned to lay out to Lith in our meeting. Fisher and Lydia were gone for well over a week. Whatever they were doing must have been extensive. Once I board the elevator and check on the isolation pod room to see 2 of the pods glowing bright with text above both of them. 5 hours 14 minutes and 39 seconds. 5 hours 13 minutes and 20 seconds. I whisper under my breath, staring forward. 5 more hours, huh? That should be more than enough time. I wonder what you 2 found in Sector 2? With a shrug, I turn back around and walk into the elevator, taking it down to the dungeon access room and hopping into the Red Ogre dungeon. I immediately walk back into the Vice City, Labyrinth's 28th floor, and defeat the Crimson Speed demon boss without breaking a sweat. Even the base level monsters in this dungeon were pretty quick the last time I fought them, but with all my new gear upgrades and mana control far over double what it was the last time I faced this floor, these creatures are nowhere near my level. They feel as if they're the same low-level mobs of non-ranked up creatures. It is hard to even tell the difference. I am spawned into the 29th floor and start exploring the mountainous forest region with thick, dark green lush trees. Just as Maria said, a white bird with sharp, focused eyes and a wingspan over 7 meters wide comes dive-bombing in to attack me. It looks like an overgrown hawk, bleached pearly white, blending in with the artificial sun's light rays as it comes closer to the ground where I stand. Extremely visible wisps of advanced wind magic trail its flight path, but I swing my sword upward, filled with chi, and easily slice it in 2 without activating any of my enhancing buffs. Use absorption skill, combat magic, wind summoning upgrade, advanced grade yes. No, I accept the skill upgrade and push myself off the ground into the sky using a massive gust of new and improved wind magic. The ground below my feet is ripped to shreds by its powerful gusts, and I am propelled into the air over 10 times faster and more efficiently than I did the last time I used my wind magic. It is hard to tell if it is mostly from my mana control increase or my skill upgrade, but it is clear to say I've gotten immensely stronger. With a single wind-powered kick, I change direction and start soaring through the dungeon's clear blue skies to slice through another dozen white-winged birds. Just as my teammates said, 2 of them drop windstones, making me a tad unlucky for the 20% drop rate that was promised. But I did gain 1 level in the process. Level up. This brings me to level 645. After the leveling notification rings in my head and I throw the loot into my item storage, I stop and look around the 29th floor before letting out a sigh. All right, that was fun, but staying here any longer is not a good use of my time. I teleport back to the Great Plains dungeon, high up above the cloud line to a teleport point I set while Ember was flying up in the sky. Using a few air steps to hover in place, I open up my storage and let Ember fly out too. He flaps his wings and begins to glide while looking around. Back so soon. What is on the agenda today? You don't seem any stronger, but I like the new cloak. It has an interesting aura. Thanks, I just made it. Today, we're going to run a few tests. I do a scan of the dungeon. with my perception skills to find only one blotch on my radar. I dungeon walk both of us closer and point in the direction of the back of the dungeon as Ember flies us closer. Once in range, the slowly moving mass of black energy wanders around the back of the dungeon, further than I've ever traveled in the Great Plains before. Ember speaks up as we approach. "The rift is coming up, less than a kilometer in. We should probably get to work before it closes." I can sense it is a lot more unstable than the last time I checked on it. I respond as we soar over the Titan so high in the air we're undetected. "When was the last time you checked? How do you know the rift is unstable?" With a flap of his wings, we begin to descend. "Last time I checked was when you needed me to farm strengthening fragments for that association quest." "So, before you even left for the Dark Continent." I nod, thinking back to then as he continues. "There were sometimes close to a dozen void creepers wandering these great plains at a time back then. We really overhunted them. The fact that there is only one left in the entire dungeon means they'll surely be moving their rift point soon." The rift Ember was talking about comes into view. It is eerily similar to the demonic rift I challenged not too long ago. A large tear in space, making an elongated diamond shape, raised a few centimeters off the ground. It is jet black and stands over 20 meters tall, making it almost 5 times as large as the demonic rift I challenged before. The aura it gives off is extremely dense with mana, similar to just staring into the void of a Titan's domain. However, it doesn't seep out. I can only sense that the energy is inside. Ember speaks again. "Believe it or not, void creepers' rifts are usually even bigger than this. I can tell it has been shrinking slowly for weeks." I turn around in the direction of the wandering Titan, then back to Ember. "So, if we were to defeat that one, would that be it? The last one?" Ember stares into the void for a moment before responding. "Maybe. Another few may still spawn, but we're getting to the end of the rope here. It wouldn't hurt to treat that one as your last chance in this spot. Rifts are very different than dungeons. There is never a guarantee that they'll be where you left them if you don't have a rift key." I raise an eyebrow. "Like the one I got from the demonic rift? What do you mean? How are they different than dungeons?" "Sure, similar to the key you obtained from that demonic trial. Rifts are like stepping stones between worlds. Dungeons, on the other hand, are self-contained pocket worlds that have specific rules and need a predetermined amount of energy to maintain their form." I nod, thinking to myself. "So what you are saying is that rift leads to another world?" "Of course. So did the demonic rift you traveled through last time. We were fighting a trial set up in the demonic realm, or better known as the world of demons. Humans and demons have similar anatomy and biological needs. So, it is a happy coincidence our species can survive on each other's worlds. The Void Creeper's home world, on the other hand, is not inhabitable by humans. So, I would not recommend we go through for any reason. If that rift closes, there may be no way to return." There is a pause of silence as I take in and process the information Ember just dropped on me out of nowhere. "Got it." Ember nods and goes back to looking around the dungeon like he didn't say anything too out of the ordinary. But my mind begins to do backflips. If rifts are pathways to other worlds, and dungeons are just pocket realms, or predetermined constructs like Ember says, this puts everything into a different perspective for me. I speak again after a few more seconds go by. "So a dungeon can break when too much mana is present inside it, letting monsters out, right?" Ember nods. "Right." "Then, could a dungeon break if there was too little mana in it as well? You often mention you could collapse a dungeon or entire labyrinths by plundering its mana. Is that similar to what you do when collapsing a Titan's domain?" Ember grins and nods again. "Yes, very similar. Like I said before, dungeons are just masses of highly condensed mana with predetermined rules or settings. When portions of a dungeon are destroyed, they always heal back up if you give them enough time. I remember all the tests I did in the Vice City Labyrinth dungeons when Fisher was training me, testing this theory for myself." Ember continues. "So, if the predetermined energy levels of a dungeon get too high, it will break and spill out monsters made of mana. If it gets too low, it may downgrade to a lower level dungeon. However, If the mana content gets drained too quickly, it may collapse and disperse into the atmosphere like it was never there to begin with. I whisper under my breath. So a dungeon and the Titan's domain work in very similar ways. Ember nods as he sees a spark of creativity flaring up in my eyes. Sure, they have similar structural qualities. Good. I take off my right gauntlet and place my bare hand on Ember's smooth black scales while air stepping up to sit on his back. Let's move away from this rift. He flaps his wings, and we make our way up into the sky as I begin taking random items out from my item storage and activate my crafting skill. At the bottom of my skill list, available to imbue, I see Plunderer, Mythic Grade. It is time to do some testing. Chapter 410. I begin holding random items in my storage with my left hand while keeping contact with my right hand on Ember's scales, attempting to imbue the Mythic Grade Plunderer skill into them. But I am not getting the results I imagined I would. Some of my failed crafts sit on my lap as I appraise them, and use my all-seeing eye to check their abilities. Underscore, 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 high orc ring. 70% mental strength plunderer attribute. All enemies below the user's mana control rating will lose 5% of their MP every time the caster makes contact with the target. The caster will gain 100% of their lost MP. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore, 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 another one, reads out a similar ability. Underscore, 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 enchanted dagger set, 90% agility, 65% speed, plunderer attribute. All enemies will lose 1% of their MP no matter the mana control difference each time they have blood drawn by this dagger. The caster will gain 100% of their lost MP. Underscore, 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 then, lastly, I even try to imbue it into a random item that can't be worn, and it transforms into a wearable necklace. Underscore, 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 enchanted lizardman's claw pendant, 55% mental strength, plunderer attribute, cursed item created. The holder of this item will lose 1% of their remaining MP every minute. If the item holder hits 10% of their original max MP with this cursed item still on their person, even if MP is restored, and the item is removed, the item effects will not leave the user's status. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore. I hold the green claw in my hand, examining it closely, and feel a trace amount of my mana seep through my fingertips into the item. A new text box shows up in my status under a new section labeled Debuffs with a -1% MP per minute labeling. My eyes widen and I throw the item into my item storage. The debuff disappears and no more mana drains from me? I let out a relieved sigh and can't help but to smile inwardly as I continue sifting through items to try. I murmur to myself as I imbue more miscellaneous gear with the mythic Plunderer skill. A cursed item, huh? This is not what I initially thought the items created would be when I imagined imbuing a mythic grade skill into them. They are very unique, and unlike any items I've ever seen before. But none of them allow me to use Plunderer at its full capacity, like I imagined they would. It must be the quality of the crafting items. With a disappointed expression, I start placing every item back into my storage. Upgrading from no grade to special grade costs 50 PP, and upgrading from special grade to legendary grade costs 250 PP. The jump from legendary grade to mythic grade is another 1000 PP, with 1 PP being distributed for every level up. This means a hunter would need to be level 1300 to obtain a mythic grade skill naturally. This is a skill for A-class hunters only. Using high-grade D and C-grade items as crafting materials will not bring out the skill's full potential. I need something extremely rare and high-grade to mix things up. Something equivalent to a B-grade rating at minimum. While sifting through my storage to try and find something worthy to interact with, my attention finally comes toward one of the element stones I recently harvested from the 29th floor. I pull it out of my storage and use telekinesis to let it hover above my left hand. Violent waves of wind magic spiral out of it. But once my crafting skill activates and the option to imbue it with Plunderer is shown, I select yes with curiosity. A bright white light flashes, and the wisps of wind around the stone only grow larger. In an instant, tornadoes of energy erupt from the stone, and I feel my MP get drained down to under 50% almost instantly. Out of pure instinctual reflexes, my left arm fills with chi and I grab the stone out of the air, throwing it downward toward the dungeon floor. Even Ember reacts to the huge disturbance in energy, opening our telepathy link as I recharge my MP from the surrounding dungeon air, while the tornado-filled stone plummets to the ground. That is a dangerous item you've created. I don't believe you want it touching the dungeon floor, I respond, as Ember flaps his wings to bring us upward for a moment. Then he dives downward to follow the falling stone. My eyes sharpen on the stone, using appraisal and my all-seeing eye. Underscore, 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 advanced wind element stone, Plunderer attribute, cursed item created. This element stone has the fighting spirit of its past life monster to guide its actions. It will plunder mana from its surroundings at an exponential rate if the influx of mana from its environment ceases to please its needs, or the item's maximum storage capacity is met before all mana in the surrounding area is consumed. This item's structural integrity will collapse. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore. You are right. Not good. In the blink of an eye, Ember soars through the air and gets us closer to the bright white stone. The closer I get to it, the faster I feel my mana being drained again. I activate my own Plunderer skill to try and counteract its pull, but my MP bar barely manages to stay over 20%, even while all my buffs are activated to help my skill's efficiency. This is more than enough for me to open up an item storage portal underneath the falling stone, and its volatile absorption, mixed with swirling energy ceases once it falls inside. I let out a sigh as Ember swoops upward and lets out a laugh. You made a cursed item with my mythic grade plunderer skill, didn't you? I nod, thinking very deeply to myself about the item's description as he glides high into the sky again back to the cloud level we were at before. Yes, it seems I made exactly what I was trying to, just not in the form I thought it would take. This could be what is needed to collapse a Titan's domain, right? Ember replies. Maybe. By nature, cursed items are unpredictable. It is what occurs when powers that shouldn't be mixed are forced together. Whether the strength between an attribute and the material are unique and different, or possibly the quality gap between the material and skill being imbued are too far apart. Cursed or uncontrollable items with minds of their own will appear when an item that is not supposed to be crafted comes into this world. The wind flies by us on both sides as Ember breaks through the cloud line again and continues. Some curses are more mild than others, but a cursed item is still a cursed item. It is no joke. I recommend you test that stone out on something before attempting to collapse a Titan's domain. It'd be smart to test it and watch from afar to make sure there aren't any hidden traps. I cross my arms and stay quiet for a moment, then finally reply, All right then. What dungeon should we collapse as a trial run? Chapter 411. I lightly activate my Dungeon Walker skill to sift through all the possible warp points I have in mind, but none of them seem like good options. The ones out in the desert of the Dark Continent are way too far away from civilization, and the ones near dungeon hubs are too close to towns and have too many people currently farming in them. I want to test this cursed item out on an abandoned dungeon and not unnecessarily hurt anyone or be seen by prying eyes in the process. I search a little further, then decide there is probably a faster way to find an uninhabited dungeon around here. If anyone would know where to find one, it'd be Bree. Hey, Ember, I think I know where I'll find a good dungeon to test it. He responds as I open my item storage to let him fly inside. The stronger the dungeon, the better. Weak ones will not be comparable to the Titan's domain in mana output in the slightest. As he disappears, I nod, teleporting back to one of the dungeons in the underground dungeon hub Bree showed me in the black market. Activating stealth, I hop out and make my way through the dark underground markets below Vice City. It only takes me a few minutes to speed walk through using enemy detection to pinpoint Bree's level 488 status with light magic and a crafting skill. Dungeon walking directly here from now on for future meetings with Bry will be a bit quicker than using the capital's dungeon hub, and probably a bit less risky too. If someone with high enough perception skills can see me through my stealth skill, it is better they see me down here than up walking through the city. Another minute passes, and I make it to the set of heavy metal doors and stairs that lead up to the workshop. There is a tall, blonde-haired guard out front with lightweight armor and daggers on his waist. To make sure I don't make a fuss, I shift my face and appearance using my conceal skill and the concealment attribute of my new cloak to look just like a generic businessman in a black suit and tie before confronting him, with a doctored status to look like a random level 440 hunter with a swordsmanship skill. I reach into my pocket and take out a few brightly glowing items from my storage, along with a handful of platinum bars. I am an old friend of Bree's. I have a few items I want her to look at, and I am on quite the tight schedule. The guard is over 200 levels lower than my own doctored status, and I made sure to show off enough riches that he wouldn't think twice about letting me through. It is not like I couldn't force my way past, but I'd like to be civil this time around. He opens the metal door and leads me up to the first floor of the brick building without questioning my actions. It is clear he knows I am far stronger than him as well, but I made sure to make myself look weaker than Bry to make him feel more comfortable with letting me up into her office. A few heads turn from the workers on the bottom floor, but once they see the guard escorting me up the stairs, they go right back to their usual tasks. Bernard on the middle floor looks up from a new book, but goes back to reading when he sees the guard as well. The large blonde tank goes back down to continue his guard duty while I step into Bry's dark office on the top floor, knocking on the wall as I enter and deactivating my concealment skills. The lighting in the room brightens and the curvy craftswoman stands from her desk in a brand new jet black skin-tight outfit. Her gear today gives off a strong mana-shielding glow and the 2 daggers on her waist hum lightly with energy as well. I either caught her off guard last time I stopped by, or she got a major wardrobe upgrade. As I approach, Bree's voice echoes through the room. Back so soon? I am glad you decided to knock this time. I activate my hush skill before responding, encompassing her whole study just to make sure our words are confidential. Bree continues, asking another question once the gray dome surrounds us. Do you have more important information on our deal? I shake my head. No, I think it will be a bit longer before I have any information pertaining to the trade and crafting agreement. The reason I stopped by now is that I need a favor. She smiles and steps around from the back of her desk to meet me eye to eye in the middle of the room. With her high heels on, she is even taller than me by a few centimeters. Oh yeah, what kind of favor? I pause for a second before answering. I need access to an abandoned dungeon, or at least one with no people allowed inside, preferably high C grade or even B grade if possible. And it needs to be far away from the city with no humans nearby. She looks at me curiously, then nods and turns around to walk back over to her desk and sift through a few papers. Without turning around, she responds, I know of one just perfect for you, 20 kilometers or so outside the city. However, if you don't mind me asking, what is this for? You need to do some last-minute training. I shake my head and respond as she pulls a paper out of the pile. No, I have the labyrinth for training if I need. I just need to test out a dangerous item I came across recently. It would be best if there aren't any witnesses or innocents nearby in case something goes wrong. I see no point in hiding what I am doing. We will be close business partners in the near future, so it is best to come clean if I am already asking for favors. As she turns with the paper in hand, I see the craftswoman's eyes light up. I can tell she is thinking of more than just my mention of a dangerous magic item. Bree raises a corner of her lip into a smirk, tightening her eyes on my own before responding. I'll show you exactly where you can find a dungeon to do whatever test you need to do. But, did you just say you have labyrinth access? My eyes leave hers and track to the paper in her hand. The edges of it flop over, and I can see it is a map of a forest region. Great. And, yes, I can get into the labyrinth undetected to train. This dungeon access is strictly to test the item out. It may actually collapse the entire dungeon, so make sure you are giving me a location that you won't miss. I let out a chuckle, but Bree's eyes widen in response. An item that can collapse a high-grade dungeon? An unregistered access into the Vice City labyrinth? There is a moment of silence in the room as I nod, and she walks closer with the paper outstretched in her hand. However, the moment I accept it, she doesn't let go immediately. In return, could I ask 2 favors of you? One to pay me back, and another so that I owe you one. I nod with a thin smile still on my face. Depends what it is, but I don't see why not. I am sure they will be reasonable. She releases her grip of the map and continues. Firstly, I'd like to go with you to see you use this mystery item and witness what you say it might do. And second, if you have access to the labyrinth, could you get me inside? I've been dying for a chance to finally reach level 500 and rank up. Chapter 412. I ponder the 2 favors Bri just asked me for, considering their true meaning. Asking to see the mystery item I have seems like common sense for a legendary craftswoman. She is definitely curious about what kind of item is powerful enough to collapse a dungeon on its own. Her request to enter the labyrinth and rank up, on the other hand, seems to have some hidden meaning behind it. It isn't a mere coincidence Bri is wearing far superior gear today than at our last meeting, and the fact that her eyes immediately perked up the moment I said I had access to the labyrinth adds to my curiosity. Bri speaks up again before I have the chance to respond. If I am going to be working in the big leagues of the international trade scene, I'm going to need to level up and pull my weight. I smile as my suspicions were correct, and she continues. My mana control is on par with some of the elites in the association, and rivals many ranked-up hunters. I nod, thinking back to our last meeting how she somehow sensed me using my legendary stealth skill while being ranked up in 150 levels above her. Considering that ranking up over doubles a hunter's mana control in seconds, and usually grants them a unique buff, Bri could be an even more formidable opponent than I imagined. True, your mana control is impressive for not being over level 500. It is from the years of light magic usage and consumption of mana consumables whenever they come by in the local market. I have to stay on my toes to stay stronger than the other black market crooks in this city, but I've never had the chance to get much stronger. Considering my black market position and the association's knowledge of it, I can't get clearance to enter the labyrinth and rank up. So my little stunt before our last meeting gave you some perspective. She nods. I need to get stronger. It is about time. I smile and reply, sure. Guide me to the dungeon so we can do my item test. Then I'll bring you to the labyrinth right after. We shake hands, and I turn to leave. But she stops me mid-stride. Hold on a minute. I have to get all my gear and supplies ready. It should take over 2 days to make it up to a floor with ranked-up monsters, right? And you are sure the 20th floor boss room isn't in its 7-day cooldown period? I laugh and wave my hand for her to follow. Just grab whatever you'll need for a single short hunting session. I know a way to bypass the bottom floors and bring us directly to where you need to be. Don't worry about it. She looks shocked for a split second, but shrugs it off. The surprises never end when you are around, do they? I shake my head. Oh, I am sure they won't. I have a lot to fill you in on, and I am hoping I could learn a thing or two from you about crafting in the near future as well. Of course. I'd be happy to answer any questions you have. I turn to wait by the stairs while holding the map she gave me of a dense green forest, showing a small black X labeled Green Ridge Lookout Dungeon. There are no other markings on the map, and a few trails that lead to it. Bree gears up even more, throwing on a few extremely high-grade rings and necklaces, even putting on a matte black tight-fitting breastplate with an extremely high defense stat. More of her exposed skin is covered, and she even wears a pair of black combat boots for better agility and speed. She is fully decked out with 10 full slots of plus 100% multi-stat boosting, items along with some element imbued gear as well. One of the items is a pair of gold-colored contact lenses that once she places on her eyes, her entire face shifts to an unrelated person. However, using my extremely high mana control and perception on full blast, I am able to see through it, and she looks no different to me. She walks across the room and passes right beside me down the stairs. Follow me, I'll lead the way. I activate Conceal and make my cloak shift back into its business attire form. Then follow right after her, deactivating my Hush skill. As we pass Bernard on the second floor, Bry speaks up. I'll be out on business for a while, close up the shop once it gets late if I am not back in time. He looks up from his book, stands from his chair, and bows slightly. Of course, Miss Brianna, have a good night. Then we leave through the front door moments later and walk to the outer edge of the city in the direction that I remember taking my C-class exams. As we step onto the dirt trail out of the city into the forest, I ask a question. Are there a lot of dungeons like this out here? This forest is where that labyrinth was in my last exams. Bree nods while she picks up the pace. A lot of dungeons pop up all over the outer regions of the city. Of course, not as concentrated in areas of high population skill users, but there is always overflow. I match her speed, and the lush green trees by our sides start to zip by in the blink of an eye, and no one guards or monitors them. They're just abandoned out here. The craftswoman reaches her top speed, and we stay at the same pace, zipping through the forest as the sun begins to set. Some lower-level ones are left unguarded, but they're always patrolled by the association. Some are even farmed exclusively for their rare materials. The one we're headed to is a high C-grade dungeon. Anything over a high D grade rating always has armed guards watching, in case of a break that needs to be dealt with or reported. We run through the forest further until Bry points to a tall mountain in the distance. It reaches up into the sky almost 2 kilometers high, and is fully covered in dark green trees. With my excellent eyesight and increased perception, I can see a closer-up view even from far away. Near the top, there is a huge 100-meter stone cliff wall drop-off with a natural flat overlook above it. If one were to stand on top of that cliff, they'd get a view of the entire valley we're running through right now. That is it. The dungeon is right on top of that ridge. I activate a gust of wind magic beneath my feet and turn to Bree. How about we take a shortcut? In the same moment, I see the bottom of her boots light up with a white glow, and wisps of her own wind magic come out. We're both propelled into the air at the same moment and begin walking through the sky and up toward the top of the mountain. Element-imbued boots to fly. Interesting craft. I didn't know a hunter without the same skill as the element-imbued item could wield it. Not usually, but if blood bonded and the user has high enough mana control to overpower the fighting spirit of the original slain monster, it's possible. Even same element imbued items can be tricky. I am sure you remember the deadly nature of your sword before you got strong enough to control it. Yes, I remember. That makes sense. I activate my all-seeing eye as well as my enemy detection skill and sense the swirling blue dungeon portal right atop the ridge, like Bree said. However, I sense two other readings up there as well. I whisper under my breath as we fly through the sky at a constant rate. You were right, it is guarded. We have what seem to be two elites, or at least two guards that are nearing the elite status. A level 424 and a level 439. They're strong, but sneaking past them shouldn't be an issue. She agrees as we change trajectories and curve our upward motion around the mountain's backside. Bry activates her light magic in a shimmering wall in front of her, and I activate my stealth skill as we finally land on the opposite side of the mountain's ridge. The wall of magic Bry conjures distorts the light in front of her, making anyone of lower mana control looking straight at her believe there is nothing there at all. She is able to make multiple light magic walls in a cube formation to be invisible from all angles. My stealth skill makes me completely undetectable too, as we both slowly walk into the clearing that opens up to the view atop the valley. The sun begins to fall below the horizon, and the lights of the city are visible in the distance, as the entire valley below the mountain is covered in the remnants of the golden sun's glow. On the other side of the clearing, the blue spinning mass of energy is visible with two armored guards standing on either side. They look tired and bored, but don't move from their posts about 5 meters away from the dungeon portal. One guard has a legendary grade extreme strength skill, while the other has an advanced fire magic skill. They either got very lucky to awaken upgraded skills, or they're very well situated with the association, to the point where they would give them upgrade crystals. My money is on the latter. It doesn't matter though. Bree and I slowly walk right past both of them, and neither bats an eye as we walk straight into the swirling portal. The bright blue sky, beating hot sun, and yellow sandy desert floor hit my senses as we're spawned into the dungeon. Bry lets out a laugh as our feet hit the sandy floor with a light thud. I haven't done anything like this in quite a while. It feels nice to get out of that workshop. I nod, deactivating my stealth skill and replying with a chuckle of my own. Glad you are having fun already, but the real show is about to begin. My gaze spreads across the rolling sandy hills, and in the distance, rock formations arise from the desert floor. What kind of dungeon is this? We walk further in, and Bree responds, "A sand golem dungeon!" If my memory is correct, they spawn in around level 360 to 380. The boss sometimes passes level 400. These monsters are great for training association grunts that want to give their try at being elites one day, but it is hardly used anymore because most golems don't drop any loot other than mana crystals. I nod, using enemy detection to see a few of the sand golems Bry was talking about, in my mind's eye using the skill's new legendary grade perk. I see. This dungeon should be a great trial run. Let's get deeper inside. I don't want the exit portal to be harmed by my test. We air step upward and get much deeper into the dungeon, soaring high enough to avoid all pointless mob fights before I finally stop in midair. We hover about 30 meters off the ground with endless hills of sand and rock on all sides. Bree speaks up. I've waited long enough. The anticipation is killing me. Let's see this magic item you claim can actually collapse a dungeon. I do a final scan of the dungeon to make sure no humans are inside other than us, then activate my item storage skill. I think I've waited long enough too. I'll take it out right now. Chapter 4, 13. A large white portal of spatial magic opens up below me about 15 meters down. It is halfway between me and the ground. Without waiting any longer, I let the cursed windstone fall from my storage and plummet toward the sandy floor. The moment it emerges, the wind picks up and the mana-manifested sand from the dungeon floor begins to float up into the air to meet the falling stone. In mere fractions of a second, a twisting sand tornado is created, and I turn to Bry and grab her wrist. To be safe, we'll need to put even more distance between us and this test. The craftswoman's eyes are locked on the items below us as I dungeon walk us over 200 meters away in the direction we just came from. Before blipping to safety, I could feel the mana seeping out of me already. Once we rematerialize, a loud metallic twang like two mana shieldings colliding hits my ears. It is followed by thuds, cracks, and a massive explosion of sand. The violent windstone hits the dungeon's sandy surface, and in turn, a rippling shockwave follows, but weakens into a light breeze as it nears us over 2 sports fields in distance away. The impact makes a dome of swirling sand that expands outwards, then gets sucked back into the impact point, like a dense center of gravity is pulling it in. I let out a small sigh of relief seeing that the damage isn't instant, but also keep the thought at the back of my mind that this item's description said its mana-plundering speed was exponential, meaning it is only going to get more powerful from here. Bry speaks up as we both airstep higher into the sky with a half-frightened, half-excited tone. What kind of item is that? A special kind of wind element stone? Or, she thinks to herself, staring out at the item ripping through the dungeon floor like it is paper, wondering what exactly she is looking at. My eyes tighten on the dome of swirling sand in the distance as it slowly expands. A deep-toned buzzing sound begins to fill the air. My all-seeing eye picks up on the intricacies of what is actually happening. Through the expanding dome of sand, a large hole in the dungeon floor is being created as the element stone sinks deeper into the desert. Sand, which is really just pure mana manifesting as dungeon mass, twists around it like a whirlpool and disappears into a dense center point once it gets close enough to the stone. It expands quickly, and I respond to Bree's question as we both watch in awe. Yes, it is an element stone. Well, it used to be. Have you ever heard of cursed items? She nods and her eyes widen, focusing even more on the violently spinning, rapidly expanding dome of sand. Yes, I've made some myself, but nothing of this magnitude. Where did you get it? Or, don't tell me you killed a craftsman and made this thing yourself. She turns her head to look at me as she pieces everything together. Bry is one of the only people that has ever seen my true status. It was a requirement for me to show it when I first got my blood-bonded sword and entered the underground fight arena. Her memory is very good. I guess that is why she didn't question any of my other skills like stealth, wind magic, or dungeon walker when I used them in front of her. She is aware I am no normal hunter. So, I respond in a sarcastic tone with a relaxed shrug. Yes, I killed a craftsman to get the skill. You are lucky I didn't set my sights on you earlier when I was spending time in Vice City. She rolls her eyes and snaps back with her own joking remark. Yeah, right. I doubt you could have laid a finger on me even if you found me sleeping back then. We both chuckle, but stare back at the growing dust cloud as I explain how it was really triggered. I managed to get a crafting skill of my own in the Dark Continent and mixed 2 of the wrong ingredients together to create this. Or, depending how you look at it, maybe 2 of the right ones. It is a long story, one I can tell you after we witness this creation's full power and get out of here. The corner of my lip curls upward as the swirling dome of sand expands even further, and the wind starts to pick up even 200 meters away from the eye of the storm. The deep, low-toned buzzing gets louder and louder too, expanding throughout the entirety of the dungeon. I feel a small percent of my MP get drained with every gust. In just about 60 seconds, the diameter of the cursed element stone's pull has increased over 10 times, and the gaping hole in the dungeon floor has become over 40 meters wide and deep. Bree responds. I think we should get back, or possibly leave this dungeon for good. She reaches for my hand, and I grab on to teleport us backward again. Another few hundred meters. The entire dungeon shudders as we do, and the dome of destruction grows larger at a faster and faster rate. Massive hills of desert sand and rock formations begin to fall away into the growing mass of violent wind. Just 30 seconds after, the stone has created a 100-meter deep hole in the desert floor, making a dome over twice that in diameter, and its mana-draining winds reach us even half a kilometer away. Sand golems are being sucked into the enormous wind-powered black hole, and everything made of mana does too. My rings, necklaces, and even the direction of my fluttering cloak have a slight pull toward the center of the mass. Trace amounts of mana are sucked from both mine and Bry's bodies. However, the interesting part is we're not being pulled in ourselves, only mana. While the environment around us is getting sucked in and even the helpless dungeon mobs, our flesh bodies are not affected by the pull at all. This doesn't mean I want to find out what would happen if we get any closer, but it is an interesting phenomenon. I dungeon walk both of us backward again, over a kilometer away to find ourselves at the dungeon exit portal. Far off in the distance, the dome of sand and energy continues to grow. Even here, the buzzing mana and MP draining winds reach us slightly. It has been just under 2 minutes since the stone was dropped, and it has already done this much damage. The entire dungeon shudders again, and the blue spinning portal near us shifts to a crimson tint. A grin crosses my face as I speak up. Let's let the guards report the break, then get them out of here before they get themselves killed. Both Bry and I activate our light magic and stealth skills, then walk out of the red glowing portal back to the outside world. The higher level guard with a fire magic skill awakened is staring straight in our direction, but can only see the spinning red mana glow as his partner speaks through a silver transmission tablet. Hello? Hello? Is anyone there? I'd like to report unusual activity at the Green Ridge Lookout dungeon. The portal has turned from blue to red. This is a break. I repeat. The portal has turned from blue to red. This is a break. His partner looks back at him as we walk past in full stealth mode. We should stand guard inside to make sure no mutants escape into the forest. We may be over 20 kilometers away from the city, but we wouldn't want to take the chance of any monsters slipping out and harming civilians. The guard with the transmission tablet finishes up reporting the break to the association and responds. You are right. We should. Wisps of sand and wind magic start to flow outside of the portal now, pushing manifested dungeon mass into the outside world. The only other time I've seen anything like this was that one time I faced the volcanic salamander dungeon with Maria in the Dark Continent. The heat expelled from the dungeons out into the cave. This was only because the dungeon was on the verge of complete collapse. The fire magic user points it out to his partner. Look at that. We must be in the midst of another intense surge. This was a stable dungeon as far as I knew. I have no idea what could have caused it to act this way. Let's go. As soon as they both turn to enter the portal, I whisper under my breath to Bry by my side. Brace yourself for a high-powered mental attack. This might hurt a bit. Fractions of a second later, I turn around and release my stealth skill and take down all my mana shielding barriers to activate my intimidation skill on full blast focused at the two men that are about to step through the red portal. Their eyes roll into the back of their heads, and they both fall to the forest floor knocked out from the burst of intense focused mana attacking their psyche. Body double. Next, I create a body double and use it to run forward and plunge deep into the red portal to watch what is about to unfold inside with no risk to my real body. It disappears into the crimson swirling mass of mana, and in my real body, I turn back to Bry. Help me carry these guys to a safe distance away. I have a feeling once this dungeon fully breaks and collapses, it isn't going to be pretty. Breedy activates her light magic while holding her head and shaking off the effects of getting caught in the crossfire of my intimidation skill. You weren't kidding. That is a pretty strong mental attack. I am glad I am not on the wrong side of it. We take one guard each and sling them over our shoulders, while air stepping away from the mountain off the cliffside. The sun has almost fully set over the horizon, but with my enhanced sense and eyesight specifically, it is basically as light as day even at night. We make it to the ground in the valley, just below the mountain, and the memories from my double come flowing back into my mind. I already died. Inside the dungeon, the moment my double entered, the light swirling winds had already reached the exit point. Considering my double is fully made of mana, it began getting sucked in toward the center of the swirling mass. Using Plunderer and my other stat-boosting buffs, my double was able to resist the pull for about 30 seconds, as Bry and I made our way down the mountain, but ultimately the dome expanded too far out to resist any further. All of the sandy hills and rock formations have collapsed and been sucked into the windy mass, and dozens of sand golems have faced their demise all around the dungeon. The hole in the dungeon floor reached a depth of over 400 m, and the diameter of the swirling dome hit over 1 kilometer as my body double got sucked in and broken down into pure mana to add to the central mass. Once these images show up in my mind, I imagine the possibilities of what will happen once it has no more energy to pull from. My all-seeing eye can sense the red portal swirling more and more violently now, starting to spew larger amounts of wind magic and mana into the real world. However, suddenly, it stops. The twisting wind and violently glowing crimson portal stops expanding with power and contracts on itself quickly and instantly. Everything is calm and peaceful. Bry and I don't stop moving forward toward the city, and the sun fully sets, leaving us in the dead of night for a full 20 seconds of silence. Then, a glimmer of transport magic brings all foreign material out of the collapsed dungeon. The foreign material being a highly concentrated, extremely volatile, unpredictable, cursed element stone imbued with a mythic grade skill holding billions of MP from a high C grade dungeon. Once it spawns in, my all-seeing eye picks up on it like a bright candle burning through paper on the radar in my mind's eye. It gets hotter and hotter, reaching out for mana to drain, but out here in the plain old real world, there isn't much of that to go around. It sucks up the trace amounts of mana in the atmosphere, but soon begins to crack and splinter as its needs are not satisfied. The item description warning about it is structural integrity collapsing repeats in my head as I watch the outer crystal walls of the stone break down in my mind's eye. A few seconds later, and the eruption of power that is released is far greater than anything my imagination had in mind. The dark night sky is lit up like it's daytime as the element stone explodes. Chapter 414. It looks as if a new sun has risen from the horizon as a flash of bright white light makes every rock and leaf in the forest visible as clear as day. I turn my head back to watch the eruption of power unfold. From a tiny point on the mountain's top, a sphere of energy expands to envelop the entire top half of the mountain in an instant. Massive skyscraper-sized blades of wind erupt from the ball of mass moments later, ripping through the earth all the way down the mountain, and for over a kilometer on every side in deep gashes, making instant valleys in the forest terrain. Thousands of trees are disintegrated in an instant, and once the sphere of bright white light hits critical mass, it envelops over 3 divided by 4 of the mountain's top, leaving only the base visible when it finally explodes. A second, even brighter flash of light blinds me, and only my all-seeing eye can watch the damage unfold as the entire mountain is torn to bits and decimated like it was never even there. More violent tendrils of wind magic erupt from the center point and carve deep gashes into the earth. A crater over 2 kilometers in diameter is created, and the outward destruction of leftover wind spreads out even further. The eerie part of all this is the sight I am witnessing is completely silent. That is, until the shock wave of leftover energy, wind, and sound finally hits me. I place massive walls of mana shielding behind both Bry and me as we continue to airstep away, and the mountain we pass does create a bit of shielding from the blast. But despite that, a wave of horror hits our senses anyway. It comes in 2 rounds, the initial detonation and the eruption of power once the mountain breaks and all of the built-up mana is actually released into the forest. It all blends together, sounding like thousands of boulders are falling on top of each other, while bendable metal sheets are simultaneously hit with large sledgehammers. And in the process, countless thick trees are being split in 2 with dull axes. The metallic clangs, splintering rock and tree sounds, and overwhelming gust of wind that follows shows me power beyond anything I've ever felt before. It is hard to conceptualize, especially this far away from the blast zone. The shock wave ripples through us despite all the energy barriers in place, and lasts for almost a full minute. We don't look back anymore, just continue to airstep forward, and allow the leftover energy of the explosion to add power to our steps. The fact that a large portion of the blast dispersed into the air makes me think we were lucky to have it explode on top of the mountain, so high above ground level. Even so, its aftermath is no joke. Trees are pushed down and earth is turned up by the wind for over 10 kilometers in all directions. As we near the outer edge of destruction, about halfway to Vice City, Bry speaks up in a stern tone. Did you know that would happen? That sure is a lot more than just a dungeon collapse. We could have been in deep trouble if we were any closer. I take a moment to respond, wondering what emotion is building more inside me, excitement or dread. I had a feeling something like that would happen, but wasn't expecting it to be that massive. However, I didn't count out the possibility. There is a reason I asked for a dungeon away from civilization. Bree looks at Vice City's nightlights getting near, then back in the direction of the blast. It was pure mana and wind magic that erupted, so once dispersed, the light dissipated too. The darkness of the night sky has completely taken over again, and the mountain that is missing from the horizon won't be noticeable until morning. There is going to be a lot of search teams out here tomorrow, or even tonight. I am sure quite a few people in the city saw that flash of light. The association isn't going to just let this off as a natural phenomenon. I point to an open clearing on the direct path under a low-branched tree. Let's set down the guards here right outside the blast zone. I am sure if the association has any questions to ask, these two will be the ones closest to the cause. We glide down and sit them up against the tree's trunk, and I put my hands up in the air, replying in a carefree tone. They reported an unusual dungeon break in a staple dungeon, and minutes later this happens. If they happened to be passed out during the blast, but somehow survived it, seems like they're the ones to blame for any misinformation. I activate my stealth skill, and Bree takes the cue to do the same. Before we leave, I grab one of the full restore potions out of my item storage and crack it open out of curiosity. I use telekinesis to feed them both half the potion as we walk away and store the empty bottle into my item storage from afar with a spatial magic portal once I am done. As we walk out of sight, the two guards come to their senses and immediately start talking to each other, trying to figure out where they are and what happened. Their confused voices are drowned out as we air step away. I murmur under my breath once we approach the city's entrance and put on my concealment skill disguise. I still need to do some more tests. If that was the result of a windstone explosion, then what would the difference be with a firestone, or an ice stone, or something else? The fact that it only sucked up mana means I could probably just use chi to get away from it while it's still expanding in the initial stages, even if I couldn't use my Dungeon Walker skill. This means it is possibly a success. Maybe I could use it in the Titan's domain, as intended to collapse it from the inside, without Ember's direct help. If it were to collapse into another dungeon, the Great Plains, it would take plenty of time to collapse that second dungeon as I escape with my teammates. Then again, this is all theory, and risking putting off an explosion like this inside the dungeon hub beneath Vice City would not be very safe either. As I rack my brain for more ideas and definitive answers, Bree interjects, "Absolutely not. Whatever you are thinking of doing, keep it away from the city, much further away." This was already far too reckless for my liking. When she looks back at me, the corner of her lip is turned up despite her serious expression and tone. I let out a sigh and agree, but can tell she secretly enjoyed witnessing that blast too. I'll keep my next test to myself. That is fine. I am glad at least no one got hurt. Then I shrug and point in the direction of the dungeon hub. This way. You delivered on your end of the deal. Now it is time for me to deliver on mine. I'll get you into the labyrinths, so you can rank up. Chapter 4:15. While we walk through the portion of town filled with small shops and street vendors, the tone of commerce is much more scattered, and many hunters and merchants look up to the sky with confused gazes. There are some whispers that escape from a few mouths as we walk by. Did you see that flash of light? What could it be, Lightning? No, that was an explosion. You all heard the rumble. The association must be doing some testing. They could have at least warned us. Does that mean there is another surge coming? The closer we get to the center of the city, nearing the dungeon hub, the more intense the chatter becomes, and the sound of yelling guards hits my ears once the escalators to the dungeons come into sight. We're having a full lockdown. No hunters are allowed in dungeons until association squads can safely search all dungeons to make sure no abnormal breaks are in progress. The evacuation has just begun. Please bear with us. This shouldn't take too long. If there are any breaks present, please be ready to show your hunter's ID. You must be one letter grade above the dungeons that break to qualify for exploration. The city lights illuminate the entrances to the dungeons, and a few hunters are being escorted out as we stop right behind a crowd of curious onlookers. It is late in the day, so most hunters would be finishing up their farming sessions for the evening anyway. There aren't many complaints, mostly just confused people and the occasional salty hunter that wanted to spend an hour or two more inside a dungeon to sneak in a little extra profit. Bree leans in close to my ear and asks a question. How are we going to do this? The labyrinth entrance is surely on much higher security now than it was before. I point to an empty, shadowy spot behind a building devoid of people. I have a plan. Don't worry. We walk over as everyone else focuses on the guards yelling the same thing over and over in hopes to get the first pick at rare dungeons that break. In times like these, exclusive and valuable loot can be found that usually wouldn't be available in the city. Weaker E-class hunters have to go home, but D and C-class hunters, with the confidence to fight off mutants, are looking to make out with a haul. Unfortunately for them, this whole situation is most likely all a misunderstanding following the stunt I just pulled. But it doesn't matter to me. The more chaos, the better. I activate my stealth skill, and Bree does the same with her light magic. Without anyone batting an eye, we slip out from the darkness and back into the crowds in full stealth mode. Then, move past every guard and hunter down into the E-class dungeon station. The underground transport trains still move on autopilot, and association workers leveled 100 to 200 stay on guard by the platforms and on the trains themselves. However, Bree and I stand next to them without having to worry at all, making it to the closest E-grade dungeon less than a minute away. Once we step out and make our way up another flight of stairs, we hop through the blue spinning portal, and Bri questions me again. An E-class dungeon. What is this about? How can we? I lightly grab her wrist and activate Dungeon Walker to bring her to the labyrinth in an instant. Your teleport skill. I nod and finish her sentence. That is right. I can access any dungeon I've been in before, even labyrinth dungeons. I see thoughts racing through her mind behind a focused gaze, but she doesn't question it more than necessary and just nods firmly with tightened lips. Makes sense. We both activate our air steps, because the only teleport point I have available in this dungeon is from high above the ground when Ember was flying me through these floors to make it up high enough to meet Maria and Abby on our training and farming excursion earlier. Bree looks down at the lush and colorful jungle region of the 25th floor, while I reply. We can start on a lower floor if you want, but this is the 25th floor of the Vice City Labyrinth. Every creature down there will be over level 500, some over 550 even. You'll definitely rank up after a few kills. She looks down at the jungle below with wide eyes, filled with more awe than shock, and replies, while pulling the 2 black daggers off her waist, gripping them tight and letting them glow bright white. No need to go easy on me. I've been waiting to fight some actual ranked-up monsters for a long time. I think these will be a perfect warm-up. I nod with approval, curious to see what kind of fighting style she really has in store for me to see. We glide down to the jungle, through some thick trees, and into a less dense clearing where I sense a level 549 monster lurking down below. Once we break the tree line, a humanoid lizard creature standing upright on 2 feet wielding sharp silver daggers looks straight up at us. It is similar to the monsters that are released on the 6th stage of the arena, back in Valor City. This one has a bit darker skin and much brighter beady eyes. But its movement speed and raw aura of mana control are right on par with those ranked-up monsters that give Ace, Sia, and Max a run for their money every time they fight them. The moment it spots us, Bri takes a powerful air step forward and yells out, "Now it is time for me to have some fun. Let me handle this." I nod and slow my downward motion, eventually stopping and standing on a large branch that overlooks the clearing. All you! I keep my eyes locked on them as the lizard creature jumps up and Bree charges down. Both of them have mana shielding that grows in power as they point their daggers at each other with killing intent. As their daggers clash, the metallic twang of shielding colliding fills the jungle, and both fighters stand in place on equal footing. The lizard creature activates a speed buff, and Bri pushes herself forward with wind magic, while blinding the creature with flashes of light to prepare for a surprise attack. She flips over the creature, using air magic and excess mana to boost her agility in a cartwheel motion, catching the lizard off guard and slicing its throat open with one of her blades while she is completely upside down flying through the air effortlessly. There is a loud screeching sound as the lizard tries to retaliate, but more flashes of blinding light and wind-boosted strikes follow. Bri combines the walls of light that make her seem almost invisible to her barrage of attacks, and the monster becomes very disoriented in a matter of seconds as blades are breaking through its mana shielding at all angles from seemingly random positions. It can't see what is going on at all, but my eyes are wide as I can see her as clear as day. I am thoroughly impressed at her agility, speed, and battle IQ. I always assumed Bri was strong, and some mentions of her fighting in the underground black market arena in the past have crossed my mind to consolidate this thought, but I had no idea this was her fighting style. From the moment the battle started, she already knew a perfect plan and had her attack pattern figured out. From the looks of it, Bri even knew if the lizard creature could fully activate its speed buff and utilize it, she may be at a disadvantage. To make sure this didn't happen, from the moment the two of them clashed, she took dominance and controlled the entire battle. Less than 5 more seconds pass, and another dozen bloody slashes, covered up by flashes of light and gusts of wind, bring the battle to its end. The mutilated body of the defeated lizardman falls to the jungle floor with a thud. Bri lets out a satisfied sigh while walking over to its corpse, twirling her blades in her hands while deactivating her light magic. She hasn't even broken into a sweat. I can't help smiling and hover down with slow claps to congratulate her. She looks up at me as the creature dissolves. That was a fun one. I gained 3 whole levels from it too. I'll be ranking up pretty quick. She picks up the large pink stone it leaves behind as loot as I reply and point off deeper into the jungle. You are right. This will be quicker than I thought. I sense another one nearby, just 400 meters that way. I am curious to see what kind of unique buff you'll receive from ranking up. Chapter 416. Over the next half hour, I point out new monsters in the jungle region on the 25th floor, and Bri takes them out in style. After just 4 additional mobs, the agile light magic user opens her status over the corpse of a fallen lizardman. Level 500. It is finally time. From above in the trees, I watch the silhouette of her body immediately become enveloped in a bright, white light. The blue text box of the system vanishes, and pure mana flows through Bri's body at a rapid rate, circulating through all of her mana channels as the glowing light around her gets stronger and brighter. In a matter of seconds, the flash becomes overwhelmingly bright, but also vanishes to leave us in the silence of the wide-open empty forest just as fast. Stood in the place where the experienced craftswoman once stood is now an indistinguishable aura. Her mana control is crisper and more elusive. I can still sense her presence because I am looking straight at her, but it may be significantly harder if she actually tried to hide. I can tell she is leagues above her strength just moments ago. The density of mana shielding that forms around her blades as she swings them through the air to test her new strength is so much more refined than in her previous battles. I wouldn't be surprised if the lizardmen in this dungeon couldn't even pierce her shielding now. She throws a few kicks and even jumps up into the air using wind magic from her boots to come up near me in the tree line. Her sharp eyes make contact with mine, and a wave of new confidence and certainty is in her gaze. Now this feels good. I should have ranked up sooner. Bri twirls her blades as I step out from the branch above, and we glide down to the jungle floor in the clearing where she got her last kill. She picks up the mana crystal of the dead lizardman, and by chance, I sense another one coming at us at full speed about 150 meters in the direction we just left. Before I even mention it, Bri's gaze turns to it and she swings a glowing dagger in its direction. A nearly invisible, thin, and densely packed blade of pure mana comes flying out of the bonded weapon's edge. It flies through the forest in silence, leaving trace amounts of glimmering energy behind, while gliding through full trees and boulders to finally land directly on the monster's neck. Before it takes another step, the lizard creature's head topples off and rolls to the forest floor. I watch using enemy detection in my mind's eye with my arms crossed, Not bad. Not bad at all. She turns back, twirling her daggers a few times before placing them on her waist and replying. Can we move up a few floors? I need something a lot more powerful to test out my new buff. I have a feeling I know what it can do, but I am not certain what its full capabilities are. My appraisal skill activates on instinct, and the buff's title enters my mind's eye. Domain of total illusion. I raise an eyebrow, because I also am very curious about what a power like this can do. Then, place a hand on her shoulder while activating Dungeon Walker to bring both of us up to the red-tinted dungeon of the faceless speed monster creatures. You want a challenge? I can give you that. This is the 28th floor. Everything here is well over level 600. As soon as Bry's black combat boots hit the crimson floor, she takes out her blades and charges them with mana. I teleported us in close enough to a nearby mob that she could have time to see it coming and assess her options, but still be plunged right into action. Seeing that she has already turned in the direction of the flash of blue light from the creature's extreme speed skill being activated, I jump backward, but pull out my sword and keep it on my side just in case. This is a huge jump in level and power all at once, so I'll stay on guard until I see Bry take a few out herself. Once the dual long sword, wielding red-skinned humanoid monster, glowing with a bright blue aura, comes within 30 meters of Bry, she jumps forward with wind-powered steps and a look of concentration on her face. The monster senses its opponent is very strong and immediately activates its ranked-up speed buff, shifting its aura from blue to red. Their blades clash fractions of a second later, and the eruption of mana shielding breaking on both of their weapons explodes in all directions. Both Bry and the monster fly backward with equal force. The dagger-wielding craftswoman at level 500 and the humanoid monster with silver swords at level 633 are on almost equal footing. The beast doesn't lose a second of battle time to grip the track material like floor and reactivate its speed buffs, shortening the distance between Bry and it in an instant. Using the wind from her boots, Bry just barely twists out of the way to dodge its attack, but she doesn't seem worried at all. Her face is calm despite the clear difference in their speed. Her perception, agility, battle IQ, and raw power seem to make up for it, for now. The monster continues to charge at the craftswoman in erratic patterns, swinging its blade, trying to land a hit with greed and fury. However, Bree continues to track its movements with sharp eyes and dodge over and over. Occasionally, she blocks with her own blades, and their shielding cancels out equally in power, forcing both of them to fly backward over and over again. I can't quite figure out what her game plan is, but it seems she is just trying to get a complete understanding of its movements. Just when Bree's repetitive motions start to get dull to me, the corner of her lip curves upward, her pupils dilate, and a shimmering white orb of energy expands around her in all directions for about 5 meters in diameter. As she does this, the red-skinned monster is charging toward her, swinging its blades and plotting its next strike. It doesn't seem to notice the shimmering orb of mana at all and plunges headfirst right inside. The creature doesn't hesitate, flinch, or seem hurt at all once it enters, but something peculiar happens once its blades swing down to meet Breeze. It loses its footing, and its sword strike misses the mark by over half a meter. Bry counters and lands 2 deep gashes in the monster's side, bursting through its shielding with ease. It looks as if the monster didn't even see Bry's attack coming. It almost falls to the ground, but as it continues the momentum and leaves the outer edge of the shimmering orb on the other side, it fully regains its balance and turns around in a blue streaking arc of light with blades poised ready to kill. Blood drips from its wounds, and it attacks Bree again with no fear. It runs headfirst into the glowing orb of mana, and the same exact thing happens. The creature loses its balance and completely misses its attack by a long shot. Bree lands another deep blow. 2 more exchanges pass, and it ends with both of Bree's blades slicing the disoriented monster's head off while it swings its swords in the opposite direction, helplessly. She deactivates her buff as it falls to the floor in 2 parts and begins to dissolve. I walk over with a look of curiosity on my face. I have my own assumptions of what this ability can do, but want to hear it myself from the source. Bry speaks up as I get closer. 12 more levels from that one. Nice. It was definitely a strong opponent. Without my new buff, this would have been a totally different fight. She shrugs in a nonchalant manner while putting her blood-stained daggers on her waist. I probably still would have been able to win. I just wanted to test it out, I reply. Oh yeah? How does it work? I could tell something was happening from the outside, but hard to know exactly. You are messing with your opponent's sight. She smiles and replies while activating her buff again, making an orb of shimmering clear light expand around her. Good guess. It seems to be that I can change my opponent's perception of reality within a certain domain of concentrated mana. Not only sight, but other senses too. I knew ranked up buffs were unique, and usually come to be based on your usual battle style or similar to your regular skill usage. But this kind of ability is far greater than I expected. I am face to face with the shimmering barrier as I hear her continue. Step inside. I'll show you how it works. Chapter 417. I take a step forward at her request, doing a full analysis of the curved wall of shimmering mana in front of me. My perception skills and buffs are activated out of instinct at a constant rate, just like they were when I was training in the Titan's domain for 6 months straight. With this and my absurdly high level of natural mana control, I am able to see through the barrier and still make eye contact with Bry, standing inside through what looks to be a semi-transparent mirror made of water. However, my goal here isn't to overpower her new ranked-up buff. I'd like to see what an opponent at similar or lower mana control would experience if they walked into this domain of total illusion. So, I deactivate my buffs and limit my mana control to not add any extra power to my senses. Instead, it just acts as a dense defensive layer. My perception of the flowing mana in the dungeon around me drastically drops. And to my surprise, even the shimmering sphere of mana around Bree's body disappears too. I reply to her request for me to step inside. Sure, show me what you can do. Then step forward, plunging headfirst into the space where moments ago I perceived a wall of mana. The moment my face enters her domain, I feel a cold gust of wind blow my hair to the side. As I take another step closer, the flat ground beneath my feet becomes rocky. Then a cold sensation creeps up my shins. I take in a deep breath of air and look around as frozen air enters my lungs, and the view from the peak of an icy mountain materializes all around me. I look down at my feet, and I am stood on a small rocky surface with no more than a meter of room on either side to walk. There is a cliff-like drop-off and a huge mountain range covered in light snowy powder in all directions for as far as my eyes can see. I turn my head back and forth, then bring my hands up in the air to look at them both in front of my face to see how real it all feels. Then, with no warning at all, reality around me begins to shift. The sky changes from the light blue coloring to a shade of green, and leaves and branches start to materialize above me. The mountains down below in the snow-covered valley rise up to make flat ground and morph into dense trees and lush greenery as the snow melts away. The air becomes hot and humid as the jungle clearing we just left on the 25th floor feels as if it is real and right in front of me. Birds chirp and insects even buzz as my eyes wander around the lively lush greenery for a few seconds. Just as I am getting used to it, the ground beneath my feet disappears, and the sensation of falling takes over my senses. My feet hit a hard wooden floor, and Bree's dimly lit third-floor office comes into full view. The walls have random rare trinkets and items, and even her desk is covered in papers and gems. I hear footsteps approach from in front of me. Then out of nowhere, Bree materializes in the middle of the room less than 2 meters away. She smiles and brings a finger up in the air, swiping it like she would on a tablet or screen. The world around me shifts every time she does. Switching from grassland dungeons to mountainous regions, to soaring high through the sunset clouds to dry, hot deserts on the edge of a volcano, and even in front of a roaring ocean wave about to crash down on us. She finally speaks up as she shifts the world again, right before the sea's heavy water crushes us, and we sit back in the image of her office room. It is pretty interesting, isn't it? I nod with a spark of awe in my eyes. Yeah, fascinating. This is quite the ranked-up buff. The thought of all its possibilities runs through my mind. Not only is it an excellent skill mid-battle to completely confuse an opponent, it could be excellent to use for business too. Bry has really only showed me the nice and sunny side of things here. but it could surely be used as a negotiating tactic or way to interrogate enemies without doing them any real physical harm. It would only be psychological. I chuckle to myself as I think of a few less productive use cases for this buff, too. It could make any place you wanted become a bed or relaxing beach. Interrupting my train of thought, Bree replies again. Try to break out of it. I am curious how strong my illusions really are. I let out a sigh and nod. Sure, I was curious too when it started. I activate my buffs and skills very slowly, letting my mana control work its way up to full capacity. The moment they begin to amp up, the office room around me starts to distort. The walls look like they're bending, and the floor beneath my feet is getting more textured. I look up at Bree again, and my buffs and mana control hit about a third of their total capacity, and the shape of a sphere becomes visible around both of us. I can see the projected image of Bree's study on the curved mana-imbued walls, but can also see the red-tinted dungeon behind it. By the time I am back to using half of my control, the illusion I am standing in looks like no more than a mirage of a see-through hologram. I can tell it is here, and attempting to cover my senses, but it doesn't distort my reality any more than a light breeze would push me back while running in a straight line. I smile and nod, not seeing any reason to up the ante on my perception abilities any further and step backward right outside the sphere. Bry sees that her illusion has been cracked and deactivates it. I speak up again. Not bad. I did some recent unorthodox mana control training, so it figures I'd be able to get out with ease. However, as you already tested, it could easily trick any normal ranked up monster, even up to level 650 or so. I'd say you could take them on. I am not sure what the baseline for mana control above this level is, though. I am only level 645 myself. Bree replies with a satisfied look. Yeah, it takes a lot of MP to keep it active for that long. I burned through almost half of my bar to show you that. She reaches into a small black item box on her waist behind one of her daggers and drinks an MP potion before continuing. I have plenty more mana to work with, though, so it shouldn't be a problem. I reply as she regenerates her MP. Might as well take advantage of the labyrinth now while we're still in it to level up more. You are severely underleveled for your strength. Right on cue. The presence of two speed monsters comes into my radar, and both Bree and I turn our heads to face them. She replies, taking out her blades and charging them to full while running toward the two flashes of blue light coming our way in the distance. You are right. Time to get to work. In the blink of an eye, Bree takes on two monsters over 100 levels above her at once, with her domain of illusion surrounding her body every time one of the monsters gets near. They don't even stand a chance at hitting her. I can't help but laugh at some of the movements the creatures make while swinging their longswords in the complete opposite direction of where Bry is standing. Less than 15 seconds pass before both of the monsters are left bleeding out on the dungeon floor, dissolving at Bry's feet. I walk over again as she bends down to collect the mana crystals, but finds a shimmering red speed fragment fall from one of the monster corpses. While picking it up, she examines the gem and activates her crafting skill to get a better idea of what it is and how it could be used. She looks up to me once I am close enough. So this is where you farmed these gems. There must be all kinds of rare drops here. No one from the association farms this high in the labyrinth. Anyone strong enough to farm these is just shipped off to the Apex region anyway. These floors are gold mines. She pauses then, asks another question. Are there any floors that drop element stones nearby? I chuckle and nod, as I am not sure I've ever seen Bry this excited about anything, especially after mercilessly killing two level 630 opponents in a matter of seconds. The change of tone is amusing. One floor below, and you'll find ice stones. One floor above, and you'll find wind stones. I haven't gone any further up yet, so I am not too sure if there are any more. As Bree's eyes open even wider, I see calculations running through her mind on items she wants to craft in the future. Every time I visit her, she is always waiting on the availability of more rare items. What felt like a normal day-to-day farming drop to me may be a huge step up in her potential of crafts in the future, I respond. That reminds me, I have a few questions about crafting I'd like to ask, and one thing I'd like to show you. I have an interesting ranked up buff too. It may help you craft some unique items every time I am around. Chapter 418. Sure, Ask me anything. We're going to be business partners very soon, and if you have a craftsmanship skill of your own, I am sure I could teach you a few things. I nod, thinking about what exactly I am going to ask her, but she responds before I do. And your ranked up buff. It can help me craft better items. Is it some kind of team buffing skill or something? I respond. Kind of, but not exactly. I guess that is a good place to start. I concentrate on my Rising Emperor's domain buff, expecting to see a list of skills available to give Bree pop up above her head. But nothing shows up. My gaze tightens and I raise an eyebrow as I try to concentrate more intensely. It looks as if I am staring at Bry's forehead in the silence of the dungeon for no reason at all from an outside perspective. After a few seconds pass, I stop trying as there is clearly something I am missing. Maybe a hidden condition. I activate my all-seeing eye and stare down at the buff's description to think harder. Underscore, 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 Rising Emperor's domain. Hidden ability info. This is a hidden passive ability for a spellcaster with the traits of an emperor in the making. The Rising Emperor's domain allows the caster to share skills in their status with any party member who has sworn their loyalty. A copy of the exact skill shared will appear in the party member's status. If this member betrays the caster or leaves the domain's range, the skills will be deleted from their status. Underscore. Underscore, 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 underscore. Underscore, 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 the only two requirements so far that I can see necessary for this buff to take effect are swearing, loyalty, and joining my party. I've used this buff on Maria, Abby, and Ember. However, it is not like I have a system status to show they're in my party, or a checkbox where they can swear their loyalty. I think harder than shrug. Maybe you have to say it out loud. Bry looks at me with an awkward stare. Say what out loud? What are you talking about? I reply quickly, realizing I've just been thinking and talking to myself this whole time without explaining at all what my buff does. One of the conditions to my ranked up buff seems to be that you have to verbally accept me as your party leader. If you do that, I'll be able to share an upgraded version of your crafting skill. I've come to this conclusion because Abby and Maria have often called me the team leader in conversation, and Ember refers to me as master many times over. None of them have explicitly sworn loyalty to me, though, so I think this is a condition that is more action or feeling-based rather than verbal. Bree nods, still with a confused look on her face. Sure, we couldn't have gotten here to train today without you. You are the party leader. The moment the final word leaves her lips, an assortment of blue text hovers over her head, and I feel the invisible domain around me accept her as an ally instinctually. My gaze tracks down to my mythic grade craftsmanship skill, and I equip it on her status. Take a look at your skills. What you see is only temporary, but you'll be able to use it freely as long as you are near me. Bry checks her status, wondering what my words mean until her gaze falls upon the blue glowing text of the new mythic grade skill in her grasp. Her eyes widen, and she immediately takes miscellaneous items out from her item box. Flashes of light cover her hands, and her eyes dart back and forth across her status screens, popping up one after another. After almost a full minute passes, and half a dozen new high C grade and B grade items are produced in the blink of an eye, she turns to me. It is real. Mythic grade skills are real. As I nod and begin to explain how my buff works, making sure it is not to be confused with a skill upgrade buff, but a skill-sharing buff, Bree puts the pieces of the puzzle that is my time in the Dark Continent together very quickly. So, that means the Sector 2 leader is actually dead, and this is why he was able to craft such items, beyond that of anyone else's capabilities. He must have been insanely lucky to get a mythic grade rating from an upgrade crystal. I've never heard of anyone getting anything over a legendary grade. She pauses. Other than a few element users upgrading their advanced magic to extreme, but that is an incredibly rare scenario too. It seems if one is over level 600, the chances of upgrading to that second rank increases drastically. I look over at Bri again, taking away the mythic grade crafting skill in her possession and granting her access to my all-seeing eye ability. It is not as luck-based as you may think. Check your skills for yourself. There are hidden point systems within our system. Upgrade crystals just act as an override feature. If you haven't stacked up enough proficiency points on your own, an upgrade crystal won't work. There is a reason the association waits until after level 300 to give upgrade crystals to new hunters, and over 400 for those that have elements awakened too. Only 1 PP is awarded per level, so you'll be able to upgrade your skills on your own if you stack up enough. Bri's eyes light up as she scrolls through her status and comes to see the upgrade options. 1 per level, huh? It says here I need 1,000 more points after my last upgrade to obtain a mythic grade craftsmanship, skill myself. So that means Summoning would have to reach level 1,300 for a skill like this. The Sector 2 leader was over level 1,300, and you killed him? Her eyes sharpen and look up from her status, while I remember the red Hydra imbued, demonic energy aided, kamikaze move I pulled to self-destruct and decimate the craftsman back in Solara with my body double. I did. It was an interesting battle to say the least. I caught him off guard and used some very unique energy attacks. To say the least, I got lucky. There is a pause of silence before Bri responds. Well, it doesn't matter now. That is the past, and we're working with what we have in the present. What did you want to know about crafting? You may have had some time to play around with a higher grade skill than mine, but I have years of experience that will surely make up for it. Anything in specific you were hoping to learn? I nod with a resolute gaze, shifting my shared skill back to craftsmanship from the all-seeing eye, so she'll be able to test it out more and explain things better. Everything. From the basics to expert level, tell me everything. I need a crash course in crafting. Very well. Over the next hour, we wander through the dungeon to allow Bri to grind up more levels as she explains the basics of crafting to me. From what I can already see in the crafting interface, most of the things she teaches me are already what I assumed are common knowledge, but apparently no grade. And special grade craftsmen don't get such a fancy interface that shows them which items are available to craft, bond, or upgrade. On top of that, the legendary grade interface is much more basic and rudimentary. Most of Bri's knowledge comes from books and experiments. Considering this, and the fact that many new slots, stats, and skill imbuing options are now available that never were before, the basics are all just in front of me explained in simple terms. However, in Bri's explanations, a few things stand out that can't be seen in my interface. The first is a deeper explanation of cursed items and why they come about. It is best to craft with materials within a 20 to 30% variation up or down of one's mana control and level. It is not only best practice to keep improving and making greater items, but it is also dangerous to imbue large amounts of power into lower grade material. A B-grade hunter imbuing their top-rank skills or mana readings into E-grade crafting material can only lead to disaster. The lower grade gear will compensate for the higher grade mana inside it and either break before use and release the built-up mana, or do harm to the user trying to control it. If an actual curse mark on the item's name within a user's status is made, it will act in irrational and unpredictable ways. This gives me a better idea of why some of the items I tried to craft earlier gave off such odd readings and abilities. Some even severely downgraded the mythic grade plunderer skill to fit the base material grade. This means if I want to safely and consistently produce lower grade items for trade with the other regions, I'll have to make sure not to overlevel the craftsmen that will be working for Bri. I always assumed the higher the level, the better. But it seems there are uses for people at every rung of the ladder. Next, Bri explains how to properly make element-bonded weapons. The more blood that is used in the bonding process, the closer the spirit of the element stone will attach to the user. Usually, 8 ounces is more than enough, like my sword and dagger used. But for boots like Bri's, she had to use over 20. When the element in question is not already controlled by the user, more blood is needed to make the bond, and a higher mana control to suppress the spirit of the stone is needed even afterward to keep it in check. Another interesting feature is that the more blood used in the bond, the higher the odds of the item becoming unique and awakening special perks or hidden abilities. See, just like this. Bree makes her boots glimmer with mana before they turn semi-transparent for a split second. It is a small cloaking perk. It is because a portion of my light magic was bonded in through my blood. I nod and think about this too, as it opens up many options for making unique bonded weapons in the future. As Bree continues, most of the information she states is common sense, but I still make mental notes of it and even wrote a few tips down in the journal I kept from my time in the Titan's domain. However, nothing interests me more than our last topic: transport crystals and transport platforms. My eyes and ears are laser focused on her words as she explains. There are only 2 crafting materials for these items. Really? One of them is just a large amount of mana crystals. The other is a rare ore called luminite. I raise an eyebrow and reply, that is it. Only 2 items are needed to craft these. Mana crystals are the easy part, but luminite. Is it a rare dungeon drop, or popular on the open market, or maybe the black market? I've never heard of it before. Where can I get my hands on it? I scratch my head, waiting for her response. It is not available on the open market, no, and incredibly rare on the black market. It is a highly regulated ore. Only the association has access to it. It is, after all, part of the power source used in transport magic for dungeons themselves. Bree pauses as she lets me think it over for a moment, then continues. Every time you defeat a boss room, you are transported back to the same place in a dungeon. Even when a dungeon fully breaks, all foreign matter is teleported out if it hasn't fully dissolved into the dungeon yet. Luminite is the term the association gave it because of its bright white glow. If enough mana is bonded with a large amount of this ore, an experienced craftsman with a high enough mana control base could create a teleport platform and become its owner. Its owner? Just like your blood-bonded weapons. Every teleport platform has an owner, and only they can make paired crystals to go with that platform. Making the crystals to go with the platform is an easy task. It really only takes trace amounts of luminite. The platform is the hard part. My mind races at this new discovery. Having teleport platforms in places that I desire could limit my travel time even more, and make it so I don't have to walk around in open cities. It'd be like setting dungeon walker points out here in the real world. I need to get my hands on some of this luminite. Bree laughs a bit. Yeah, don't we all? I've only seen it in private auctions 2 times in my whole life. And the price always skyrockets way out of my price range. It is farmed strictly from collapsing dungeons after all, and it is highly volatile. If left out of a special containment case for mere minutes and not crafted with material, it will evaporate into the atmosphere. There is a minuscule chance that small amounts of the ore will fall from a dungeon portal when it disappears. But even given that chance, the association has control over more than 90% of the dungeon portals in the world. She sighs. Maybe your friend Lith back in Sector 1 could help you get your hands on some. But even then, it'd be difficult to not have the association involved if you are looking to buy enough to craft platforms. Trust me, if it were easy, I'd have plenty myself. I nod slowly, letting the gears shift in my head and acknowledge all of the new information Bry has shared with me. Well, I'll keep it on the back burner. Even so, I am very happy with the information you've shared. It'll help a lot with my future crafts. Bree nods and turns her head to a deeper region of the dungeon. It has been about an hour since she started sharing, and we've run into a few monsters on the way, but it has been more of a leisurely stroll. She speaks up. How about you? Let me do some farming alone in here. My mana control and skill far surpass these creatures. I'd like to level up as fast as possible so my level matches my control. In the same vein, I can see that look in your eyes. You have somewhere you need to go to, don't you? I nod. I have to meet back up with my teammates in a few hours, but there is a few things I need to check on before I do that too. You are right. She smiles. Well then, perfect. Maybe I'll even check out the 29th floor. How about you come back and get me in an hour? She twirls her blades and points one in the direction of an approaching monster as I respond. Sounds good to me. I'll be back soon. I dungeon walk away in the blink of an eye. My teleport point brings me high above the clouds of the Great Plains. In the same moment, I open my item storage and let Ember come out. We are soon both soaring through the sky, but I don't say a word as I am still thinking. With the new information about crafting and the half success of my cursed windstone test, there are a few new things racing through my mind. The reason I did the test was to see if I could collapse the Titan's domain without Ember present. It didn't exactly show that it wasn't possible. It just showed that if it is, it would be incredibly dangerous. While deep in thought, Ember opens our telepathy link and is the first to break the silence of the passing wind high above the clouds. Master, the rift is closing. Chapter 419. What do you mean the rift is closing? It has hardly even been a full day. I thought this tier has been closing for weeks, even months. Why is it closing so fast now? I do a full scan of the dungeon to locate the excess mana emanating from the rift, then dungeon walk us from the sky to directly in front of it. The massive tier in space is now hardly over 10 meters in height. Its black endless void is as ominous as ever. But just this morning when I looked at it, it was almost twice the size. Ember responds. It could be for a number of reasons. The first being pure chance. The Void Creeper Lord could just be routinely closing the rift after it absorbed its fair share of mana in this dungeon. My gaze tightens as Ember nods slowly to continue, but I also believe this isn't a coincidence. The overfarming must have made this dungeon inefficient. They're losing more mana than they're gaining, and there is no point in staying. On top of that, it is pretty easy to tell where the source of the problem is. Your mere presence is enough to drive these creatures off now. They may enjoy absorbing mana, but only from the weak. I cross my arms. My presence? You mean my intimidation skills passive perk? I have shielding up to cover that at all times now. Lower level mobs can't even sense my presence. Ember nods. True, but high level beings can. The fact that you are using such dense mana instinctively to shield a simple passive buff is more than enough of a tell that you are an extremely strong ranked up hunter. I raise an eyebrow as Ember keeps explaining. On top of that, any ranked up monster or hunter with basic levels of mana senses can tell you are no ordinary being. The mana radiating off your body at all times is incredibly immense. The only time it is truly covered up is when your legendary stealth skill is activated. That seems to be a problem. I knew other strong hunters could sense my presence when I am not actively hiding it. But is it really that accurate? You are saying any hunter with high mana perception can tell how strong I am just from being nearby, even if I don't have any buffs or skills activated? Ember nods slowly. Not entirely, of course. If you are not in full battle mode, they cannot sense your full power. However, most hunters don't have countless skills to buff their mana output above their average control. The refined eye of a strong hunter can make a fairly good estimate of your base level mana control, even when no mana is being actively used. When you look at other hunters, or even monsters, you can get a sense of their mana control even before the battle begins, right? I think back to some of the recent monsters I've faced off against. Their mana control levels are so far below mine, and the fact that I've had a trump card of Chi, demonic energy, or my red Hydra's buff for so long, I haven't paid close attention to the mana bases of my opponents until they strike or put up shielding of their own. However, the faint white glow that emanates around hunters about level 400 or so and above does come to mind. It is a passive perception ability I've had ever since absorbing that blue ogre's essence in Solara. No special skill on my status or anything. Just the fact that my baseline mana control got high enough to see the world in a different light. Even without my all-seeing eye, it is possible to sense mana on individuals that have high amounts of it. I respond to Ember's question after thinking deeply on the matter. Yes, you are right. I can. So what you are saying is that my natural aura is scaring away the Titans. I am not certain, but it could be a major factor, especially after the last training session you had. Your natural mana control base raised by over 2.5 times. I can sense the difference like night and day. It could be why the rift started closing faster since you revealed your new control level in the dungeon this morning. Ember's expression shifts to a more serious one. That means enemies are able to sense you much easier as well. I think about this for a moment too. picturing a fabricated image in my mind of a massive pillar of invisible white energy shooting into the sky in the middle of Valor City, as I walk around casually through the walls, using only my concealment skill, and my stomach churns. So the only time my presence is truly concealed is when using stealth. And even then, someone with high mana control could still see through my ability. I've been walking around with a massive target on my back all this time. Ember nods again. There is really no helping it. All strong life forms can sense the presence of other strong life forms. However, now that you are a Chi user, I could teach you how to use a technique called mana suppression, if you wish. If your goal is to blend in and seem weaker than you really are, or control your mana output at will, this would be the way to do it. My eyes widen as I've heard Ember speak of this mana suppression technique in the past, but he also mentioned I was far too inexperienced back then to learn it. Everything Ember is saying is true. I can sense beings that have awakened a high enough mana control, so there is no reason for others not to be able to do it too. The only upside of the matter is that it is not like someone can identify a person based on their mana signature. Especially mine, it is constantly rising and drastically changing. The part that doesn't make this okay in my eyes is that I haven't been as stealthy as I thought. When disguised in Valor City as a simple merchant or businessman, higher-ranked guards can surely tell I am a formidable opponent in hiding, especially after my recent training session. I raised dramatically in power in a single day and decided not to attend the Fight Ring event tonight. If the Dark One wasn't already watching me closely before, it is now. I turn to Ember and respond. Yes, I need to learn this mana suppression technique. I would like you to teach me. At the thought of it, I extend my enemy detection skill to see if there are any Titans left in this dungeon. The radar reading that comes back is not what I was hoping to see at all. A single blotch of dense energy is about 2 kilometers away, moving at a very slow pace. It may reach our current position in front of the rift in about 25 minutes. I turn my head back to the black rift behind us and can't tell if it is my imagination, or if the edges have started to close in slightly faster than just moments ago, when my conversation with Ember started. My eyes widen and I airstep onto Ember's back. This may be our last chance to make use of these Titans. It would have been nice to stock up on more materials for a long session, but there is no time. I have some extra unused clothes, leftover blankets, miscellaneous items, and months' worth of food and water still left over from last time. The fact that my high mana control reduces the amount of food and water I need to consume is a major plus. It is more than enough. It just won't be as comfortable as my last session. I activate Dungeon Walker to spawn up about 500 meters in the air, right outside the energy blotch on my enemy detection radar. The last Titan, with long swaying limbs and slow, steady-moving footsteps, is silently making its way toward the closing rift. Ember responds as he div bombs downward at the huge mass of black energy. Yes, it looks like we made the final one panic. We'll have to use it wisely and make sure we get out before it leaves through the rift with us inside. Very good point. I create 2 body doubles right before we plunge into the dark void. The copies airstep away from the danger, while weightlessness takes over my body, and I fall back into the Titan's domain. Chapter 420. Ember's voice enters my mind using telepathy once I've situated myself within the Titan's domain. The technique I call mana suppression is really just an advanced form of manipulating visual chi. You've already shown signs of mastering the beginning stages of this, so by raising your natural capacity in chi control, mana suppression should be very simple. I sit on a small blanket in a comfortable position, getting ready to start my training, listening to what Ember has to say. Diving right back into the Titan's domain wasn't exactly what I was planning for, but the fact that this is most likely the last chance I'll get to use a time dilation chamber of this magnitude, I don't want to waste it. According to my rough calculations, there is less than 25 minutes in the outside world until this Titan reaches the rift, considering my last 6-month stay took 30 minutes. I should have roughly 5 months to train in here, and 15 times the chi to use up. To be safe, I've put 2 body doubles in the outside world to notify me of any changes or odd outcomes. However, the possibility that they could transfer information into this isolated domain to me is only a theory. To be safe, if I don't get any signals, I'll begin collapsing the space in 4 months. Ember continues the lesson once I shake myself out of my thoughts. Let me show you what I mean in a practical sense. Allow your chi to flow out of your body just like you do when you swing a sword attack. I do as Ember says, calming my eyes and allowing waves of chi to flow from my core into my fists. I am unable to release large amounts of visual chi, but in highly dense areas, particles of energy do flow out, especially in the heat of intense battle. Both of my fists glow white hot with energy, and tiny particles begin to make a mist around them the longer I hold them in the same place. Very good. This is a perfect starting point. The energy being released around your hands will act as a veil to suppress your natural mana output. It is in a very weak form right now because your capacity and control are lacking. However, imagine if you allowed your entire body to be covered in a blanket of energy like this. I picture Ember's words in my mind's eye, contemplating how much extra energy I would need to be constantly putting out to keep a wave of chi continuously flowing around my entire body. Then, I pull out the silver case that Monk gave me and open it with a click. Inside, a sea of bright white chi pills looks back at me, and I speak up. There is 150 pills. That is 15 times more than my previous training session. However, it is possible I have less time. You know better than me. I'd like a strict outline and training plan on how to hit my goals before our time runs out. Ember shows a toothy grin and nods. Only time will tell. We'll do training in 3 different segments. That is after your initial segment of flooding the entire room with chi. Considering your current base and mana control, you are still not strong enough to handle this amount of energy. So, the first order of business, once the room is ready and actual training begins, will be 48 hours of chi gathering and mana control training. Similar to your previous time in the domain, you will just circulate chi through your body, while all of your buffs are on the highest capacity possible while not building up fatigue. Small water breaks will be permitted, but no other distractions like food or entertainment. I nod as this sounds reasonable and very productive. Next, you'll spend 24 hours on focusing visual chi to your extremities. Your fists and feet will be first, but the goal is to be constantly expanding the range of coverage. Creating a thin layer of chi around your arms and legs will be next, then eventually your torso, and head to cover your entire body. This will be paired with physical body training, sprints, push-ups, squats, pull-ups, and weights, using your earth summoning magic to make heavy enough gear to push your limits. I nod again, as this seems pretty simple too. Then lastly, you get 8 hours of leisure time before we start the cycle again. You may eat small amounts of food, journal your thoughts, and sleep if you'd like. But intense focus is necessary to succeed in this training. My eyes widen at his last point. Only 8 hours of rest. After 3 days of continuous training? For 4 to 5 months straight? Ember chuckles to himself. We'll shorten the rest times as the session goes further, and make the training times longer as well. As I am sure you can already tell, the higher your mana control raises, the less reliant you are on food, water, and sleep for energy. Yes, I am aware. I just didn't know it would get this drastic. Of course. Your mortal lifespan increases as well, slowing your aging and keeping you in your prime years for far longer. At your current control, you've already increased your life expectancy by quite a bit, possibly decades. The progression is not linear based on pure mana intake, but it will continue to raise the more you control. I think over this food for thought in the back of my mind, as Ember covers some of the more advanced and technical topics too. Once, you've managed to get the most basic level of visual chi around every square centimeter of your body. The focus will shift to concentrating more on the density of the flow. Just like mana shields and mana blades, the density of the chi being used is very important when focused on a technique like this. At first, we'll work on making the chi as dense as possible, but that will naturally come in the gathering and channeling portion of training. Once it can fully cover your body, I want you to make incremental densities to get used to switching between them, like low, medium, high, and extremely high. Why is that? Wouldn't it just be best to refine my skills in the highest density possible? What is the point of having different ones? It is very simple, actually. Once you've coated your body in a layer of chi of extremely high density, Little to no mana can escape through the microscopic holes, no matter how hard they try to put out. Non-chi users are unable to sense chi energy at all, so to their mana senses, only the amount of mana you let out is your perceived true control. The corner of my lip turns up as I realize exactly where Ember is headed with this explanation. He continues, "So, if you were to walk by an elite hunter with an extremely high chi barrier, they may just think you are an unawakened hunter with little to no chi in your body. However, maybe you'd like them to think you are at their same level? Just using a high or medium grade barrier will be thinner and allow more of your natural mana control to seep through. Training multiple barrier densities, once you've progressed this far, will not only help with your overall chi control, but give you built-in skills and predetermined natural settings to conceal your true power." At this final point, everything makes sense, and I have a clear goal in mind ahead of me. I rehash the details of my training a few more times in excruciating detail with Ember, noting certain points and extra tidbits in my journal, before letting Ember fly back into my item storage to wait for my updates. We agree that letting him stay out in the open may drain away precious chi in the atmosphere that could be put toward my training, so I'll let him out after the end of every training cycle to give me tips and oversee my progress. See you soon. Best of luck, Master. Considering the chi in the room didn't dissipate until I absorbed most of it in my last session, the odds are it will be exactly the same this time as well. One after another, I begin taking the chi pills and oversaturating my body with energy. Every time enough chi leaves my body to handle another. Meanwhile, I sit in the lotus position, gathering the chi that is building up in the atmosphere and keeping all of my buffs at a cool and controlled rate while constantly self-regenerating my fatigue. This goes on for a few days before 1945 pills are used up to fill the entire room with a dense cloud of chi so energy-packed every breath feels as if it is rejuvenating my core. The rate of absorption far surpasses what it was before. The density of chi in this room is almost 15 times what it was the last time I trained, and almost 50 times that of what it feels like inside the training rooms back at the monastery. The chi in the air in the outside world is immeasurably low compared to the prime environment I am training in right now. I place the remaining 5 pills back into my storage as an emergency energy bank and get to work. 9 full training cycles pass, meaning about a month in domain time, and the progress moves exactly as Ember outlined for me. In just a month, my chi capacity has raised just over 50%, and my mana control is steadily rising at the same rate as my previous session, about 400 million MP absorbed in just over a month. Both are incredibly immense increases, but the chi capacity is the most impressive part. This is the most noticeable change. I've added more pure chi to my capacity in 1 month than I did in a full 6 months of training during my last Titan's Domain session. Every time I finish a cycle, Ember checks my progress, and the white glow I managed to cover my hands has slowly expanded to my extremities and just barely covers my head and torso. The progress is very motivating. Ember's words resonate in my mind as he increased each training period by 1 full day and taking 2 hours away from my rest time, making it 3 days gathering, 2 days working on my chi barrier, and 6 hours of sleep and leisure time. This intense training continues for 2 more months. My chi base adds an additional 90%, making a 140% increase since the start of this entire session, and my mana control raises by another 1 billion MP. At this point, some of the chi in the room is beginning to thin out, just like the last time I trained here. Some seeps through the walls, but most of it is being gathered by me and used up in my training to flow back into the atmosphere. I've gotten to the point where I can actually control the flow of chi on the outside of my body. It feels as if it is a thin layer of malleable and flowing skin attached to me as an extension of myself, rather than just particles that are floating away. It is difficult to maintain it for long periods of time, but holding its form is what my training mostly consists of now. 3 days gathering, 3 days controlling my chi veil, and 5.5 hours of downtime. I've gotten into a very productive rhythm, but the clock is still ticking away. I want to master this before my time runs out. Everything seems to be going according to plan, until one day mid-gathering session, the memories of one of my now-deceased body doubles come rushing back to me. Chapter 421, minutes earlier in the Great Plains. I watch from the perspective of one of my body doubles as my main body falls into the Titan's domain. My last thoughts before creating these clones were to notify myself at the halfway mark and another 2 to 3 minutes before it looks like the Titan will leave through the rift. Both body doubles wait patiently, air stepping high in the sky to watch from above as the Titan slowly makes its way across the 2 kilometers stretch of rolling grasslands toward the closing rift. I stand in silence as minutes pass, and I know weeks and months are going by within the creature below us. In just under 13 minutes, it reaches the halfway point between where it started and the rift at the back of the dungeon. The body double to my right side looks over to me and speaks using telepathy. I hear my own voice ring in my head. I am off. I'll use my self-destruct unique buff in another dungeon as to not make too much noise here. Wouldn't want it changing speed with another mana disturbance in the area. I nod back, and in the blink of an eye, my other double dungeon walks away to send the first halfway mark signal to my original body. I am still unsure if the signals are getting through, but as a double, I'll do my job to send the second message. I cross my arms and activate stealth, floating high in the sky above the Great Plains and watching the massive creatures silently trudge along below me. My eyes keep darting back and forth from the monster to the rift, and can't help but realize the rate at which it is closing seems to have slowed down. This is the opposite of what I assumed would happen, but the fact that I am in full stealth mode and my other double just dungeon walked away may have put less stress on the rift itself to collapse. Even the approaching Titan's swinging arms are slowing, and its footsteps are becoming less rushed and constant. This is a good thing, because my main body will have more time in the domain, but a bad thing because I may not know if the second message got interrupted for some odd reason. Thinking in the shoes of my main body, I'd most likely leave early just to be on the safe side. All I can do is wait and watch, then send the signal once it is actually time to leave. More minutes pass, and the rate at which the rift is closing, and the Titan approaches it slows even more, but comes to a steady pace once it is about 400 to 500 meters away. Just about 25 minutes has passed since my real body entered, so this was the perceived time of impact when I left. Now there seems to still be about 3 to 5 minutes remaining before it will begin to get close. I take a deep breath and watch for a full extra minute as the Titan slowly walks over the final rolling hill to get within a proper line of sight to the rift and begin to activate my Dungeon Walker skill to blip away, planning to use the same self-destruct feature as my other double. However, I stop myself as I see a faint red glow growing inside the black abyss of the Titan. It is only a matter of seconds before the crimson light begins to shine bright enough that it envelops the entire Titan. The black blob of mass is now blood red, and I recognize the skill being used very easily. That is Ember's Plunderer skill. I guess there is no need for me to send the signal after all. My main body waited quite a long time, but still played it safe and left before I sent a message. If my calculations are correct, I spent just over 5 months in there. A thin and dense blade of flames tears the red Titan in half, and a bright white release of light dissipates the creature into the air like it was never even there. The bright glow allows an incredible amount of excess MP into the dungeon, but it is quickly dissipated as the silhouette of a massive black-scaled dragon and a hunter in a black cloak and flaming sword remain in the wake of the defeated Titan. The only thing that throws me off is the eerie sense of there being no mana at all in this hunter. As the debris of the explosion disperses, I definitely see my main body standing next to Ember, but there is no mana signature coming off me at all. I even activate my all-seeing eye, and nothing comes up. It is like I am an unawakened hunter. As the body double, I am unable to use chi, so it is impossible for me to sense what is really going on here. But it seems as though Ember taught me well. I really learned mana suppression in 5 months and mastered it. I whisper under my breath. I wonder how much stronger I've really become. With a grin on my face, I start air-stepping over, but a wave of telepathy hits me from my main body as I see myself pointing toward the rift. Enter it. I'd like to see what is inside before it closes. I don't slow down for a moment and continue air-stepping over my real body and Ember to soar toward the rift. Good idea. As I fall closer, the rate at which the rift is closing speeds back up again, The fall of the last Titan just moments before it made it back has accelerated the closing speed, and by the time I plunge through into the deep black darkness, the rift is less than 2 meters in diameter and seems to have only tens of seconds left until it finally closes. With no fear at all, I step through the black abyss into another world, the place where these Titans spawned from. The world around me becomes dark, so I activate my buffs and light my hands with dim flames as my feet hit a hard, smooth floor. In the same moment as I squint my eyes and try to look around, the rift behind me closes and fully disappears, leaving me here trapped for good. I take a cautious breath, stepping forward and exploring the range of my light source. My initial surprise is that I am not floating in an endless void of darkness like I assumed, but the mana in the air here is quite dense. As my light finally gets bright enough, I can see the walls and ceiling of an incredibly tall and long hallway. It is over 30 meters high and 10 meters wide, made of dark gray stone, polished until glossy. When I activate my enemy detection skill, I don't get a single reading. My entire sensory system is screwed up and seems like a massive blotch of mana is scrambling everything. Even so, I walk forward full of curiosity, wondering what this hallway leads to and what hidden information I could unlock by venturing further in, constantly absorbing mana from the atmosphere to keep my dim light going. I walk down the hall at a steady pace. Soon, I start running, air-stepping, and even using extreme speed to push myself further into the endless hall of darkness. Over half an hour passes, and multiple kilometers have been trekked before the faintest glow of another light source is visible to me in the distance. My eyes widen at the sight of it, and I deactivate all my flashy skills, turning stealth on and continuing my march through the darkness with newfound vigor. It takes another 10 minutes to finally make it down the hall far enough to see the light expand into a dim archway. It looks as if it opens up into a much more well-lit setting. Maybe this was just a hidden entrance to a rift. And there is a colorful new world outside. As I get closer and closer, the dim white light source grows. But my enemy detection senses still give off the same scrambled reading. Now it may be even stronger than before, but it is hard to tell. Once I finally make it close enough to step outside, the sight before me is like nothing I ever would have imagined. I step out into an impossibly large circle-shaped room. The other side of the room is dark, and it is impossible to see. The only light source is two massive glowing white orbs easily, 3 kilometers above me, creating a dim glow to light up a dome-shaped room. It would be easy to fit a small mountain inside here. The walls and ceiling are all made of the same glossy dark gray stone. When I look left and right, all I see is more archways, leading down more dark hallways just like the one I left. There are hundreds of them, maybe thousands. They go on further than my eyes can see all around. My eyes widen even more when I see dozens of black Titans slowly walking into various dark walkways, all coming from the pitch-black center of the room. I try to wrap my mind around what I am seeing here, but many things aren't making sense. If this place is what I think it is, then every one of these halls has its own rift at the end of it, and these Titans are draining mana from dungeons, systematically. Just as my gaze points back to the center of the room, wondering how they're possibly all walking in from the center, I freeze with awe and terror. The two white orbs of light kilometers above in the sky turn toward me and stare straight through me even with my stealth skill fully activated. I feel an immense mana, imbued pressure crushing me from above, and the outline of a jet-black humanoid monster too massive to fathom entirely fills my senses. I don't hear, see, or think about anything else as it stares through me. The mountain-sized creature has no defining features other than its glowing white eyes, and the overwhelming aura that exudes the feeling of endless greed for energy. My body double is killed instantly by its presence alone. All the memories of this experience come surging back to my main body in the Great Plains fractions of a second after the rift closes. Chapter 4:22. So that is the Void Creeper Lord. I turn to Ember, and he responds, "Oh, you actually met it? Meeting it isn't exactly what I'd call that. More like it killed me the second I laid eyes on it." Ember nods. Sounds about right. If you were killed in an instant, you have nothing to worry about? He turns back to the direction where the rift closed moments ago and continues to speak through our link. It has already been too long back in that world for that creature to remember you even existed. I've never been myself, but I assume pests like us jump through the rifts all the time. I tell Ember the details about what happened, and we both have a good laugh, but also appreciate the perspective of power it just showed me. Those greed-filled eyes and its overwhelming strength is burned into the back of my mind. Even kilometers away, all my senses were scrambled by its passive aura. The more I think about it, the more I understand there isn't even a point in being scared. The power gap is so large it is impossible to understand. In that world, it has absolute dominance. Even though it was only for a brief second, through the eyes of my double, I still have a perspective of what is possible. It is clear I only graze the surface of its capabilities, but power like this is something I one day aspire to achieve. In this world, there are still many monsters and people far stronger than me. I have to master the power at my fingertips and continue to train by only facing opponents I am certain I can defeat by taking it one strong enemy at a time. With careful and calculated steps, I can rule like the lord of that world. Thinking back further, I recount the image of what my body double saw when it tried to sense me from afar when I re-entered the Great Plains. I really do seem like just a weak, unawakened human from the perspective of non-chi users now. With a thin smile, I whisper to myself, "Perfect." Then, I open up my item storage and let Ember hop inside. I have some work to do. The last 2 months inside the Titan's domain were even more productive and eye-opening than the first 3. I managed to almost double my chi capacity again, gaining an additional 120% by cutting my rest and relaxation time down, while upping the training output to not consider fatigue into account. In doing this, I managed to burn through an additional 1.6 billion MP in just 2 months. I upped the ante on using my buffs and elongated my time gathering chi by combining the 2 training methods together. Once I became able to conjure physical chi around my body at a constant rate for long periods of time, circulating it in waves around the outside of my body, rather than inside added to my control considerably. This gave a large surface area for new chi in the room to gather upon me, and also allowed me to multitask gathering, control training, and training my chi barrier. I used a full restore potion around the midway point, when my mana fatigue became overwhelming, and it completely washed away 90% of the tiredness. With my growing control, I only needed about 5 hours of sleep every 7 days by the end of it all. That is a 260% increase in chi capacity and a 3 billion MP increase in total control since the start of this session. As I used Dungeon Walker to teleport myself back to the 28th floor of the labyrinth, there is a thick flowing white layer of chi present around every square centimeter of my body. I've gotten used to holding up the highest setting of a barrier, and with my immense control training, it has become an extension of myself. On command, I can let the chi that surrounds my body flow back into my core at any speed I'd like. It still feels as if there are ocean waves of energy crashing and flowing all around me, but my mind can guide the energy almost as easily as breathing now. It is a more instinctual way of controlling energy than the rigid activation of mana. But I've finally gotten the hang of it. I do a full scan of the dungeon using enemy detection and find there are only 2 monsters left in here, and they're very far away from the exit portal and boss room. I come to the conclusion that Bree has already finished up here and moved to the 29th floor. I dungeon walk to the mountainous region to check and see if my assumption is correct, and almost immediately see a white bird battling a shimmering orb of light high in the sky above the nearest mountain. Large waves of mana are expelled after every exchange. The white-feathered bird dive bombs in, and Bree retaliates with her blades and attempts to confuse her opponent with light magic and her ranked-up buff. About a minute goes by before the battle is over, and Bree successfully outmaneuvers the monster, letting its bloodied corpse fall to the ground and air steps downward to collect the loot. I inspect Bree to see she has already made it up to level 620 in such a short amount of time. But it is clear there was quite the struggle in that battle, as she stands next to the dissolving body and drinks an HP and MP potion to heal her wounds and mana depletion. I confirm she is nearing her max level possible, with her current mana control. This dungeon on the 29th floor may be the last safe one for her to hunt in alone for the time being. I air step over, covered in a thick barrier of chi, but hide behind rocks and trees. I get within 50 meters, but her head hasn't turned, and not a single sign of there being an enemy nearby is triggered. It hasn't been the full hour she requested, so I'll let her farm here longer. In the meantime, I might as well see what the floor above this one has to offer. I dungeon walk away, far deeper into this dungeon, and dip into the boss room portal to challenge the boss. An enormous level 667 bird with bright white feathers and fierce advanced wind magic appears and lets out a screech. Then, after a moment of silence, as its battle cry echoes away, it blows mana-imbued wind, magic all throughout the boss room. I slowly airstep into the sky to meet its eye level and pull my black sword from my item storage. The moment I lift it in the air, the dense chi swirling around my body flows into the blade, oversaturating it in an instant. The same thick barrier of chi around my body now surrounds my blade as well. To the boss monster's perspective, I have no magic power. It sees me as a bug, ready to be squashed with a single swing of its long, sharp talons. However, once it dives down to attack, I simply swing my blade upward and let the bird's own momentum cut itself in half against my chi-imbued sword. It wasn't even a challenge, and the boss was confident until its last breath it would be the victor. Now falling to the boss room floor are two halves of a mighty bird that has no idea how it died. Level up, level up. I hit level 647, absorb its MCP, and collect the mana crystal and white feather of agility. It drops with a 110% agility buff. I place them all in my item storage before the transport magic brings me to the 30th floor. Once the transport magic fades, I activate my enemy detection skill along with my all-seeing eye and airstep high into the sky to get a better view of this dungeon. The readings I get show monsters ranging anywhere from level 550 to 750. Monsters in a dungeon have never ranged this far apart in level on a single floor, and the variety of skills I pick up using my appraisal skill is also a confusing piece of data to receive. However, it is best to take opportunities when they're presented. I whisper under my breath while pinpointing which monster I'd like to challenge first. Now this is going to be interesting. Chapter 423. As far as I can see, the dungeon is split into 3 different parts. It is like a pie split into triangles, stretching out a few kilometers each. I seem to be hovering over the rocky region of the dungeon right now. There are massive rock formations, plains of rocky dirt and soil, and large forests with small mountains and hills. At first, my view was blocked by a large plateau-like structure. But now, I can see the rest of the dungeon clearly. Nearby, I sense a huge lake filled with crystal clear, blue-tinted water for almost as far as the mountain region stretches. There are a few small islands in the lake, but it is almost entirely open water. Then lastly, the furthest away from here is a region filled with hot flames and volcanoes. It has the lake on one side of it and the rocky region on the other. Its black stone pathways are glowing orange and red hot from the mana, imbued molten rock that trickles down from the massive volcano at the back of the region. The entire dungeon has a light breeze flowing through it and light white puffy clouds high above in the sky. To top it all off, there is a gray swirling boss room portal in the middle of all 3 sections. I can sense it slowly spinning where all of the regions meet in the middle, but I'm unable to see it with the naked eye just yet. This is the most fascinating dungeon I've ever seen. As these words barely leave my mouth, the closest monster to me that I pinpointed on my radar seconds ago comes within visual distance. A brown-colored creature screeches loudly as it flies up from one of the rock formations in the earth region of the dungeon below me. I do a quick appraisal of it while readying my chi-covered sword, with one hand in a focused, nonchalant manner. It is level 579, and has 3 active skills, along with a ranked-up buff. Underscore, 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 underscore. underscore 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 active skills. Intimidation special grade, body hardening, legendary grade, combat magic, advanced earth summoning buffs, brown wyverns rock prison. Underscore unders. Core underscore 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 unders. Core underscore stone begins to form around me in a dome shape as the brown wyvern stares me down with its sharp eyes. I don't bother moving and let the weak magic wall of curved stone completely envelop me. It locks into a sphere shape, and the walls start shrinking and closing in. The wyvern below me gets closer and closer as the sphere shrinks to the point where it begins to touch the layer of chi that surrounds my body, without changing its upward trajectory in the slightest. The stone prison begins to crumble, like sand the moment it hits my chi barrier, and its upward momentum meant to collide with me in a weakened state once the trap crushes its prey is actually met with a chi-imbued sword that slices it clean in half. It ends just like the boss room monster from the 29th floor. What is going on today? These monsters really like killing themselves, don't they? I smirk and continue to airstep forward deeper into the Rocky Mountain region, knowing I won't have to get serious fighting a single opponent on this floor. However, some are at a higher level than me, so there is good reason to travel into Level Up and farm extra PP and create Dungeon Walker points all over this place while I have the chance. As I make my way through the rock structures of the Earth region, more wyverns come diving in from above and below with a similar attack strategy. Every time, I let them dive at me and decimate them without using much energy at all. Though, one thing stands out to me. The further in toward the center of the dungeon I travel, the higher level the monsters become. Once I kill my 5th one, I am almost halfway through the region toward the center of the dungeon, and a familiar ringing sound can be heard in my head. Level up! I reach level 648 after defeating a level 655 wyvern. Upon closely examining my enemy detection skill with its level inspection perk, I conclude my theory is true. It seems the closer I get to the center of the dungeon, the higher the level of spawned-in monsters become. This means if I stay at this distance away from the boss room, I can farm mobs directly above my level and cash in on the maximum XP and PP gains. Over the next half hour, I use air steps and Dungeon Walker to move back and forth throughout this portion of the Earth region, using my inspect skill to only pick the right opponents, clearing out every wyvern within 5 levels above me as I raise my own. I sporadically check my Dungeon Walker skill to see Bree farming on the floor below me, but she hasn't yet hit her maximum level for that floor. I can tell she is still determined to keep going, so I decide to give her some extra time while I have some fun farming up here on the 30th floor myself. While doing so, I close the distance between myself and the Blue Lake region nearby too. There are some interesting readings coming from within I'd like to check out. One of which being a new skill I don't have yet. Level up, level up, level up, level up, 1 PP, level up, level up, level up, 1 PP, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, 490 agility, 39340, Sero. MCP, I hit level 660 fairly quickly. By only absorbing PP and MCP, the leveling process moves up very fast. One of the kills even triggered the absorption perk that allows me to take a portion of my opponent's stat points. I would be sticking around to collect loot too, but they mostly only drop mana crystals. I've killed dozens, but nothing interesting drops until this most recent kill. As I am airstepping away toward the lake and the wyvern's corpse falls to the floor, an unusual pulse of energy comes from it. I stop my search for other wyverns and circle back to see what it has dropped. Resting on the rocky floor is a tan-colored stone with thousands of MP pouring out of it in the form of liquid mana, imbued rock that forms into small boulders. The floor beneath it is growing at a fairly quick rate, and I can tell the energy from within is being expelled. The grin filled with amusement covers my face as I make my descent downward to collect the item drop. An Earthstone, huh? Looks like I have another rare resource-packed dungeon to farm. I open up my item storage and let the stone fall inside. In doing so, the ground growing with rock and rubble ceases to move. A mound of fresh earth is left in its place as I continue my hunt. My gaze turns to the other two regions in this dungeon, and my curiosity is spiked. If this region drops earth stones, there is a possibility the others drop different elements too. I speed up my steps and finally make it above the shimmering blue lake region, where the artificial dungeon sun reflects off the lightly crashing waves below. Off in the distance, a bright blue wyvern comes my way and clocks in at level 661. I appraise it too. Underscore, 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 active skills. Intimidation special grade, body hardening, legendary grade, combat magic, advanced water summoning buffs, blue, wyverns, fury, underscore, underscore, underscore 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 underscore. My eyes widen at the sight of its skills. I'd already picked up on the fact that there were water wielders here when I first entered the dungeon, but didn't recognize it at first glance. The only wyvern I faced in the arena back in Valor City looked exactly like this one, yet it had fire magic instead of water. I don't let the change in color throw me off too much, and let the creature with wide wings, sharp talons, and furious eyes come swooping in while summoning tens of blades of water all around me in a dome shape. They all come closing in as I take a deep breath to swing my sword with ease, negating every one of its blades in an agile spinning motion while air-stepping forward and piercing its dense mana shielding like butter. Use absorption skill, combat magic, advanced water summoning. Yes, no, I accept the skill as well as its make EP, but turn my head to the side as another one bursts out of the water below me and tries to attack in the same fashion. Swinging my blade gracefully and aiming with great precision, I take out its level 657 partner in an instant too. More blue wyverns come rocketing out from the deep water below me, and I dance around the air easily dodging and slicing through each new one that gets in my way. Over half a dozen of them come out from the lake before one unique wyvern catches my eye as it flies at me from the direction I just came, seemingly spawned from the space in between the water and earth region. Its scales are bright blue, just like all of the other monsters attacking me, but on its status, I see combat magic, advanced earth summoning, as it screeches and begins to attack. Stone spears are sent flying my way in the air, and a dome of rock surrounds me, but it is glowing blue, just like the wyvern from the arena. A mutant? I chuckle as the monster gets closer, but in a matter of seconds, it is defeated and torn to pieces just like all of the previous attackers. The glowing blue earth it attacked me with falls down below into the lake. Every splashing sound it creates makes me more curious about this whole situation. The main question on my mind is wondering what kind of element stone a mutant like that would drop. I continue on, hovering over the lake, diving just a tiny bit deeper and closer to the center of the dungeon to face a few more monsters. Their levels rise, but their difficulty is all the same. They don't even make me break a sweat. Some dive bomb in from above, while others come soaring up from the bottom of the lake. Level up, level up, level up, level up, 1 PP, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, 48, 600770 may PB. By the time I've almost made a full circle around the D, Unjin, the edge of the volcanic region, is in sight. I've sliced through a few dozen blue water-wielding wyverns hitting level 668, but haven't yet tried out the new skill I absorbed from the first. A crimson-colored wyvern comes my way and breathes out a dark red wave of flames. This may be a good place to test things out. I put my sword on my hip and release a small portion of the swirling chi barrier from my now freed up right hand. Instead of suppressing all of my magic, I let one half of my mana control be used as I activate my new water summoning skill and place my hand in front of me, facing the red wyvern. This is similar to what I do under the bottoms of my feet, allowing the chi barrier to thin out so just enough air magic can come out to propel me higher and keep me in the sky. But considering this is an attack on an enemy, I use a bit more power. My palm glows bright blue, and a pillar of water comes flowing from the center of my hand, expanding larger and larger until it makes contact with the ball of flames sent my way from the level 665 wyvern that attacked me from the volcanic region. In an instant, the creature's flame is engulfed by the stream of water, and once it makes contact with the wyvern itself, its body is disintegrated by the water pressure. The water jet continues forward, making contact with a small hill of molten rock 100 meters away. I stop releasing magic, but the attack that hits the structure punctures clean through, leaving a gaping circular hole in the rock formation. I deactivate my skill and let my chi barrier reform around my hand while I grab my sword and chuckle to myself. Noted. I guess half my mana control is probably still a bit too much. Chapter 4. 24. Level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, level up, 1 PP, level up, level up, level up, 1 PP, level up, 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 T1 PP, level up. 102, 5092, 23 MACP. Close to another hour passes as I continue to farm in the volcanic region, testing out my new water summoning skill and finding that if I use about a fifth of my mana control, they can put up a better fight. I reach level 684 before one of them finally drops an advanced firestone. It burns hot and gives off a dark aura. I place it in my item storage for later, as this is the strongest firestone I've ever seen. There are plenty of stronger wyverns deeper in, closer to the boss room portal, but I want to take my time farming here. Killing monsters just above my level gives me the optimal amount of knee CP and PP gains per level up. On top of that, I am looking to get the maximum number of kills in order to farm element stones too. The drop rate here seems to be less than 2%, but for such a valuable resource, it is actually pretty high. The main reason I've stopped now is because I am well over the agreed upon time frame. I said I'd meet back up with Brei, and she finally hit level 645 in an intense duel against one of the white-winged hawk creatures on the 29th floor. Unfortunately, I couldn't find another mutant wyvern, despite camping by the borders of the regions. However, I'll be back here very soon. Dungeon Walker. I blip back to see Brei less than 100 meters away, and air step down to the ground nearby with my chi barrier fully activated. I wave at her as she collects the mana crystal from her last battle and looks at me with a confused and half-startled expression. I was wondering when you'd show up, and secretly hoping you'd let me keep at it until I hit the max level in this dungeon. Odd how things worked out. I take a few steps closer until we're less than 10 meters apart, then she takes a step back and the confused expression on her face grows. You look a lot different. And your aura? It is gone. Brei tightens her gaze to look me up and down, unable to piece this puzzle together. I reply, it is a new ability, probably better if you don't ask. I am unable to share this one. Her stare remains on me for a moment, and I decide to allow about 20% of my aura out, just like I did while facing the strongest red wyvern in the dungeon above us. Her expression shifts back to normal. She replies once my aura is able to be felt. Interesting. To my senses, it seemed like you weren't even here. It almost felt like my eyes were playing tricks on me. Interesting. I make a note to myself that I should probably always let a small portion of my mana leak out when interacting with people. A hunter with zero mana control at all would be even more suspicious than one with an overwhelmingly high amount. Brei reaches into her item box around her waist and walks closer with a smile, pulling out a small concealment case. Once she opens it up with a click, I can see what is inside. 2 of the highest quality windstones I've ever seen. I am looking forward to seeing what I can craft with these. She pauses for a moment. Hey, I know you said you have a meeting to get back to tonight, but do you think you have a little time to come back to my office? I have a few extremely high-grade items I've been waiting for the right time to craft. With the use of your skill and my recent strength improvement, I am sure I can make something extremely unique. I nod and place a hand on her shoulder, Dungeon walking us to one of the exit portals that leads into the underground dungeon hub. I activate my conceal skill to shift my face and let my cloak morph into a generic black business suit. While doing this, I also increase my chi barrier's density to let out an even smaller amount of mana, similar to that of a level 350 hunter that has barely scraped the surface of awakening mana control. We walk out into the underground black market. It doesn't take very long until we make it back to Bree's building, and the same blonde-haired greets us and lets us in. On the first floor, all of the workers have left for the night, and the front doors are locked and fortified. On the second floor, the two twins have left for the night as well, but Bernard still sits at his desk in front of his library of books, deeply immersed in one as he sits with very good posture at his desk. He gives us a nod as we walk up the stairs into her office. I make a comment in a whispering tone, simultaneously putting up a hush barrier around us while we make it to the top floor. You know, your security here is rather lacking. I got past unnoticed the first time I showed up, and even left a clue for your two men out front that I was here. I assume they never notified you? Bree shakes her head as I continue. The second time, all it took was a little sweet talking to the guard down below in the black market to let me through. Once we're partnered, I think some elite level guards are in order. Or at least some higher level mana shielding with an ID scanner as a security precaution. She nods while walking back over to her desk. You are right. You are right. Up until now, all threats and attempted break-ins I receive are from E&D class hunters at most. There is no point in coming to the black market as a higher grade hunter with access to the dungeon hub and association partnered shops. Even if someone of C class or higher were to go rogue, the association always takes them out before they're much of a problem. That is, unless they can escape to the Dark Continent. There are exceptions, of course. She gives me a sly smile, insinuating she means people like me. I sigh and respond. That makes sense, but I just wanted to put it out there. If any of our C and B grade goods are being produced and shipped out here, security needs to be heightened. I trust you are strong enough to protect this business yourself, but there will always be times when you are away. Extra backup is needed. She nods while I activate my Rising Emperor's domain buff and give Bri the mythic grade crafting ability. Check your status. The skill should be there. I have a bit of time, so make whatever you'd like. Bree's eyes light up as her blue status screens begin to form all around her, and she digs into her desk, pulling out many items with varying abilities and buffs ranging from 50% up to 120%, and odd-colored stones and potions I've never seen before in my life. I don't really care to watch, as I have quite a few other things on my mind. The first thing that still piques my curiosity is what kind of elemental stones the mutants on the 30th floor drop. However, the second most significant topic that has been on my mind for months of perceived time, ever since my second Chi training period in the Titans domain, concerns what Fisher and Lydia will reveal about their findings in Sector 2. It has been a huge mystery looming over me ever since I entered Valor City, and I'll be having a final meeting with Lith tonight to secure the details of the trade routes, and finally figure out what kind of territory I'll be venturing out to next. I sit with my feet up on a coffee table, and my hands behind my head, staring at the ceiling deep in thought, as flashes of light continuously go off in the back portion of the room. Bree's voice rings out to me after about 20 minutes, and a glowing silver ring comes flying my way. Hey, I made something for you. It is one of the highest quality items I think I've ever produced, so please accept it as a gift for helping me rank up today. I use appraisal while catching the shiny silver-colored ring in my hand, while not moving any other part of my body from the comfortable couch. Platinum Ring of Visual Manipulation. 151% mental strengths, 111% speed, 100% agility, C99% strengths, 74% defense illusion attribute. My eyes stay focused on it for a moment, and the platinum glimmer and smooth surface of the item are captivating. A bright white aura comes off the ring, and Bray continues to speak. It has a light attribute imbued that should allow you to put up small walls of illusion similar to my own, meaning you'll be able to make people around you invisible if they're close enough, even if you don't share that stealth skill with them. I smile and accept it, taking off my platinum amulet of frost. 137% mental strength, Steen 90% ice magic strength, to replace it with this new item with much better stats. I slip the smooth platinum ring on my finger. Thanks. I'll make good use of it. I place my hand above me in the air and let out a much higher amount of my mana control to let the illusion attribute of the ring activate. A long 1 meter by 2 meter rectangle of shimmering mana comes out, making the ceiling above me disappear, allowing me to put whatever I'd like in its place. Light flashes in the back of the room as Bree continues to craft random items, and I become very entertained by changing the rectangle of ceiling that I control to look like various dungeons I've been to before. Another 20 minutes or so go by before the sensation of someone approaching from below us hits both mine and Bree's mana senses. We stop what we're doing, and I release the hush barrier just in time for a few knocks to ring out from the side door at the top of the stairs. Bree looks to the back of the room, and I turn my head to face the visitor. It is Bernard. In a neatly fitted suit, thin-framed glasses, and a book still in his hand at his side, the craftswoman's assistant speaks up in a professional tone. I am very sorry to bother you in the middle of a meeting, Miss Brianna, but there has been important news from an informant that I think you'd be very interested to hear. He looks over to me, then back at Bri, waiting for her response. She nods. Very well. This client is trusted. Don't worry about keeping secrets. What is the news? Bernard pauses for a moment, then blurts out something that leaves the whole room in shock. Well, this is directly from our informant that infiltrated the association. There has been a violent high-grade dungeon break near the Green Ridge Mountain Lookout. It is unlike any break they've ever seen before. The energy dispersed has created 14 brand new dungeons in its place. Chapter 425. A few hours ago, at the top of the association's HQ tower in Vice City, a blonde-haired woman named Samantha picks up her transmission tablet while she looks out the glass window of the top floor of her office suite. She is the assistant to the Vice Region's director. The transmission tablet in her hand glows brightly for a few seconds before the deep voice of the director, Brutus C. Matthews, replies on the other end. You know I am out on business in the Apex region right now. What might be so important that you'd call at a time like this, and on my emergency line? The room is listening. The tall blonde-haired assistant continues to stare out the window as an enormous mushroom cloud of white energy continues to expand at a distance of about 20 kilometers away from the city. I believe the matter is urgent. I wouldn't have called otherwise. I'll have all available Vice Region elites sent out on the issue immediately, but I wanted you to be the first to know. It looks like we're having another surge, or something of similar magnitude. The director stays silent. On the other end of the call is Samantha, recounts the events of the distress signal from the Green Ridge Lookout dungeon and now the fading white cloud of light that illuminated the entire sky for the city to see. After a long pause, the director's voice echoes back through the transmission tablet. Very well, secure the perimeter, and I'll make my way out there as fast as I can. Thank you for the swift action and professional response. The transmission tablets go dark on both ends as Samantha watches the remnants of the blast fade away. Her tablet lights up again as she calls all units that are available in the city to make their way out to survey and secure the blast zone as the director ordered. Meanwhile, Brutus sits in a dark room with 9 other people at a large round table. The edges of the room fade off into shadows, and no one is able to see anyone's exact facial features. There are only outlined silhouettes. As he puts his small silver tablet back into a pocket, he speaks up, facing the man in the largest seat directly across from him at the table. I am sorry for the interruption, Mr. Freeman. Please, let us carry on with this year's B-class exam preparations. I'll attend to this matter once we've finished up here. The large, shadowy figure at the back of the room nods slowly. One time, then a bright golden light shines from one of the rings on his right hand. Simultaneously, the same golden-yellow glow shines brightly in the shape of a collar around the necks of 2 A-class hunters that sit next to his left and right sides. They both stand up and bow toward the center of the table as the shimmering golden light disappears from their necks. As they both bring their heads up, they move in opposite directions. One of them uses a telekinesis power to levitate the shadowy figure's chair just above the ground, turning it toward the back of the room filled with darkness, as the other man speaks to the remaining people at the round table. The Apex Region's director wishes for all of us to go back to our posts. Even if it is a false flag, it is best we all prepare for a surge in our home regions. We've covered most of the topics we wanted to tonight. Although our trade routes have been limited since the disappearance of a main distributor in the Dark Continent, we're making do with what we have stocked up on for now, and what we can farm from the Apex dungeons. The B-class exams are still over a month away, so we shall meet again next week to continue this discussion. Directors, please leave your closing notes or concerns. Then you are all dismissed. Once he finishes, the A-class hunter speaking for the Apex director places a small black box with a thin slit on its top in front of him on the table. He waits patiently for all members at the table to write a few notes on small pieces of paper folded in half to voice anonymous concerns about this week's meeting and ideas that they would like brought up in next week's meeting to be discussed. Once all papers are put in, the hunter picks up the box and follows into the darkness at the back of the room to assist Mr. Freeman. There are some rustles of papers and a few whispers between the remaining 7 directors, including Brutus, but it is soon followed by bright glows of transport magic being activated, and various directors making their way back to their home regions as requested by their leader. Brutus takes out a transport crystal from a miniature item box in one of his other suit pockets and crushes it in his hand to teleport back into the Association Tower's only teleport platform deep underground. Welcome back, Mr. Director. Samantha notified me you would be stopping by. A tall, silver-haired artificer in a purple cloak, decked out in all kinds of magical gadgets and gear, greets Brutus with an open door and a wide smile as he walks through the long halls of the underground testing labs of the Association. Nice to see you too, Leo. It has been a while, but I am not in the best mood right now. That director's meeting didn't accomplish a single thing. Our unique trade items from the Dark Continent are still on standby. We're getting no extra support from the Apex region for labyrinth farming, and the B-class exams are coming up fast, so we're bound to lose even more elite manpower. Leo calmly walks the halls next to Brutus, allowing him to rant all he wants until the two of them get to the elevator that leads to the main lobby. The doors open with a ding, and Brutus walks inside with a long sigh, straightening his back and putting on a professional smile. Anyway, good seeing you, Leo. Hoping next time on better terms. It is all part of the job. Order must be kept by any means necessary. Am I right? Of course you are right. The artificer lets out a chuckle and waves the director goodbye as he turns to quickly make his way back down the hall to continue a few late-night experiments. Brutus meets up with Samantha, who is patiently waiting with a silver information tablet in hand. They both walk out of the lobby into the dead of night very quickly to make their way to the forest. The distance is far, but the two of them make it deep into the forest fairly quickly, passing a few association workers illuminating the forest path with various skills on their way. What was previously a very dark dirt path is now covered in mana, imbued light sources, and the aura of dozens of late-night workers can be sensed out in the forest, along with the sensation of many dungeon portals that were not previously in this location. Once the director makes his way into the clearing where the trees don't block any extra vision from the blast zone, the sight before his eyes is like no dungeon break he has ever seen before. You weren't messing around. Whatever caused this reaction packed some serious power, but I highly doubt it has anything to do with a surge. All of the dungeons in the main hub give off stable readings. This must be an outlier. Samantha nods and looks down at her information tablet as the deep crater of dirt and rock stretching out for kilometers on either side, and over 200 meters down in a light slant toward the center, comes into view. Many blue swirling dungeon portals have spawned, littered all around the shallow hole where a mountain used to be, and small workstations of association hunters have been set up outside each one. Some tables have mana crystals and loot, while others are empty and the exploration parties are still inside. Samantha speaks up as they both begin walking down into the crater. We've found 14 of them total so far. They're all E and D class dungeons. Some are unique, so we'll have a few new item sources to farm here, while 6 so far are duplicates of dungeons we already have control over in the main hub. It will still take a few hours to get all of the approximate boss levels and loot drop percentages figured out, but it will most likely be all complete by morning. The director stares down at the dungeons and thinks to himself for a full minute while the two of them walk by the first spinning portal. Some of the guards and association workers recognize him as he walks by and give bows and salutes. But Brutus doesn't care to acknowledge them as he is deep in thought. Finally, he speaks up to Samantha. Are the guards that man the Green Ridge Lookout still alive? I'd like a word with them if they are. Also, all high-level hunters in the vicinity with earth elements awakened, and craftsmen of any level, have them report here immediately. I have a plan to fix this mess by the morning. Of course. Samantha pulls out her transmission tablet and begins to make a few calls. A few flashes of light blip all over the forest, as many hunters between level 100 and 550 come over the moment they're called. 2 of the hunters are the guards that were meant to be watching the Green Ridge Lookout dungeon in question when the blast went off. Brutus has them explain the events that they can remember, but the fact that all they know is the portal turned red and they woke up unharmed almost 10 kilometers away doesn't sit well with him. Samantha uses her lie detector skill to confirm they are in fact telling the truth, so he decides to leave this mystery for a less urgent time. Fine, you two, go back to the association. Samantha will arrange a luxury suite for each of you to take a rest. I suspect there is much more to this than meets the eye, and believe you are not at fault. Still, we will question you further at a later date. Your weekly pay will continue as usual as you rest and recover. They both graciously leave the crater, and Brutus turns to the others. All right, the rest of you, let's get to work on turning this into a new dungeon hub. Considering the strength of the dungeons I've spotted so far, it'll be a good place to train new recruits, and possibly an area where we can expand the city. He turns to the 3 earth magic users on standby, then points to all the dungeons with an open palm. Your team's job is to make even pathways connecting all the dungeons together, making nice arching entrance gates to each one. Then once you are finished there, make the dirt path back to the city presentable. He turns to the small team of craftsmen next. I need mana. Imbued lights put up along the pathways for nighttime hunters, and basic D-grade mana shielding put up around every one of these newly spawned portals as a safety precaution. Brutus turns to Samantha. Make sure the signs are put up above each stone archway, put in place denoting the dungeon's skill level. We'll double-check them ourselves before it is written in ink. Then, have 1 guard, per G8 assigned by morning at 1 letter grade above the gate's grade. Pay them standard weekly rates. She nods and writes down information on the tablet. Meanwhile, the crowd of craftsmen and earth magic users all get to work on their tasks. Brutus whispers under his breath while crossing his arms. Whatever happened here, it is going to end up being very profitable for the association, but I'd still like to get to the bottom of what exactly it was. This was not a natural phenomenon. Chapter 426. Back in Bry's office, the room stays still as we take in the news about dungeons being found in the forest region, where the Green Ridge Lookout used to be. My eyes open wide, and so do Bry's. We turn to meet each other's gazes. I am the first to whisper under my breath, "No way." Silence looms in the room for another few seconds before Bry responds to her assistant. Thank you very much, Bernard. This is valuable info, and I appreciate the good job in closing up the shop today, too. You are dismissed for the night. He bows and replies before walking down the stairs. Thank you, Miss Brianna. Have a good night. I'll see you when we open tomorrow. As he leaves, I put up my hush barrier again, and Bry speaks in a curious tone. That cursed item you set off seems to do a bit more than just collapse dungeons and blow up mountains. She raises an eyebrow and continues. I am sure the association is all over the blast site by now, if our D-grade informant has already sent in the news. Elites must be on the scene. I'd love to check it out, but there is no way I am getting by without being seen or sensed now. I think about what has happened in my mind's eye, picturing all of the concentrated energy from within the dungeon erupting from the windstone just a few hours ago. Usually, when a dungeon collapses, it just disappears into thin air or slowly lets out its energy in the form of over-leveled monsters. The uniqueness of this collapse was the fact that all the energy from within the dungeon left in an instant, and in a stable form. When it was inevitably released and dispersed in the blast, it must have naturally settled back together in dense points to form new dungeons. However, I've never heard of anyone forming a dungeon with just dense pockets of mana. If it was that easy, then I am sure bigger organizations and countries would be making new dungeons left and right. There must be a unique factor about the way I collapsed this dungeon that created new ones. Deep in thought, unconsciously covering my temples with my index and middle fingers to think deeper into the issue, I finally perk back up and respond to Bree. You are right. You'll probably be spotted if you go and check things out. But I need to know what happened out there. Depending on what results I may find will conclude whether or not I decide to do this test again. A grin creeps across my face as Bree responds hastily. Not around here, you won't. We were lucky that first blast wasn't bigger or faster than it already was, even by a magnitude of 2 times larger, and we could have been in serious trouble. That was a one-time thing. Don't go blowing up the city for your own amusement. Yeah, I know. If I ever do it again, I'll go out in the open desert of the Dark Continent or something similar. Don't worry. She lets out a sigh and sits back in her chair while I lay back down on the couch in the middle of the room. Then, speak up after about 2 seconds of silence. I am going to go check it out, though, she responds while standing up from her desk. Oh, I know. Just be careful out there. Promise me you won't get into any extra trouble before we even start our business together. I am just taking a quick look. I'll be completely concealed. I won't let anyone even know I was there. I get up from the couch at this, and we walk down the stairs of her shop, and she unlocks and relocks the front doors as we walk out into the street and say, our goodbyes. See you soon. See ya. We walk our separate ways as I activate my stealth skill underneath a veil of chi, making myself invisible to mana users even hundreds of levels above me. I air step through the sky above the low-income area of the city and spread my enemy detection skill far and wide to find no one anywhere near elite level nearby. That is, until I finally make it to the edge of the forest. The once dark and unused dirt pathway through the thick trees is now covered in a smooth raised stone walkway that is connected to the main road on the outer edge of the city. Every 20 meters or so, a long pillar of stone holds a bright mana imbued light orb on top of it, illuminating the walkways just enough to make it to the next one without falling into darkness. I soar high above the path, totally invisible to the eye or anyone's mana senses, and follow the winding pathway through the forest with a fast-beating heart and eyes full of curiosity. Once I am about a kilometer in, the pathway ends abruptly, but I see a level 398 hunter with an advanced earth-summoning combat magic skill, sitting down on a nearby fallen tree, drinking an MP potion, and wiping sweat from his forehead. Nearby, there is a level 114 special grade craftsman, combining mana crystals and large glass spheres he keeps taking out of an item box. I nod, spotting their association badges on their shirt collars and thinking to myself how interesting it is that they've managed to set all of this up so quickly. A dim light source glows out in the distance where I remember the blast going off hours ago, and I soar higher in the air off in that direction to soon find another team of earth magic and craftsmen forming the same style of trail coming to meet the team approaching. At the pace they're moving, it shouldn't take more than another hour or so to meet in the middle. I continue to fly further in until the trees thin out so much I can finally see the enormous crater in the ground where the mountain and Green Ridge Lookout dungeon used to be. I come to a halt and drift downward to stand on the edge of the blast zone with my stealth skill activated and chi barrier on its highest possible density. The immense size of the hole in the ground is hard to fathom. It doesn't even look real. The landscape has changed so drastically. It seems as if there were never any trees or wildlife here in the first place. My widened eyes spot 14 mana dense silver boxes covering the crater in random points, and stone walkways connecting each of them to the main path that is being connected to the city. The boxes are clearly mana shielding barriers put up in case of more breaks, but they don't seem very intense. The dungeons themselves don't seem strong either. There is nothing here over a D-class dungeon at best. This confirms my theory before that all of the energy from the original high-grade C dungeon was dispersed and condensed. used to create these dungeons. Meaning, none of them have a chance of ever being as strong as the original. They're just the remnants from the blast. Considering this, relieved that I am not missing out on any new high-grade dungeons, I begin to turn back. But then the door of one of the mana shielding barriers around a dungeon in the center of the crater opens up. Out of the small stone archway, dimly lit by a pillar of light, a tall armored man and a thin blonde-haired woman with a clipboard walk out. With my heightened senses and increased perception of sight and sound, it is as clear as day who walks out from that portal. The Vice Region's director. The man that screwed my whole team over for a reason, still completely unknown to me. It could have been for a quick buck, or standard procedure for when teams come in contact with demonic energy, or just an order from the higher-ups. Whatever that reason may be, it doesn't make me hate him any less right now. I can hear his nonchalant voice speaking to his assistant from over a kilometer away with the use of my enemy detection skill and boosted perception. Another D-class dungeon tracked and surveyed. Wonderful. That just leaves 3 more to go. Where to next? His assistant points to another mana-shielded box and outlines the detailed information that the association workers gave while farming earlier. They just need to go inside to verify. Meanwhile, my vision tunnels in on the level 745 man walking slowly up a newly made stone pathway. I do a full scan of his status and inventory, seeing that he has gained 14 levels since the last time we met. Then, as my eyes look at the array of new protection gear maxing out all of his item slots with plus 150% and higher defense stats and magic resistance items, my gaze falls on a blank slot that shows an item reading that sends a shiver down my spine. Access denied, my gaze tightens, and I even shift my vision straight at the item itself that seems to be a ring. It glows gold, and wisps of energy trail from it as he walks away from my general direction at a slow pace. My mana senses pick up a reading so dense, it is hard to calibrate how strong the ring is or what it does. And my chi senses pick up large amounts of energy trapped deep within it as well. It gives off an evil presence, like it has a wandering mind of its own. No chi seems to be present in the director's body at all, so my only guess is that it is a soul energy-imbued ring. This may be a very rare opportunity to get the director out in the open all alone. However, I promised Brie I wouldn't cause any trouble for her, and it is not in my best interest to challenge an unknown power like this without preparation. Despite being almost the same level as me, I've seen this director order around people like Brie's brother Rodrigo, even though he is high above level 1000. If it has anything to do with that ring, I don't want to find out how it works the hard way. As much as I hate this man for selling out my team to a dark continent sector leader, attacking him blindly just because I feel like it is not a good idea. Reluctantly, I reach into my item storage to take out a transport crystal that leads back to the Galeheart Tower. With my eyes locked on the director and grip tightening around the fragile gem, I bite my bottom lip and make my final decision. Chapter 427. The transport crystal breaks in my clenched fist, and I am teleported back into the main lobby of the Galeheart Tower. I can feel the dense layer of chi around my body get pulled through the instant transport rift with me, and I stand alone in the center of the white-walled room with both lobby men looking around with startled gazes. The teleport platform registered a user arrive, but no one is visible in the room. I deactivate my stealth skill and let my concealment items and skills deactivate too, revealing my regular form, but keeping my chi barrier strong while walking forward toward the elevator. As I become visible, one of them speaks up. "You are just in time. Mr. Galeheart got back just half an hour ago. I am sure he'll be ready to meet with you on the top floor." I nod with a smile as the elevator doors open and close, and I walk inside. While the extremely fast-moving room brings me to the top floor, I adjust my mana control to about 1 divided by 3 of its natural output. This is greater than it was the last time I met with Lith. Showing off a bit of growth is better than suppressing it much lower. As the doors of the elevator open with a ding to Lith's office, the walls are already showing off the holograms of the nighttime city lights, and there are 2 other people in the room, aside from the mercenary guild leader sitting down. The people sitting in comfortable chairs, facing Lith, are 2 figures I am very familiar with, but haven't seen in a very long time. They turn their heads as I walk in the door. Lydia, Fisher, nice to see both of you still in one piece. I activate my inspect and appraisal skills to see them both at exactly level 602, but wearing the same gear as I remember them wearing before. The water-wielding swordsman and white-haired ice mage get up from their seats as I walk closer, and their eyes open wide. Fisher is the first to reply. You look almost as old as me now. It has only been like 2 weeks. What happened to you, and where'd you get that fancy cloak? He looks me up and down as the flowing magic manifested fabric of the cloak wavers in non-existent wind. Before I reply, Lydia is already eyeing me up and down too with her arms crossed. Your mana control has risen quite a bit. You managed to find more mana, imbued essence stones? Or is this just from training in that arena Lith keeps talking about in the Silver District? She turns to Fisher, then back to me with a light chuckle. And yeah, I agree with Fisher. It looks like you've been training in the mountains for years or something. Whatever it is working. She shrugs as I finally make my way over, seeing Lith watch our interaction with a thin smile from his desk. I reply to my old teammates. Yeah, training in the mountains alone. Basically nailed it. I roll my eyes and chuckle to brush her comment off as a joke. But in reality, I have been training in isolation for almost a year's worth of time over the last few days, and much has happened since the last time I saw these two. The last time we talked was before the Sector 2 leader was even killed. They look a bit different themselves, but unfortunately, I can't sense much change in their mana control, I reply. On a real note, I've gotten my hands on some interesting items and done my fair share of training recently. The arena and resources in this city have been very useful in gaining strength. I've been using a lot of unique methods to get stronger while you were gone. I'd like to share them with you when you have time to train. However, I think you have the more interesting story to tell today. What do you find in Sector 2? As I raise the question. Both of their expressions shift to one of surprise, and Fisher is about to speak up, but Lith interjects before he can reply. How about we all sit down and wait for the remaining 3 members to arrive before we start our show and tell? My eyes turn to Lith, and I already have my inspect and appraisal skills instinctively activated. I am hit with the usual. Access denied screens all over his status because of the use of some concealment enchantment, but for a moment, I see the lettering flicker. It feels like if I were to use 100% of my control, I could easily break through it and see what Lith is hiding. Ding gun. My concentration is interrupted by the sound of the elevator, and I don't try to push my mana control any further than it is in fear of revealing my full power. So, I let it be and get seated on the opposite side of Lith's desk. Both Fisher and Lydia get comfortable on the other side again too, and the elevator door opens. And I sense 2 fairly strong mana controls enter the room with chi cores less than 1/5 the size of my own. It is a bit off-putting how well the dense shielding of these walls blocks the presence of others even just in another room, but also convenient, so that I am sure no one outside the tower can sense my own power inside. Abby and Maria come walking out from the elevator and make it halfway through the room before they stop dead in their tracks, seeing the massive flowing waves of chi surrounding my body. I immediately open my telepathy link between all 3 of us and send a message. Don't say anything about it until we're alone. As you can see, I've had quite the breakthrough, but it is going to take some time for me to teach you how to do the same. They both keep their eyes locked on my aura for a few seconds while walking toward the desk at the back of the room, but understand, and then turn their gazes to Lydia and Fisher. Maria hugs Lydia, and the 4 of them have a normal greeting and update as well. The duo that was sent out for Sector 2 reconnaissance can't help but comment on Abby and Maria's mana control increase just like mine. Fisher is the most interested, so it wasn't just Jay. That arena is really that efficient for training. Maybe I can give it a shot too. I leveled up quite a bit while away last week. I'd like to test out how far I can get. They continue to talk back and forth, but Fisher's comment that he has leveled up this week catches my attention. I saw on his status that he and Lydia were both over level 600, but didn't comment on it before. I join the conversation as Maria and Abby sit down on 2 other chairs, leaving only 1 seat open. You leveled up too. There are high-level dungeons out in Sector 2? Or a labyrinth? Or enemy hunters? How'd you manage to gain so many levels? Fisher turns to me from across the room with a grin. Oh, all of the above and much more. It is a chaos-filled gold mine out there, especially with the leader gone. Every day we stayed out there got worse. I don't know how anyone survives in a region like Sector 2. He turns to Lydia, and she gives a nod, confirming his points and opening her mouth to add to it. But another ding of the elevator draws all of our attention to the opening doors. I turn my head the quickest, as an energy I haven't felt in a while seeps into my senses. Airy, the team's archer put in charge of leveling up Chester to secure Sector 4 as a guaranteed trade route, walks out of the elevator into the office to greet us with a very serious expression on his face. His sharp eyes focus straight ahead, not looking at any of us in particular. His physique looks much more toned and buff than before, and the faint aura of refined demonic energy lingers all over him. Chapter 428. My gaze tightens as I conduct a full-body scan with my all-seeing eye on the tan-skinned archer, who walks through the room and sits down in the last remaining empty seat in front of Lith's desk. I am not sure what I was expecting to see, but I am surprised to find no demon's core inside Ares' body. With the amount of used-up demonic energy lingering around in his aura, it seems as if he just finished up a battle with a demonic creature. Only one other possibility enters my mind as I open my telepathic link with him. Have you been training in the abyss? His gaze quickly turns to meet mine, and he replies through our link. I have, but it hasn't been easy. How'd you know? I nod and look back to Lith, but reply through our link. I can sense the remnants of defeated demonic creatures all over you. You can see them. Ari looks back toward Lith too, answering, but making it seem as if we're not even talking. I can sense them, yes, and the more I fight them, I can see them more. However, I found normal mana attacks are very dangerous to use inside the abyss. I have to use my ranked up buff as well as the red Hydra's power to take them out without harming myself. I think to myself for a moment as silence in the room continues to settle. I knew Ares' skill was always a bit unique. Spirit arrows aren't exactly a skill that I've ever seen in anyone else. And with his new ranked up buff to manipulate this energy, allowing him to hunt demonic creatures, it must come with some odd special effects too. The last comment about the red Hydra's soul energy aiding his fights makes the most sense. However, I still have a lot of questions I'd like to ask. Let's talk after this meeting. I am sure we have some insight to share about the abyss. He gives a small nod. Of course. You are the only other person that has even acknowledged the monsters in there are real. We definitely have a lot to talk about. As his words echo in my mind, Lith talks out loud to all of us sitting in the chairs in front of his desk. Looks like the whole crew is finally all together in one place. Now, let's get down to business and finish up these final negotiations. We have a continent to conquer, don't we? His gaze turns to me, and I reply, rehashing the same deals we spoke of in our last 2 negotiation conversations, moving back and forth on the numbers a few more times before we come to a final agreement. I restate it out loud while standing up and putting out my right hand to shake his. So, before we discuss the actual details of Sector 2, let's get our numbers straight. We will keep 100% of the profits from all trade deals with the other sectors and regions from the mainland outside the walls. The only exception will be trades to Sector 1. You will only pay the price it costs my craftsmen to make it up to 100 platinum per Emonthan product. After that, it is 50% off market price indefinitely, as long as I still retain a 30% or greater profit margin on those goods. Lith nods and brings his hand closer, replying, yes, and in return, I am allowed to post as many guards as I wish around the Sector 2 territory. But none will be allowed within 500 meters of your main distribution center, or base of operations wherever it may be. Along with this, you may hire your own craftsmen, and do as you wish as long as I continue receiving the product I need to maintain my business here in Sector 1. My mercenaries need gear, and the shops and businesses I sell to need my product as well. I nod, bringing my hand closer too. Of course. In return, you'll be the third-party broker for the Sector 3. Vice Region and Apex Region deals the first month of business, as they are more familiar with you as a business associate. But after this, you will introduce me to the main contacts under an alias so I can maintain trade with them long-term. Our hands are so close to shaking I can feel the heat coming off his palm as he replies, yes, all this. and I grant you access to all my amenities here in the Galeheart Mercenary Guild, and you will kill the Dark One. There is no time limit, but of course, sooner than later. You know as well as I do after facing those arena monsters, this is an urgent matter. I grip his hand as we both stand over the desk and smile at each other, knowing we're both about to profit heavily from this arrangement. I reply, "You have my word. Give me the means to get strong and rich enough, and I'll personally deliver the Dark One's head on your desk at my earliest convenience." We both let out a laugh and give a firm handshake before sitting back in our chairs facing each other to discuss the fine details of the arrangement. Maria and Abby are happy to continue training in the arena, stacking money and training their new abilities for the time being. They don't explicitly say what abilities they're training because of all the people in the room, but it is clear to me they want to refine their chi control to the point where they can beat the 7th stage without the help of the Red Hydra's buff. I agree that this is a good idea for them for the time being, but I won't be joining. As much as I'd like to test my own power in the arena again, I am certain it is a bad idea. I know I could beat a ghoul now with my chi control alone, and most likely face off against a wraith in the 8th stage too without much issue. But I haven't even begun to awaken my own soul energy, so there is no way I can stack up against the true enemy in this city. Showing off my new power is just asking for trouble. So I speak up in the middle of our discussion, turning to Fisher and Lydia. I'd rather venture out and see Sector 2 for myself. What is it really like out there? Fisher replies with arms crossed and a confident smirk. Oh yeah, you want to be on the front line of the cleanup patrol out there with us too? It is really a chaos-filled wasteland, I already told you. I chuckle. Yeah, I'd like to know. What did you two see? Lydia pulls out a few sheets of paper from her item box and spreads them out on Lith's desk, while Fisher begins to explain. Well, if you see here in the outer regions of Sector 2, the portion at least that borders Sector 1, it is mostly a wide-open desert. Abby pokes her head into the conversation too. So, similar to the landscape we explored initially in Sector 4? Fisher nods. Kind of. When Lydia and I first made our way out to survey the land, everything seems pretty tame. Every 20 to 50 kilometers or so, there was another small village or settlement connected by stone or dirt roads for trade. Lydia interjects. However, after about 2 days of travel into the sector, some of the settlements ended up being abandoned or burned to ash. More crime and looting became rampant the closer to the center of the sector we came. It was so odd. Fisher nods and picks up from there. After 4 days in, not a single town wasn't covered in graffiti or burned to the ground. Only the larger settlements we found even had people left in them. Even those were lawless. Plenty of merchants and normal villagers were fleeing to try to get to Sector 1 or move towards Sector 4 in a hurry. I raise an eyebrow at this. So it is all pretty recent? People are moving because of something? Lydia replies, I think it is just the lack of authority in the main Sector 2 capital. Fisher nods slowly and explains. Yeah, when we got to the capital, it was already overrun with thugs, crime, and monsters. Plus, everyone is on edge with the Abyss approaching too. Aries' eyes perk up at the mention of the Abyss, but Maria butts in with excitement for the first time in this conversation at the mention of something earlier in Fisher's statement. Monsters? In the city outside of dungeons? Fisher proudly replies, That is right. The capital is right next to a canyon in the desert that goes deeper than even my own vision could see. Lydia and I tried to explore it a bit, but turned back before we got lost. It is truly massive. There are hundreds of dungeons inside it, but some of them have recently had breaks. So monsters flooded out from the canyon and took over parts of the city. Lydia adds to Fisher's point. It is dangerous for low levels to roam the streets alone. The only reason people stay in the city is because of the abandoned warehouses. The Sector 2 leader has many materials and experimental magic items locked away in various underground and above-ground secret locations all over the capital. Rogue hunters anywhere from level 50 to level 500 have made their own gangs and search parties all over the city to try and strike gold. There are human wars and monster wars happening every day in that hellhole. Fisher points out the portion of the papers where maps of the capital city are drawn. This is the best we could do, but the location of monster attacks, gang raids, and newly discovered warehouses are changing every day. The longer we spent there, the worse it got. He lets out a sigh, then sits back into his chair and crosses his arms. Lydia takes a similar stance. We're all strong. We can handle cleaning that place up if you really think it is worth it. But it is not going to be easy. After this, everyone sits and thinks about their words for a full 30 seconds before I speak up to reply. I don't want to spend another second in Valor City, and the sound of hundreds of new dungeons to be explored definitely piques my interest. I scratch my chin, but follow up my statement pretty quickly. I'll check it out and help with the cleanup. Sounds like a good opportunity to me. I am in, Lydia smiles. Great, Fisher grins. Looks like you'll be getting down and dirty with us after all, Jay. I can't wait to see what kind of fighting style you've grown into. Then, out of the blue, Aerie speaks up for the first time this whole meeting. If the abyss is close by, I'll join too. Chapter 429. The conversation winds down and basically settles on the fact that we have to go out to the Sector 2 region to make any more progress. Abby and Maria are tired out from their training in the arena, so they head back down to the isolation pods to rest until morning. As they leave, I send a telepathy message to both of them, asking to get Monk to offer more chi pills for all of us to train with. But the condition being, I won't be coming back to meet with him in the monastery. If they want to learn my quick chi capacity advancement method, they'll either have to come back to the Galeheart Tower where our powers are concealed, or somewhere very far away from the city. I have an idea that I believe will simulate the environment of the Titan's domain, boosting the cultivation time of my teammates. But it still needs some testing. The isolation pods in this building are a key component of my plan. Abby and Maria leave through the elevator doors, and both Fisher and Lydia are the next two to stand from their seats. Fisher is the one that talks first. Well, we've given you the map and all the information we can on Sector 2 so far. We'd be happy to tag along, but after 2 weeks of exploration, even a full day's worth of time in those isolation pods isn't enough of a rest. He turns to me, then to Lith, then back to Lydia. How about giving us a day off? I just want to enjoy the city for a little bit. We've been hiding around in dark warehouses and dirty dungeons for as long as I can remember. Plus, it should take almost a week for us to get back out there anyway. We need to stock up on food and gear in the morning, right? What is the harm in waiting a day? I shrug, and Lith gives a similar reaction. I give the response. Fine by me. However, I think I can get out there a bit faster if I go alone. Take tomorrow off and enjoy the luxuries of this city? You earned it. Thank you for the valuable information. Lydia points down at one of the maps showing the border between Sector 1 and 2. Suit yourself. If you find a faster travel path, that would make our life a whole lot easier. Though, if you just want to use the route we took, just trek straight this way. You can't miss it. But it is not like there are any teleport points out there, so travel time can only be shortened so much when moving in a straight line. I nod as the two of them start to turn to leave. I know. I just may be able to find a faster way, you never know. After Lydia and Fisher both leave the room, only Lith and Aerie are left here. The archer speaks up. I'll go with you. Our telepathic link is still open, so Aerie comments again right after without Lith listening. I assume you'll be using your teleportation skill once you find a dungeon out there to make an easy access point. I nod and reply through the link. Yes, I believe it would be faster for you to stay behind as well. From the distances shown on these maps, I can make it to this place at full speed in just a few hours. I can come back and bring you after I make a teleport point. I think to myself, picturing Ember's top flying speed if we just soar high above the sky, then reply out loud. You look exhausted from training. Maybe a break would be better for you too? Have you tried the isolation pods yet? If Abby and Maria still haven't gone in, I am sure they could show you how they work. He nods, replying to me with telepathy. Got it. Then again, a real answer out loud while stretching his arms in his seat. Maybe you're right. One of the guards did show me how the pods work when I first arrived, but I never tried them out. A good rest could do me well. He lets out a sigh and gets up to leave the room. I'll take a 6-hour break in the pods, so nearly a day and a half inside. If there are no updates by then, I'll join Fisher and Lydia for time off. But if you make any progress, I want to be the first one on the scene. As the elevator door opens for him, he replies with telepathy through our open link. I want you to teach me about this demonic energy. I need to get further into the abyss. Before I have a moment to even ask him why he wants to go into the abyss so badly, the dense mana-shielded doors of the elevator shut, and our link is severed. I turn back to Lith, as we're the only two people left in the penthouse office room, as finally get to the questions that have been eating away at me. So, now that we're partners, I have a few questions I'd like to ask. I stand up from my seat, and he does the same. We walk over to the holographic depiction of city lights and towers below us. He replies, I could tell you had a few things on your mind. After I watched that fight you had in the 8th stage of the arena, I knew things were starting to get serious. I nod once in reply. Yes, I did talk with the corrupted royal guards, and they even told me the Dark One is watching. Lith's eyes widen, but I continue quickly to calm his nerves. They said it just views me as entertainment and not a threat. But that is enough of a hint for me to know it is time for me to leave this city until I am strong enough. Good decision. So, if that is the case, then what are your real questions? I pause, looking over at him and seeing the access denied symbol on his status over his skills and items waver and flicker again. I up my mana control just another 10% out of curiosity, and the symbol finally breaks completely, revealing a small portion of his status for just a fraction of a second. Under the active skills section, access denied changes to combat magic extreme wind summoning, then immediately turns back to access denied. Once I let up on my high perception skill use, I get a peek at some of his gear like rings and amulets too, but they seem to be pretty standard 130 to 200% buff items for a hunter of his caliber. Lith is over level 800 and the leader of the strongest trade and mercenary guild in Sector 1. Then, raise the question. Where did you get this status blocking gear? I didn't find it too weird that you, the Royal Guards, and even the old Sector 2 leader had it on, but I recently spotted an association director with the same symbol. I assume your gear was made by the Sector 2 leader, just like the special armor for the Royal Guards. But I am more curious about a single item that I saw on a director's hand. It was a gold ring. Lith's head turns to me quickly, and he immediately replies, The gold ring. You didn't encounter Mr. Freeman, did you? He takes a step back from me, looking me up and down and squinting at every one of my magic items. His vision moves to my neck, and his gaze tightens again. Without any extra words, Lith takes another step back and asks the same question. Well, did you encounter that man? How do you know about the gold ring? I stare back with a confused look and shrug. Mr. Who, Freeman? I don't know who this is. If you wanted to know who I saw it on, it was the Vice Regent's director, Mr. Matthews, or better known as Brutus. That backstabber. Lith lets out a sigh of relief and takes a step closer to me, putting his hands back down at his waist. Oh, Brutus, he thinks to himself for a moment. That is interesting. I guess the Vice Regent has been growing quite a bit lately. They trust him with a ring, who would have thought? He chuckles to himself, but I interject. Well, what is it? Was it made by the Sector 2 leader? What does that thing do? It gave off readings more powerful and ominous than anything I've ever felt before. Lith nods. Yeah, no wonder you were spooked. I've seen items like that in some trade meetings and auctions. It is definitely the work of the old Sector 2 craftsmen, but it is bonded with an energy that I am still not quite sure how it works, or where to find it. Similar to the soul stones you and your team managed to absorb, those rings give off power that makes pure mana attacks useless against it. I've seen countless class hunters in the association fall in line without a second thought, when faced against the gold ring you speak of. If you just ran on instinct, I'd say don't look back. I think to myself about what Lith just said, but it doesn't confirm anything I couldn't have guessed on my own. Just looking at the ring on the director's finger, I already knew it was bonded with soul energy, but the way Lith is speaking, it seems like he is in the dark about the intricacies of chi. For the split second, I broke through his concealment defenses. I did see an element skill at a rank higher than my own, and a very high mana control, but there was zero presence of any other energy in his body. I let out a sigh and decide to move the questioning to a different topic, as I don't believe he'll have any useful insight on how to beat this power. If he doesn't know how soul energy even works in the first place. Okay, anyway, the next thing I wanted to know is how you managed to get teleport platforms and crystals to go with them in the Galeheart Tower? Did you get luminite from an auction and craft it yourself? Or do you have a special supplier? I'd like to purchase some myself if you have a link. Lith clasps his hands and cracks a grin. A lot of hard-hitting questions today, huh? I wonder how you even heard of that element in the first place. He lets out a sigh and continues as his smile leaves his face, and he becomes more serious. All of the teleport platforms in this building and in every city of the Dark Continent, as a matter of fact, were all installed by the Association quite a while ago. We have to purchase new teleport crystals to go with them whenever we run out. They aren't very pricey compared to the convenience they bring. If you set up a base of operations in the Dark Continent, I am sure the Association would gladly install some for you too. However, that does mean they have access to your platform if they wish. He turns to look me in the eyes. Purchasing some for private use isn't possible. Sadly, I've seen small amounts of luminite, the base for transport platform, and crystal crafts show up in some very high-end auctions, but I was always outbid over 10 times my maximum buy. He pauses. You know my pockets aren't shallow? My guess is the Association plants small amounts in auctions every once in a while to see who is interested, then outbids them. They would never actually let the public get their hands on it. I exhale, thinking deeply to myself before finally responding. But what about farming it from dungeons? Lith laughs out loud. That old myth. People have theorized that every once in a while after a dungeon break, trace amounts of the transport magic is left behind in solid form. Yes. He shrugs and continues to talk. I, for one, won't believe it till I see it. I've been around plenty of dungeon collapses and never once saw this so-called luminite. I think it is just a story the Association spread around to keep people looking in the wrong place. You are better off trying to outbid the government in an auction. Seriously, I look out at the night sky, wondering if Bree really was fed misinformation about this point. But the next words out of Lith's mouth make me believe she was on the right path all along. The same Drunkena class hunter that told me this rumor also told me at the core of every luminite crystal, there is the potential to form an entirely new dungeon. You just need enough mana and enough explosive force to be the catalyst. If this was true, I am sure the Association would be making new dungeons every day. He sighs. Then again, who knows what they do up in the Apex region? We stand in silence for quite a while after this point. None of my questions were really answered directly, but a few things are starting to make a lot more sense to me. I finally nod and turn away from the window, asking the final question that has been on my mind all this time. This may not have sounded very productive to you, but I assure you, it helped a lot. I am going to head off to Sector 2 tonight. But before I go, could I borrow an isolation pod? I'd like to take one apart and see how they're made. Maybe the time dilation could be tweaked if a larger amount of mana was used as an energy source. What do you think? Chapter 430. Lith walks over to the elevator with me and agrees to grant my request. Sure. I don't see why not. This is another item specially crafted by the old Sector 2 leader, so there is a good chance it will be impossible to replicate. You can try to dissect the isolation pods all you want. At least they'll go to some use instead of rotting away in the storage room. The elevator moves down quickly to a very low floor and opens with a ding as we walk out into a room filled with crates overflowing with magic items and sheets of unused mana shielding up against the walls. Lith speaks up while rummaging through a few crates, pointing to the back wall at 2 large silver cylinders. There are 2 deactivated isolation pods. They were the first models I purchased quite a while ago. However, they started running low on power after about 4 years of consecutive usage. The time dilation is hardly noticeable anymore. Feel free to take both of them apart and do whatever you please with them. I don't need them back. I walk over out of curiosity, and activate my all-seeing eye and appraisal skill to fully scan the machines. The only thing I get back is tons of thick metal, mana shielding, and a dense crystal of energy at the top of the cylinder. It is concealed and kept in place very efficiently, so it is hard to tell how much MP exactly is inside. All I can tell is it is a lot, and it would probably not be the best idea to go tinkering with high-density mana stones in confined spaces like this. So, I spread out my cloak and open up my item storage and place the two large metal cylinders inside to make it seem like a storage item. I am sure Lith is already well aware that I am a multi-skill user, but it feels right not to openly show every one of my tricks. While turning back to Lith, I see him holding up two handfuls of gems from another one of the now open crates. One hand is full of white crystals that shimmer with a rainbow shine, and the other hand is full of dark blue crystals that I can see through just a little, but haven't ever seen anything like them before. They don't give off any mana readings, but I can tell they're definitely high-grade magical items. Lith speaks up as he sees my confusion, handing the crystals over to me. Here, if you are heading out now, I want you to have a few extra transport crystals back to the Galeheart Tower in case of emergency. I gladly take the white gems and place them into my black cloak with my item storage underneath in a similar fashion that I did the isolation pods, but my gaze lingers on the blue crystals. And these? What are these? Lith hands them over and replies, "They're recording crystals. A simplified version of what the surveillance system in the city uses." As I accept them, placing all but one into my item storage, Lith speaks again. Channel a small amount of mana into it, then point the crystals at any target you'd like to record. I squint at the dark blue glossy stone and channel MP into it, like Lith said to. It glows lighter blue, and an invisible array of mana surrounds the room. Lith speaks again. Now that it is activated, continue channeling a steady source of mana into it, and it will continue to record the scene that it is pointed at. The more mana you imbue, the further the range and quality of recording. Lith walks in front of the crystal and continues to speak, waving his arms directly in front of the invisible array of mana that comes out from the crystal. You may be able to perceive the recording zone much more efficiently now that you are the one casting the magic. But I assure you, anyone else being recorded will not notice anything unless their perception senses are abnormally high. I nod, stopping the flow of extra mana into the gem, and the array of invisible energy ceases to come out. I toss the now dimly glowing blue gem up and down in my hand, then point it at one of the blank walls, as it feels natural to do this. A projection of light comes out of the gem in a crystal clear image and shows a copy of Lith waving his arms up and down. I can even hear him explaining how the crystal works just as he was moments ago. Once the recording stops, Lith makes a comment on it. If you drain the MP from the gem, the recording will disappear forever. But if left untouched, the recording can be played back many times over. I haven't found a limit, but I am sure over a long period of time the mana will naturally leak out and it will go bad. Interesting. I continue throwing the gem up and down in my hand, then eventually put it into my item storage as Lith speaks again. They may come in handy if you'd like to give instructions once and have them played on repeat, or take moving pictures of certain parts of the abandoned Sector 2 region to mark for later. You never know what you may need out there. I've used many of these for training the Royal Guards and easy presentations for trade deals. I nod and smile, placing my hand out for a shake. You are right. This is quite the useful gift. I appreciate it, thanks. No problem. We shake hands again and board the elevator while Lith confirms that he will get all of the new trade deals and meetings situated and have exact item order amounts along with dungeon types and crafting recipes by next week to fulfill these orders. Very well. I think we're set. I am off to do my own personal survey of the Sector 2 land. I use the other set of teleport crystals in the transport room to leave the Galeheart Tower, getting far away from Valor City, and into the train station platform in the trade city below the mountain. Activating my stealth skill, I deactivate my chi barrier, as there is no need for it if I am already invisible. I walk in the middle of town in the dead of night and air step high into the sky unnoticed until the small lights of civilization below me almost disappear from my senses. I recall Lydia's directions, looking down at a rough copy of extra notes she made for me. She said it is a straight shot in one direction if I traveled by land and would take almost a week to get out there, but I am going to fly. I take about 30 minutes to airstep upward and get so far away from the city that it would be impossible to see me. Then, open up my item storage to let Ember out into the dead of night for extra protection. I activate my Rising Emperor's Domain perk and give him my stealth skill the moment he enters the real world. With both of us invisible to the eye or any radar skills up to an absurdly high mana control, I feel very confident that we won't be seen. I update Ember on the news, showing him a copy of the map and approximate distance to our destination, as he flaps his glossy black wings to find a natural air currents to increase our speed without exerting extra force. We set off toward the border between Sector 1 and Sector 2 at high speeds. Chapter 4, 31. The wind speeding by my sides is powerful as we fly above the clouds. Ember slowly flaps his wings, and we get faster and faster with every strong gust, soaring higher into the air and further into the dark continent. Every few minutes, clusters of tiny lights fly by below us, and I try to picture what kind of city we're passing by. From Fisher's descriptions, I am picturing small towns and villages, but as we get further in, the lit-up cities get much larger. After just under an hour passes, a straight line of bright lights catches my attention, and I take a closer look, boosting my perception skills and staring down into the darkness of night to make out what seems to be a massive wall separating the mountainous, rocky, and grasslands region of Sector 1, and on the other side, an arid wasteland of long-stretching desert leading to Sector 2. The wall looks just like the one my team climbed over to get into the Dark Continent, and with one long-range scan with my all-seeing eye, I can tell it is imbued with mana to keep people separated. There must be gates, or some regulation to allow travel between sectors, but it seems like limiting crossing is a big thing in this specific section of land. However, at this height, no one's stopping us. After crossing the border here, we'll be changing our flight path from east to more southbound, back in the general direction of Sector 4. However, the abyss is the only thing separating the bottom half of Sector 2 and the top half of Sector 4, as the massive cloud of darkness sits and grows in the middle of the Dark Continent. Once we cross over into Sector 2 territory, the smell of burning wood and other building materials begins to fill the air, filling pockets of the sky with smoke and smog. Ember flaps his wings, changing directions and soars even higher, dodging the pockets of pollution that float up in the air. But the farther in we travel, the harder it gets to avoid them. More towns below are destroyed, left in cinders, and letting plumes of smoke into the sky, while others are still half occupied with lights shining through the smog. The large clusters of light get closer and closer together the further into the sector we travel, and eventually the hint of a rising sun peeks over the horizon. At the same time, the far tips of my all-seeing eyes senses pick up on an absurdly high mana reading, or, to be more precise, over 100 of them. I've fallen into a calm state, resting on the warm, glossy scales of Ember's back as he glides through the sky. But as I perk up, his voice jolts me back to reality. "You can sense those too, Master," I reply, nodding to myself as hundreds of dungeon portals show up in my mind's eye far down below us. "Yeah, I can sense them all right. It looks like we're here. This is the canyon Fisher was talking about. Dive down lower, but keep your stealth skill activated. We're a good distance from the canyon, but I still sense some life right below us, too." We dip down through the cloud line, and the orange morning sun illuminates a wide landscape view of desert. It looks like we're right back in the Sector 4 territory, with rolling hills of sand and small mountainous rock formations, with no wildlife in sight for kilometers all around. Far in front of me, there are 3 prominent details that stick out to me: a settlement, a canyon, and an abyss. The first is the black plumes of smoke coming from what looks to be a large developed area of what used to be a city. Tall buildings tower above the desert, but none of them compare to Valor City at all. At most, the tallest tower I see is 10 stories in height, from so high up in the sky. It is hard to see exactly what is going on, but there seems to be a 2-kilometer wide section of village with a few high towers, densely packed lower-class housing, and the remnants of merchants' shops and restaurants, surrounding this central village about 5 kilometers outward connected by dirt roads. There are smaller individual houses and even little neighborhoods, but each of them is connected to large rectangular warehouses scattered all over the desert. Some are blackened and burned to the ground, while others are still silver and look as good as new, but their doors are broken into and raided with minimal exterior damage. I do a general wide enemy detection scan and sense about 400 people scattered around the town below. None of them instantly stand out as a threat, capable of seeing through my cloaking defenses, so I don't bother mentioning it to Ember. I look up from the town and turn my gaze to the canyon visible past the city. This is what caught my senses previously, so this is what I'd like to look through first. I point to the massive hole in the desert that is barely visible to the naked eye and speak to Ember through our link. The town can wait. Our first order of business here is to mark teleport points for my Dungeon Walker perk. And also, my gaze tracks back up to the canyon, then further into the distance to look at the thick dark cloud of dense demonic energy sitting stagnant in the desert. I want to do a quick survey of the abyss. I haven't been around energy like this in a while. Of course. Ember soars over the destitute remains of what I can only assume was the production town run by the previous Sector 2 leader. It looks like it was built around farming the dungeons in this canyon and transporting the materials to the small villages to mass-produce items at scale. Multiple roads branch out from the city through the desert and win their way to the canyon. But once I do a full enemy detection scan to see if there is anyone nearby, the sensation of dozens of level 100 to 130 readings hit my senses. I would assume it to be just rogue hunters out here trying to farm the open dungeons. But the fact that they all have body hardening skills makes me think otherwise. As my enemy detection perk shows visuals of my enemies, and Ember descends down to the edge of the canyon, I see a horde of mutant Cyclops monsters violently fighting each other and trying to make their way out of the depths of the large desert ravine. Nearby, a D-grade dungeon portal glows red and lets out more and more of these mobs. As we get even closer, I register a few more similar bizarre lower-grade dungeon break events, even deeper in other parts of the 20 kilometers wide canyon, that seems to dip down so low I can't visually see to the bottom. There are rocky winding paths and multiple levels and ledges that make for a very interesting array of cliffs, valleys, and even small amounts of plants and flowing water down in the lower regions. But the darkness and shadows hide most of these parts to the naked eye. However, my all-seeing eye and enemy detection skills are able to do a full scan. Looks like 6 breaks, 143 stable dungeons, and 2 oddballs. I can't tell if those last 2 are just really strong dungeons or labyrinths. I'll have to go down and check them all out for myself. Ember and I come to a stop at the edge of the canyon, looking down into the darkness to see a few blue glowing portals light up portions with mana as the morning sun finally fully breaks over the horizon. The hot desert sun hits my skin while I activate my item storage and let Ember hop back inside. Summon me back if there is an interesting battle to be fought. You don't need me for dungeon exploration and skill farming. I nod and comment back before he disappears into the white spatial magic. You are right. Over 100 new dungeons to explore. They may not all give off strong readings, but there must be some unique items and skills I haven't found yet in here. I am about to have some fun. Chapter 4, 32, Body Double. I create 2 clones and have them appear on both sides of me. Then, speak up as we all look over the edge of the canyon. All right, I want approximate levels, loot type, and monster names etched in stone, using an earth magic skill marked next to every single one of these dungeons. I look at the clone to my left, reaching into my item storage and pulling out a teleport crystal. Once the sun comes fully up, I want you to use one of these and go bring Aerie out here. He is clearly very focused on learning about demonic energy and making it into the abyss, so I might as well teach him a few things and figure out what he knows that makes him want to go in there so badly. My double nods and catches the crystal as I turn to the other. You stay in stealth while marking the dungeons. I don't mind if wandering hunters see our labeling. but I don't want to be seen dipping in and out of every single dungeon. Your main job is to absorb every unique skill and monsters you find in these dungeons. Just like when I killed the Sector 2 leader, the craftsmanship skill transferred to my main body, so farm every last one of them. Also, don't clear those 6 breaks. Loot any unique mutant monsters and keep any hordes from leaving the canyon, but don't beat their boss rooms. I want to see what happens if they're left unattended for long periods of time. I turn around as the faint sound of a small explosion hits my enhanced hearing to see plumes of black smoke rising from a warehouse that was previously unvandalized. I cross my arms and look back to my doubles, deactivating my stealth skill, but putting my chi barrier all the way up to maximum and using my cloak to turn my appearance into that of a low-level hunter carrying a steel sword on my back and leather armor on my chest and legs. In the meantime, I am going to check out the city undercover. Whatever is in those warehouses sure is making quite the commotion. It shouldn't take more than a few hours for me to figure out exactly what is going on. At this, my 2 doubles jump down into the darkness of the canyon, and I turn to start walking down a dirt path back to the settlements. It only takes a few minutes before I make my way closer to one of the newer warehouses being raided. I keep my distance, but use a light inspect and appraisal scan to see hunters level 20 to 150, all rummaging through crates of E&D class gear stacked to the roof in these warehouses. They all wear small green pieces of fabric hanging from their belt with an emblem that looks like a diamond on it. But the hunters themselves look very different from each other. Some wear hunting gear, while others wear more casual apparel. Some even look as if they're fresh out of a business meeting in suits and ties. The odd crowd, an even more peculiar systematic pattern of rummaging and passing items down in a line to load up on a cart as it is hauled out somewhere else, confuses me even more. I walk by with an eyebrow raised, but don't go near the opening of the warehouse where they're loading and entering so none of them even bat an eye as I stroll on past. Another 5 minutes of quickly walking goes by, and I see another group of 10 or so, men wearing the same green flags on their waists, doing the same thing on a smaller storage unit that seems to be half burned down on the other side. They're foraging for the goods that haven't been destroyed. Again, no one cares to turn their head as I walk by in the bright open light of day. Once I make my way into the center of town, I am surprised to see no one outside. There is a center square with a large fountain that doesn't flow anymore sitting dry in the center of a nicely tiled walkway. Surrounding it on all sides are vacant shops and small markets that look like they used to sell clothes and food. Above some of the stores are what look to be apartments for the shopkeepers, and behind most of the shops, there are residential areas and even small parks where many people must have once lived. However, there isn't a soul in sight. It is not even the case of it being too early in the morning either. It is just that the whole town has been evacuated. Using a wide perception scan, most people are located only in the outer regions and sticking to a few select places. No one but me stands in the center here. I walk forward to the other side of town where I haven't ventured yet with a puzzled expression on my face, but soon sense 2 figures walking toward me that pique my interest. A level 296 and level 313 come out from behind a narrow street and make eye contact with me immediately. I sensed them the moment I left the center of town and made my way in their direction, because their presence is the only one not moving away from the center of the settlement. And it doesn't seem like they're occupied in foraging for materials. One of them is a large man that towers over the other. He would be more intimidating if his size was purely muscle. But even from here, his rounded face tells me it is not all pure strength. The man next to him is completely the opposite, lanky and thin, and barely making it up to his partner's shoulders. Based on the gear he wears and the daggers on his waist, I can tell this guy relies on his speed. Sporting a fresh scar across his left eye, it is clear he is not afraid to fight either. Both of them are far below my league, but the red fabric hanging from their waists with a curved knife emblem on it makes me curious. The deep tone of the larger man's voice rings out through the empty street. Who do you think you are walking onto the Crimson Daggers territory at a time like this? Do you have a death wish, man? His skinny partner chuckles and pulls both the daggers from his waist, spinning them in his hands and reflecting a red glow off the morning sun on the tips of the blades. He adds to his partner's words while eyeing me up and down. You aren't with the green mist, are you? Explain yourself, because we're going to have some problems if you don't start talking right now. As I think about what to reply, my all-seeing eye picks up on the presence of a skill activating. The visual of a dark purple mana. Imbued shadowy hand erupts out of the body of the dagger wielder and comes shooting my way. Chapter 433. My eyes track the odd phenomenon, but the mana reading coming off it is so low, I don't bother trying to dodge. I just continue walking forward with an innocent look on my face, responding out loud to the duo. I am not sure what you are talking about. I am new to town. I just ventured out here from a village up north. Heard there was opportunity to snag some free loot now that the sector leader went missing. Was I correct? As I finish these words, the shadowy hand expands and makes a motion to grasp around me. But the second it hits my chi barrier, it disintegrates and disperses on the spot. Nearly invisible black and purple energy sizzles away and gushes out to the sides, evaporating into the air. However, I don't bat an eye and walk forward like nothing happened. The larger man still looks at me with a menacing glare, but the skinny dagger user's eyes widen and he steps back. What was that? As his hand of mana mysteriously disappears, I activate appraisal to see exactly what just happened. The readings that meet my eyes are quite interesting. The large man has an extreme strength skill at the special grade rating, and his partner has a skill I've never seen before called Bind, rated at legendary grade. From the look of these two, I never would have expected such high-grade skills. My only theory that comes to mind is they stuck their noses in an upgrade crystal storage locker of some sort to artificially boost these ratings. The gear they're wearing is shiny and unused. Plus, there is practically zero mana control aura coming off of them. At level roughly 300 each, they should be putting out at least a little bit of aura. This is what a prime example of artificially power-leveled hunters look like. As I am thinking this, the lanky man continues to speak, turning his head to the larger fellow. Raise, hold on to this weakling while I make sure he gets a good taste of my daggers. He is wearing some kind of protection item. My bind attack was reflected. The taller man smirks, turning to me and begins to glow bright gold. You got it, Finn. Let's see how he handles this. He stomps on the ground and makes large cracks in the nicely stone-tiled road. Then comes charging toward me. I roll my eyes as he opens his arms to try and bear hug me with his strength alone and put up a light wind barrier around my chi to give the man a chance to run if he wants. But he doesn't slow down at all, grabbing a hold of the outer layer of the invisible, twisting mana barrier, yelling to his partner as it begins to rip his outer layer of armor to shreds. He has no grip on me at all as he just hugs violent wind magic a few centimeters above my skin, but doesn't back off and just bears the pain. I don't bother moving. I got him. Do it now. Finn runs in, attempting to slash my midsection with the two blades soaked in red liquid. My appraisal skill gets a reading on these as he gets closer. Stainless steel dagger set, 300 speed, 250 agility, elixir of suggestion. I activate my all-seeing eye as the daggers get closer to my thin barrier of wind, and their in-depth description intrigues me. Underscore, 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 elixir of suggestion grade. CI info. If this elixir is ingested or injected into the bloodstream of an enemy, their senses and cognitive reasoning will be dulled for up to 12 hours. Orders will be followed without question, and care for one's own life and well-being will be forgotten. Crafter's note. This elixir's effects tend to lessen greatly above level 400 hunters, and are negligible to those who have ranked up. Excessive usage may lead to dependency. Small dosages are suggested. Underscore, 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 just like my low-powered wind shielding, slightly comes out from my chi barrier. I allow a large portion of my cloak to flutter out of the barrier on my other side where the dagger user is attacking. In my perception, it looks like just pure black fluttering mana. Manifested fabric is peeking out. However, to the rogue with one eye approaching. My concealment abilities make it look as if my entire right side is wide open to an attack. He lets out a victorious yell and slashes through the weightless, swirling black energy. But in his field of view, he has made 2 deep gashes on my side and sunk the red elixir deep into my bloodstream already. Let him go, Raise! We got another one. The golden glow of the giant man fades and I decide to play the part, falling backward to the floor and holding my side. At first, I was just going to kill both of them, take the scrawny one's skill, and move on with my spectating. But the fact that they're just trying to sedate me piques my curiosity. I'll hold off on my initial plan for the time being. Finn puts the daggers back on his waist while breathing heavily and looking straight at me. He throws a red cloth with a dagger logo on it down toward me. Stand up, put this on, follow us, and don't say a word. You've got yourself a new job. They both start to chuckle, and the tall man named Raise pulls out an HP potion to heal his wounded arms, muttering under his breath about how he needs to get new armor after that. Both of them don't even turn back to check on me. It seems like they've done this quite a few times before and have confidence in the elixir's powers. I stand to my feet and let out a sigh, following them through the streets without saying another word. If they're going to take me right to the action, I won't try and make things any more difficult than it has to be. The sun continues to rise overhead as we walk through this other part of town. Teams of about 10 to 15 are all working to clear out random warehouses and homes scattered all over the desert. Assembly lines are set up and none of their faces show any emotion. Hunters, businessmen, and average villagers all work together to load up large carts and haul them off to random locations. Everyone on this side of town has the same red fabric attached to their waistline. It is becoming a lot more clear to me that all of these people are under the influence of this elixir of suggestion. But the fact that there are 2 rival gangs doing seemingly the same thing on opposite sides of town makes my mind wander. As I bite my bottom lip and look up at the blue sky and white clouds, the dagger user calls out to me, "Watch your step, we're going down." We walk into a small tavern that seems to be abandoned from the outside. But after walking through the front doors, it is clear what this place really is. The inside of the old bar is completely emptied out, and right in front of the bar is a wide-open staircase down into the basement that looks like an awkwardly placed storm cellar in the middle of the wooden flooring. The 2 men disappear down into it, and I follow right after. I can sense an abundance of magic items down below us. High D and C grade items line the walls in piles, and some decent E and D grade items are even worn by about 20 people, all between level 20 and 200 standing still in 2 single file lines. As I make my way down the flight of steps, this is exactly what I see. The room is dimly lit, with no decorations on the gray stone walls. Lines of men and women in new shiny gear all stare blankly in one direction. The scrawny man points to them and speaks to me. "Get in line behind the closest person, and don't move a muscle before we get back to give you orders. We'll be heading out in 2 squads to raid a newly discovered warehouse soon. I have to go check some things with the boss." I walk over to the nearest line, and the 2 men walk off back up the stairs to leave the room in silence. I let out a sigh the moment they leave, disappointed at how easy it was to infiltrate their ranks. It is clear these 2 aren't professionals, but they're definitely using some heavy-duty magic items here. Anyone below a ranked-up status is at risk of falling victim to its spell. Whatever skill or item was used to imbue this elixir, it's no joke. I tap the middle-aged man in front of me on the shoulder a few times, but he doesn't budge or react at all. I step out of line and wave my hand in front of his face too, and he doesn't move or even blink. Then proceed to do the same for every other person in these 2 lines. After none of them seem to be conscious or able to think for themselves, I shrug and begin appraising all the gear and items left around in piles in this underground safe house. Chapter 4, 34. As I continue to pace inside the small stone room, I expand my all-seeing eye and enemy detection perks to follow the path of the 2 men that just left. To my surprise, they head back to the center of the city. It doesn't take more than a few minutes for the duo to make it all the way to the fountain square where I stopped not too long ago. Once they do, a large reading of dense mana erupts from the ground in that area for a few seconds. Then both of the men are completely gone from my radar. I raise an eyebrow at this, and think about using a much higher percentage of my mana control to do a deep scan of the city to see where they went. But doing that would be like putting a signal of my own out, probably much more intense than the one I just witnessed. It may not be a bad idea, but I'd like to scan my surroundings bit by bit first, before I go all out with a scan that could give up my own location to someone with exceptionally keen eyes. However, while pondering this situation, a system notification rings in my mind. Skill transfer to main body, complete, Screech, legendary grade. My attention turns to this, and I open my status to see what kind of skill my body double just farmed. Using my all-seeing eye, I read over the description a few times to conclude this isn't a skill I'll likely be activating often. It allows the caster to let out an ear-shattering screech up to 50 times louder than an average yell. Some of the special and legendary grade perks here state that this skill can be used to increase the volume of a normal voice over long areas. But this kind of skill isn't useful for a stealthy situation like this. Still, I am happy there are some unique dungeons in that canyon. And by the look of how fast a new skill was farmed, this shows good odds that this one probably won't be the last today. As I close my status, the large influx of mana from the center of town comes back, and the two men show up in my enemy detection radar as clear as day. I get back in line, and once a few minutes pass, they come back down the steps inside the tavern. Finn, the dagger user, crosses his arms and speaks up. All right, I am taking the team with the new guy. All of you follow me. We're doing the first 6-hour shift right now. The man at the front of the line I am in perks up and begins to follow Finn. Then, everyone else in line does the exact same thing, following in an orderly fashion, so I do the same. As we leave up the stairs, the larger man says a similar thing to the second group, and they all begin following him too. We walk out into the open air and begin making our way further away from the center of town toward an empty, small section of village. Finn speaks up from the front of the line as we approach a sturdy-looking locked steel door on a large wooden barn. Here is one of the irregular warehouses. There may be something interesting in here. Hunters with skills, crack that door open. Weaklings, stand back and take note of what is being hauled away. We need records kept of all items sorted. The one-eyed man pulls out a large wheeled cart from an item box around his waist, using the invisible ghost-like hands to gently place it next to the door as two men begin to bash it open. With body-hardening covered fists, it opens with a crash, and everyone floods inside to begin their work, getting into lines and sorting through the piles of meticulously marked untampered goods lining the walls of the warehouse. I do a full appraisal to find there must be at least 2,000 items of decent quality in here. Some E-grade, mostly D, and a few are even C. The dagger user speaks up again. C-grade gear goes in the cart. E and D will be sorted and left to pick up at a later date. Get to work. I'll be surveying the area for any green mist intruders. If you see anyone with a green flag on their waist, you are ordered to kill them on sight. He turns away as the last of us make our way into the wooden barn and begins moseying around the streets nearby. I walk in and pretend to be productive, but in reality, I am just doing a bit of shopping for myself. Some time goes by, and I slip a few crates of C-grade HP and MP potions into my storage, along with interesting-looking unmarked crates with higher mana readings coming off of them. But overall, most of this gear is just common low-grade goods. It is just items that would be sold to guilds training up new recruits, mercenaries for their armies and workers, or local shops in any hunter-friendly city. None of the mind-controlled worker do or say anything when they witness me acting differently than them. They just carry on with their tasks as usual. I would be bored out of my mind. But the constant ringing in my head is keeping me very occupied. Skill transfer to main body, complete, phantom step. Legendary grades, skill transfer to main body, complete, flare legendary grade. Skill transfer to main body, complete, confusion. Legendary grade skill, transfer to main body, complete, blast legendary grade. 4 new skills come in, and they're much more interesting than the first one I received. Phantom step is a movement technique that creates multiple phantom, like visuals, confusing the opponent so they're unsure of which direction the caster really went. Flare summons an incredibly bright light used for blinding an opponent to escape from battle or use a sneak attack. The legendary grade perk allows it to be ejected from the caster, with mana control strength varying its distance of the shot. Confusion has similar properties to my intimidation skill, but it leaves the ones afflicted in a dazed state only until the skill is deactivated. Lastly, Blast allows the caster to explode anything they make contact with. It is a self-destructing skill, so if the user activates it on the wrong portion of their body or channels too much mana into it, it could be a fatal move. While studying the intricacies of these new skills and wondering how to add them to my usual battle strategies, I continue to keep a close eye on the dagger wielder that patrols the streets around this block. He keeps doing the same routes, going in circles and staying within 200 meters or so from the warehouse. His bind skill is sporadically activated every time he rounds a sharp corner like he is on guard and ready to fight. Interestingly enough, the further I let my detection range go out, the more fascinating this city becomes. At first, it seemed random and unorganized. But after about 3 hours of studying the movements of everyone within a 5 kilometers radius from myself, it is clear to see there is many teams of level 250 to 350 guards handling small sectors of land. There are warehouses being raided systematically, and the C grade and higher items are all being separated from the E and D grades, brought to different safe houses. This would be very standard behavior if it wasn't for the fact that both this Crimson Dagger gang and the Green Mist on the other side of town were doing the exact same looting strategy. The systematic process that both of them loot and separate their gear is identical to each other, and it doesn't make any sense. On some of the spare material in this warehouse, I begin writing down an exact mapped out system of where every guard is located, and which warehouses are currently being looted, while also marking ones I pick up on my perception skill that have seemingly not been found or messed with yet. I slowly let out more of my mana control once I am positive. No one in this general vicinity is capable of detecting me, and the only mystery that still remains is a large rectangular bunker I find on my radar beneath the fountain in the middle of the city. It is hidden well, but once I begin using over 1/3 of my mana control solely on perception skills, it begins to appear to me. However, even if I can sense that it is there, it doesn't mean I can see inside. The mana shielding covering this bunker is incredibly strong. The more mana control I use up, the more I believe it is possibly on par with the shielding back in the walls of the Galeheart Tower. For some reason, I can't see through them at all. That is exactly where Finn and Raze left to go meet their so-called boss earlier this morning. This is exactly where I'd like to go next. Finn comes strolling back toward the barn on his routine route, but this time stops in front with his hands on his hips and calls out, "All right, 10-minute lunch break. I don't want all of you dying on me, so stop working for a moment so you can eat and drink these." He pulls out bars of food and dried meat that look like they've been sitting in a storage locker for years, along with cases of water bottles, tinted light pink. Immediately, I pick up on small traces of mana in the liquid, and my appraisal skill detects traces of the same elixir of suggestion in the drinks. Chapter 435. Everyone around begins to line up and take the rations. Then Finn speaks up again, looking through the people that approach him. "All right, who was it keeping notes this time? I forget who is who sometimes. You all look alike to me. It'd be a lot easier if I asked your names before you all went under." He chuckles to himself and makes a light remark under his breath. "Oh well, the ones that aren't useful are just going to be left to die out in this desert once we're done clearing this town out anyway." Then turns to a woman who approaches him carrying a stack of notes. She has tan skin, dark black hair cut short, just above her shoulders, and looks to be no older than myself. Possibly 20 or 21 if I had to guess. Despite the eerie, lifeless stare everyone has on, her eyes look a bit different. They're light blue, so light that they almost look white, but there seems to be a hint of consciousness underneath them. Still, the young woman gives the stack of notes to Finn without saying a word. He takes them in a quick and aggressive manner, turning away and reading them on his own, muttering under his breath again for everyone to hear. Damn, another dud warehouse. A few gold worth of C-class gear, but nothing too special. Oh well, it is good enough to give as a midday report to the boss. Then, turns back around to face everyone while stuffing the papers marking down all the tracked inventory in his back pocket. All right, drink up, eat up, then back to work. I want to see everything cleared out of here before we move on to the next warehouse of the night shift. You got it? He looks at the woman that is standing still right in front of him, and a single tear falls from her eye. I watch her lower lip quiver as well, and curiously do a full scan to find she is a fairly high level with a skill I've never seen before. LV 267, Moonlight's Gaze. The man grits his teeth at the sight of her small bit of defiance, then yells in her face. That means you too. He gets closer to her and a moment of realization hits him. Oh right, you are that girl. One of the only ones still useful from that wandering group of villagers we captured in Sector 4, weren't you? Your leader sure put up quite the fight against the boss. He scoffs. It doesn't matter now though, does it? You know, you'll just be a mindless pawn for the rest of your life, so drink up and get back to it. He uses his bind skill to grab an extra bottle from the pile, making it float in the air over to her as she accepts it without question. Then smirks and yells at her again. You know what? No food for you. Just a double dose of elixir. That'll teach you. Drink these and get back to work. He grabs his daggers from his waist, pointing them at her while forcing the drinks into her hands using his bind skill, then uses the same dark hands to push her elbows to bring the pink bottles closer to her trembling lower lip. I watch in disgust, but as soon as the bottle touches her mouth, I decide to act. I wanted to stay here and watch how things worked a little longer, but I've seen enough. I point a single finger at the man from over 10 meters away and let out a blade of advanced wind magic so dense and thin it'd be impossible to see without ranked-up perception skills. It slices through both of his arms and severs the floating purple hand in the air in an instant. The drinks fall from her grip, hitting the sandy desert floor beside the grunt's severed arms, still gripping the crimson daggers. He yells out in pain, looking around to see who cut off his arms, falling to his knees as a puddle of blood begins to form. How? How did you do this? You, with eyes full of rage and confusion. He turns his head side to side, trying to find who did such a thing to him. I walk through the small crowd of workers with my arms crossed, staring right at the man who has begun to bleed out on the floor. Then stand over him and begin asking some questions while activating my telekinesis skill. How long have all of you been in business here? Seems like quite the operation you've got, huh? I pull the paper notes from his back pocket before they get stained by the pile of blood forming in the sand. He activates his bind skill at the same moment, but I use Plunderer to drain every last drop of MP from his body before the dense purple hands can fully form. Come on, tell me something. I was having fun spying on all of you. At least tell me your leader's name. Or am I going to have to find that out for myself when I give him a visit? He grits his teeth, and I hear a small crack of glass coming from inside his mouth. Then the sour smell of poison hits my nose. Oh no, you don't. I use the same thin wind slash to cut the man in two. Use absorption skill, bind legendary grade. Yes. No, I choose yes and shake my head. He was not in the mood to talk at all. At least I finished him off before he killed himself. Using very condensed advanced fire magic, I burn his remains to ash. Even the sand stained with blood melts away beneath him. And all that remains from this entire interaction is a hole in the ground burnt black, and the woman with light blue eyes still staring straight ahead, with tears streaming down her cheeks now. I wave my hand in front of her face a few times and call out to her, "Hello? Hello?" But there is no response. I can see sporadic movements in her small black pupils, but nothing more. Stop moving your eyes if you can hear me. They stop. Now, move them again if you can. They move again with even more vigor than before. My gaze tightens. How did you all get in this situation? Her eyes don't stop moving, but she doesn't say a word. I realize she isn't going to be able to answer any complicated questions for a while. So it would be a better use of my time to go search things out myself. If that elixir lasts for up to 12 hours on people with low mana control, pretty much everyone here will be running on fumes for quite a while. I turn to all the other drone-like workers and give a command. Whatever you do, do not drink another drop of the water given to you by this man. I pull one of the crates of E-class potions out from the storage locker and use telekinesis to empty them all out into the sand. Then, use my new water magic skill to summon pure drinking water into the emptied glass jars and containers. I make a pile of corked, clean drinking water. Drink from this pile only if you are thirsty. As they walk over to the clean water, I use advanced fire magic to destroy every last diluted elixir in the area, then turn back to the woman with the wavering eyes. I give her some leftover food from my item storage and a potion bottle full of clean water for herself. These are for you. Drink and eat up. Go rest inside the warehouse until you come to your senses. I look up at everyone else drinking clean water one by one in a single file line. All of you will do the same. Stay inside this warehouse and rest. Most of them drank more elixir when Finn told them to moments ago, so they're in for another 12 hours of mindless wandering. But this woman should have far less time under the influence. If I am not back before you come to your senses, listen to her. She'll be in charge here, understood? I point to the black-haired woman, and all of the hypnotized workers do exactly as I said, slowly walking back into the empty barn. The woman turns too, walking back into the barn without saying a word. As the door shuts, I let out a sigh and use my conceal skill to shift my cloak and appearance into an exact replica of Finn, the dagger user. Gripping the notes from the day's work of labor, I smile and turn in the direction of the fountain in the middle of town. Nearby, I sense the presence of Raze, Finn's partner, making his way toward the middle of town already. Then, expanding my enemy detection skills range, I find readings of about 8 more people, all making similar routes. No one from the Green Mist changes their formation, but everyone on this side of town in the Crimson Dagger does. I begin my walk toward the hidden base in the center of town just like everyone else. It is time to meet the boss.